Bit of housekeeping. We are being live streamed, yes, this morning, and recorded later, so you can watch at your leisure. In an earthquake, drop, cover and hold, and then leave the building when the shaking stops through our exits, straight up the hill. There's an evacuation, again, through the exits and onto the grass area out this way. Toilets are down the hallway to the right. Apologies this morning. We have an apology from Councillor Van Beek for lateness. Do we have any other apologies? Wondering if Ms. Kawana and Ms. McElroy may be coming in later, or maybe coming in online. Haven't heard from them? No. Thank you. Conflicts of interest? Declarations, anyone? And confirmation of the minutes of our 12th of June meeting, or any matters arising, any corrections? Oh, happy to move from the chair. Thank you, Councillor Harding. Second. Just before we move on to item 5, which is our biosecurity annual report, I might just ask the Chief Executive to just briefly update us. We have the Wairoa flood reviews, both our own and the government reviews, being released today. We might have some comment on them later in the day, but just an update on that. Thanks. You, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to alert elected members that the three-part independent review that the Regional Council carried out, that was a review by Carl Christensen, Tonkin and Taylor and Graham Campbell of the flooding in Wairoa in June, will be publicly released at 10 a.m. today, and that material will be available from that point on our website. That is being released at the same time as the government's review carried out by Mike Bush Consulting. So that's also being released at 10 a.m. This morning. And yeah, I'm happy to update the committee at the end of the day.
Thank you. That would be great. Councillor Roadley, do you want to make any comment at this point?
I thought you might like to.
No? No. Item 5. The Biosecurity Annual Report 23-24 and the Operational Plan 24-25. I know they're really big documents. I hope everyone's had a chance to get through them. Mr. Maxwell, I might ask you to open up and lead us on that.
Thank you, Chair. Morena koutou, councillors. So that time of the year again where we bring to you our operational plan and report. Just a reminder that these are requirements. Two documents are a requirement of the Biosecurity Act that we produce for you and for the public. In the room we have Matt Short, Team Leader Biosecurity, and we did have Mark. Is Mark joining you as well? Mark Mitchell, Principal Advisor, Biosecurity Biodiversity, is going to help with that. They've got a presentation that summarises the two documents, which, as the Chair has pointed out, are quite detailed and extensive, and the team will run you through the synopsis of those reports, and then we'll be happy to take any questions on them.
Thank you. Welcome.
Just changed a bit since I was last here. Just plug the HDMI in and go from there. Should be.
You might need to your screen.
While you're sharing that, last year when we received this report, there was a lot of conversation and people wanted more time to go into this. So we've extended this, we've got 45 minutes. So you may ask all your questions related to pests that you weren't able to ask last year.
is the presentation in the Stella team? It is, isn't it?
Yep.
Perhaps in the meantime, we might just have to work through the presentation that councillors have in Stella, and you can just tell them which page you're on.
Starting with the operational plan?
Oh, there we go. Right, technology. Cool. That's good.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Matt Short. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Catchment Management Lead for Biosecurity here at the Regional Council. I'm going to take the paper as read and just crack straight into the presentation. So, our Regional Pest Management Plan, what is it? It's our main statutory document implementing the Biosecurity Act for regional councils. It gives us our framework to manage or eradicate specified organisms, gives us our powers to exercise relevant provisions under the Acts to deliver the objectives set out in the plan. The current plan has pest plants, pest animals, marine pests, phytosanitary pests. There's also a requirement to show regional leadership set out in the Act, and the RPMP meets this requirement. It's not a nice to have, it's something we have got to do, and it's a 20-year plan. There's 63 organisms declared as pests in the region, a mixture of all of the above, with a further 28 listed as organisms of interest. These come under 5 designations for the organisms that are declared pests. There's exclusion pests, where you want to keep them out of the region. There's eradication pests, where you want to knock the numbers back to absolute zero. There's progressive containment, where your pest lives in a set geographical area and you want to keep it there. And then there's sustained control, which is basically keeping a pest to a maximum acceptable level. And also there's site-led pests, where we control certain pests at a site to protect biodiversity and ecological values. So this is a bit of a snippet of what we've achieved. I guess I'll start from the top. We monitored just over 293,000 hectares as part of our possum control area program. That's about 37% of the area of the full program itself, which is just over 774,000 hectares. The target RTC rate for that program is 4%. The overall monitoring average across all the properties we monitored came in at 2.1%, which is reasonable, so well under the threshold. But we did still have 99 properties fail their monitor. Staff worked with those properties to fix their possum issues, and for some of them we're actually still working a little bit. Rooks, 151 rook nests treated, active rook nests. Active rook nest is one with eggs or chicks in it. Over the last 20 odd years, there's been a pretty solid decline in the numbers of rooks across the region, but 2 or 3 years ago, we sort of got into a bit of a situation where the numbers were flattening off a little bit, and even a slight rise in places. So this is nice to see the trend go back to going down. So it's really good. This financial year, we treated less active nests, and my team invested quite a lot of time in further surveillance in an effort not to miss anything. And also it was a capacity building thing too. Usually a small subset of staff do this monitoring, but this time I wanted to fling everybody out there and get them learning and get them looking for rookeries across the region. We've got 51 known active rookeries in the region at the moment, out of about 680 sites that either used to hold rooks or the habitat's been removed or are currently active. But we look over all those sites because quite often the birds will chop and change where they're living. So it's just a case of we have to cover all that ground and look over the whole lot. We completed 2005 pest plant visits. This can be any number of things: physical control, contractor auditing, plant identification, following up public requests. The list is reasonably long, and we completed 2005 of those visits. Our marine biosecurity program is going pretty well. We had no incursions last year, which is always nice. We're just working on continuing to develop our relationships through the marine sector, and yeah, as a result, you're still getting decent reporting on suspect vessels and dirty holes. We had no incursions last year. We completed our aerial operation to control alligator weed at Lake Whātua in Central Hawke's Bay. So that was quite successful. This happened in early March, and yeah, we couldn't have had a better day to do the job. It was just perfect, bluebird day, no wind. It was brilliant. And after our post-operational monitoring, we estimate somewhere between a 60 and 70% reduction in overall biomass of alligator weed on the lake. But we do expect some of that to regrow from the root system of the plant. Alligator weed's got really deep roots. When the plants are bigger, it can be up to 2.5 metres deep. So there is a chance that some of the stuff is going to revive itself from rootstock. And yeah, once winter's over, because it hibernates through the winter, goes dormant, we'll start looking again and seeing what's come back. But overall, the first operation that we did, yeah, it was quite successful. The team overall really pleased to get that started, and we couldn't have done it without the support from all the landowners, the local game bird hunters, and the Whātua management group. It's something we can't do alone, so yeah, we need all the help and support we can get. Wilding conifers, we surveyed just under 17,000 hectares and controlled those areas for wilding conifers. This spans 2 MPI-led management units. This is the Rangatahi area, sort of stretching down from our regional boundary north of the Taupo Highway, and the Kaimanua, which butts on to the back of Poranui Station and goes right down south to the Ruanhiri Forest Park boundary. All of our work happens on private land. Most of it is multiple ownership, Māori trust land. We collaborate with DOC in a strategic manner, who manage wilding pines on Crown land, and also our neighbours, because these MUs don't follow regional boundaries. They cross catchments. So we've got Horizons and Bay of Plenty as our neighbours, and we sort of work collectively to make sure that the money we have is spent wisely across the board and see the whole picture for what it is, rather than just working in silos. I do have to end this little presentation on this slide on a bit more of a negative note, as we did discover a second exclusion pest in our region in the form of Senegal tea. Senegal tea, this plant comes from South America. It's a semi-aquatic plant, moves via fragmentation, so bits of it can break off, float and reroot, form new colonies. It does take seed in New Zealand, so it flowers, is pollinated, sets seed, and the seed can move. But from what we learned from other councils who've been battling this a hell of a lot longer than we have, the rate of spread from seed set is negligible in comparison to fragmentation, so that's somewhat of a positive. Any fragment can reroot, form a colony, generally grows into bushes about a metre high. It affects native fish spawning. It can cause flooding by forming thick mats. Those mats can break off and lodge in random places and impede water flow, and it shades out water margins. Been doing a lot of work with other councils, learning from their efforts in controlling and eradicating Senegal tea. Greater Wellington Regional Council and Horizons been the most valuable at this stage. Senegal tea is an exclusion pest under our plan, and that gives us the powers that we need to manage this weed under the Act. So the map that you can see here, each red dot is a known site. The way that we found it was through eDNA, environmental DNA, once again. We located a positive hit in some publicly available data from mid-2022. Owing to the strength of the sample, we escalated the finding, and the first plants were discovered at Whakatū about 8 hours after we made the initial find on the database. Senegal tea hibernates through winter, goes dormant. We found it as it was already dying off. So we had a window of about 3 weeks to finish our delimitation, see how far it had gotten, establish the limits of its range. And most of the stuff that we did find was rooted on land a decent distance back from the water body, so we could hand pull single plants and also spray larger patches. We're really racing the clock on this one. So instead of just doing surveillance and trying to establish the range alone, we figured we should have a good go at the control at the same time because the window is so short. It covers an area of around 13 kilometres, affects both the Karamu and Te Awa Motuararo, the Clive. And if you pushed all of the Senegal tea that we found together into one single patch, it is about a hectare. We did all our surveillance on foot and via boat only where we absolutely have to, and just had a really limited window from when we discovered it to a point where we couldn't see it anymore. Our key challenges, alligator weed's still going to be a challenge that we face. We need to carry on keeping the hammer down on this infestation at Whātumara. We've committed to eradicating it, so we have to make sure that we continue to progress towards that. Chilean needlegrass infested properties continue to increase in number. The vast majority of this is through subdivision. So you get one big block that's got Chilean needlegrass on it. Someone subdivides it up, you have more landowners to deal with to organise control plans. Senegal tea, we've got new work now to resource and deliver. Right at our peak seeding and flowering period, everything else is going off roughly about the same time. So it's just how do we manage that resource more than anything else to make sure that we get a good outcome for all of the things we have to deal with through that October to March period. That's a busy time for pest plants. The possum control area program, although our RTC was 2.1% across all the area we monitored, we did still have the 99 properties fail, and that's 15% of all the blocks that we monitored. And the last thing, it's a key challenge, is we need to carry on putting the pressure onto the rook population. It's an eradication pest. We want there to be 0 birds, not just a few floating around for years and years. We want it to be 0. So we need to keep that pressure on to maintain our continued downward trend in the numbers. Thank you for listening. My team, they've had a pretty big year. They stay keen, stay passionate. It's been a good year for us. But I think we could probably do a little more in time.
Thank you, Matt. Morena, Michelle, welcome. Good to see you.
Morena, apologies.
Mark, did you want to make any comments?
No, I'm just here to, Matt's done a great job, and I'm just here to assist with some of the questions alongside Matt. Yeah,
Excellent, thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor McIntosh.
Well done, gents, good work. Could you just tell me, please, possum control, that's been a really good long-term success story, and so we want to keep it that way, and the properties that are failing their monitoring runs, how do you address that with them?
Been going for an education approach, but we can take compliance action if we need to. It's been a little interesting with a lot of farmers still suffering out there with the effects of the cyclone. We haven't just gone straight to notices of direction initially. We've tried to educate them, go a little softer just at the moment while things are a little hard out there. But we can and will take compliance action if we've got to. Definitely want to carry on maintaining their success story, and for the most part, landowners are pretty willing to get contractors in to deal with the possum problem once we've raised it with them.
Can I ask a supplementary?
Please.
Do you think there's an opportunity to involve federated farmers in the communication to them? And I say that in the context of pastoral farming was one of the few sectors that was benefited from the change in the way we calculate rates, land value to capital value. And so I completely agree with and understand your rationale of a lot of them have been feeling the heat for obvious reasons following Gabrielle, but I just wondered if you got feds on side as an advocate too, that might help.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, federated farmers are a really strong supporter of the program, and that's another opportunity where we could actually put more comms out through federated farmers, just as a reminder to keep up the possum control program. There is a little bit of a overlap too. We were hoping to move or transition the program to contract delivery, where council takes over that control for a number of reasons. We sort of knew this was starting to happen, and that's been put on hold for obvious reasons. So we've done quite a bit of comms just to remind landowners to get back out there to do the control. But yeah, with those properties, as Matt said, they'll get a letter, then they get a follow-up phone call from us, and then we provide them with all the contractors who can deliver the possum control, and then we actively work with them to address those issues. And then that hopefully doesn't collide too much with the next financial year's monitoring, where we get that list again. So it's not just comms, it's actually working one-on-one with those farmers who haven't quite managed to get the possums low enough. Yeah, thank you.
You, Councillor Foley?
Just, thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up question to that. How often is it in that situation where the property might fail the test, and so you follow up, and that property owner may be doing, all that's required around the control and fulfilling their requirements, but it's actually the outside of the boundary, and the possums do you come across that situation very often?
Yeah, we do, and it is, I guess, a common theme where they're saying actually they're coming from next door and whatnot. So again, sometimes that's even council land, so we'll look at doing a refresh of our bait stations around the area, and or then look at talking to the adjacent neighbours or doing additional monitoring if required. It is a challenging one because possums obviously don't appreciate boundaries. So that's why we just don't walk in there and serve a notice of direction and say, hey, naughty, sort it out, otherwise we're going to smack you. We actually try and work collectively with them. But it is common feedback that we get.
Yeah, and if the feedback does come in, definitely examine the wider context of the area where that farm's located too. So it's not just we do that as part of the
Forestry is one of the ones that comes up regularly. Is adjacent to forestry.
How soon, because there's a lot of forestry getting planted, right? At what age is the stand before the possums sort of start to move in and make it their home? Is it very soon? Or?
I couldn't answer that. I'd have to look at whether there's research on it, but my gut feel would be, within the first 5 years, they would probably, it would start creating that habitat for them. Yeah. But certainly once conifers start coning, possums love that. They'll go and their poop actually turns yellow from eating all the
They'll go a long way for pines and
catechins. Yeah, so it's definitely a...
Sure. Mark, you brought us the alligator weed eradication program that we redirected budget to.
Yeah.
Where are the stepping stones along that pathway? Is it times of year that you'll be updating us as to the success of that?
Look, we will be bringing it annually through this operational plan and annual report, and if it's of interest, we can bring another update throughout the year as well as we progress. We've got the operation all lined up for this financial year with 2 aerial operations, teams hitting the ground, going to again throw the kitchen sink at it. We're really fortunate to have a dedicated team who really don't want this to establish in Hawke's Bay because they know how bad this weed is. So it's in as safer hands as it can be, but more than happy to bring an update to you throughout the year. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley.
Could I just follow on from that? We obviously we're up the Ruakaturi, and we have had we're quite a just by way of explanation for councillors, we're quite a geographical space within our catchment. Top of our catchment butts up against the Te Urewera National Park. Our northern boundary is Tairāwhiti all the way down, and then where the majority of the catchment is pastoral farming, and we've had a significant number of our farmers over the 4%, and we've approached this with the support of your team and Ian's team at a catchment level, and that's been received really well, and I would like to advocate that's a really good way of what Councillor Foley's referring to, where possums don't respect anybody's farm boundary. That there's no point clearing out your patch of the world if everybody around you is infested with these pests, and so doing it at a catchment level, it provides a bit of support and economy of scale for the actual eradication. but it actually provides some level of collegial support around managing what is a very tricky pest at a time, as Matt, you've said, at a time when people are actually, it's not the number one priority on the list. We know it's there, it's in our periphery, we know it should be the number one, but there's a whole lot of competition for time, energy and dollars. So, yeah, I just want to advocate that's good. That wasn't my question, by the way, the Chair, I was just saying.
Right. Please, have your
I can
question.
carry on, sorry. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well done, Matt and Mark and your teams. This is really important work that you do and continue to do with, obviously, great success. I note that there's the feral cats within the program are still under the sustained control heading and are site-led. And I've read what site-led means, and I'm still a little bit unclear what that means we are doing about feral cats who do seem to be also exploding around the place. Could you just talk a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, look, feral cats are well established across our landscape and have been for some time. We've done a bit of research in the past looking at different tools. Feral cats are a little bit like possums. Unless we manage them at scale continuously, we're not going to have really meaningful impacts. So what we're doing in the interim is we manage feral cats alongside other predators at sites of high biodiversity value, and in essence that's really working with key community groups that are also wanting to control those cats. So what we provide is technical knowledge and traps to a certain degree, depending on the situation, to landowners to help them undertake feral cat control. But we are no longer undertaking large-scale feral cat control in the landscape.
Are you seeing a rise in numbers of, well, actually I'd just about group the mustelids and the cats and the deer all together as there's a sense or just more of a gut feeling that they seem to be increasing. I'm not sure if that's based on any...
My gut feel is mustelids and feral cats, they're out there, people are becoming more observant of them. I don't think they're necessarily increasing, I think they're already well and truly established. However, feral deer, I think it's safe to say they are definitely increasing across the landscape. Yeah.
Certainly in our area there, people would say an explosion of that population is, pretty out the gate, really. Thank you. I note that is it all right if I carry on?
Councillor Rodley, I might just follow up on your cat
Please.
question.
Firstly,
You're
not
under
my
the
cat.
sustained
Site-led.
site-led. What would be the process if we wish to move them up into the control category?
Two options. It would be a partial plan review, which is quite a big process. However, we will be in the next couple of years starting the review of the pest management plan. It's due every 10 years. We're halfway through that. So it's where we go out and formally consult with the community and we hear ideas from them and what the key pests are for them. And then we work with council to cost those programs to see what is feasible, what isn't. And then, so that's the formal process, because it's not just about getting it in the plan, you've got to have it budgeted and resourced, and that's something that is quite challenging with feral cats. It's, you've got to manage them at scale. It's something that we've always had in the back of our minds. If we can transition the possum control program to service delivery where council are doing it through contractors, there is real opportunity to look at the tacking things onto that whilst they're out there servicing the bait stations. They could actually be servicing kill traps for feral cats as well. So we're hoping to use that as a stepping stone to move forward. I guess at this point though, that the process is through the Regional Pest Management Plan review.
No, Chair, I think it's a good answer, and really, if there's the desire of council to change the way cats are managed, there'll be an opportunity in time to consider that. I think Mark's point's pretty apt, though. It's about resourcing and supporting the program. It's no good changing the status in the plan and then not providing the right resourcing for it. That's just shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic. You've really got to ensure that you've got the right skill base and money allocated to the control program, otherwise it's meaningless. And absolutely that was the intent of the change to the PCA and council control, is that we were going to look at a broader range of predator pests to be controlled through that program. And who knows, you may have the opportunity at some stage when our financial position is in better shape to reconsider embarking down that track and including all those pests in a program.
Thank you. Another question, councillor Radley?
Do you want to come back to me
Sure, good idea.
just in case
Yeah, councillor
this is
Harding.
out?
Kia ora, Chair. Thanks, Matt. Mark, got a couple of things here. CNG first. Just trying to understand the impact of the cyclone on distribution. So, there's this kind of seat of the pants common understanding that the CNG is widespread. It's basically got away through the tuki system and is right throughout there now. How should we think about that? Is that reality?
Have a crack at that, or do you want me to? I think after the cyclone, a quantity of seed would have been moved down that system, but it's. I think at the time when CNG was being discussed last year, that it was still too early to tell. I think this year we'll have a much greater idea, and then a decision can be made from there. If you wanted to make another comment.
Yeah, look, I guess the only thing I'd touch on, so in the lower tuki, we know it's down that river corridor, always has, well, I shouldn't say always has been, but has been for a number of years, because that's quite a natural pathway for the seed to flow. Gabrielle was obviously a much more significant impact, but it still sent that seed down that same pathway. So it's not like it necessarily infested a whole lot of new area. However, we are concerned, there is a little bit in the Ngāruroro, and we're not sure, did that spread, where is that going to pop up? There's a lot of unknowns. It's a challenging plant to identify unless it's seeding. I guess the other thing for us is we initially had to respond because we were quite concerned about the volume of seed in the middle section of the tuki. It looks to us that was actually okay, and it's possibly because of the sheer volume of gravel and settlement that's come down. The seed just hasn't stood a chance. It's either gone out into the ocean or was buried underneath. So my personal feel right now is, yes, it possibly has spread Chilean needlegrass, but not that much in comparative to the land that is already infested in Hawke's Bay. I don't think it has had a significant impact on its range in our region.
I might just ask Mr Maxwell to add to that.
So, Chair, we did have Egg Research do a little bit of work for us looking at that question, primarily because you'll recall I said that I was going to go away and look at options for managing CNG in the future. That's still to come to you. We're preparing what I'm calling an issues and options paper, which we'll put out, we'll socialise with you first to get your comfort with, and then we'll push out to the community to say we could do anything from nothing. We could basically step away and say landowners have the full obligation and council does limited activity to manage CNG, through to a fully resourced, properly operating CNG program, and anything in between, and get feedback on that and bring all of that back to you to say what do you want to do, recognising that this plant pest, alongside many other pests that we manage, we're not so much managing it for our region but for regions that don't have it. So the fact that golden clam is on our boundary and is being managed by Waikato is an important thing for them to do, because we don't want them here. If they walked away, they'll turn up here, right? So there's a kind of a national sort of proposition we have to consider in our place in that. But that'll come back to you ideally before the end of this calendar year for you to give us some feedback on what you think we should do. And then, like I say, we'll push it out, get feedback from our neighbouring regions, from our government colleagues, from our community, mana whenua, and then you can direct us as to where to head with all of that.
So just through you, Chair, thanks, Ian, that's very helpful. If that report's coming back this calendar year, does that mean that won't be informed by sort of a survey of this season's of the extent, particularly in the lower corridor, because flowering won't have occurred by the stage that the report's put together? Or
yeah, I guess the issues and option paper isn't really so much about answering the question of the cyclone impact. We have had some ag research done, and I, off the top of my head, can't recall the details of that, but we'll make sure we bring that back to you. It's really about the acknowledgement that this plant pest is widespread and well established in the region. And in my personal view, it's in places that we don't know it is in yet, because we don't go and look in those areas. So we don't really fully know its range in the region. So my view is that we would take an assumption that it is more widespread than we know about. So therefore, what are our options for managing this pest, and how would we go about it? Like I say, ranging from do nothing to doing a hell of a lot more than we're doing now, anything in between. And bringing you back all of that material to then say, well, where do you want us to sit in the spectrum here on this, the management?
Thank you for another day.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Lambert.
Just a question on how you spend your money on pest control and we subsidise a lot of possum baits and stuff. Do you actually subsidise 1080 as well? I know there's a big conservation area in Northern Hawke's Bay that goes up, and they use it a lot, and we support that. But you guys support them doing that, or?
No, we currently do not support that. The subsidy scheme is very restricted. It's essentially pest control products that you can go and purchase from the likes of farmlands or PGG Wrightsons, and so we do it that way. But we can always have conversations in regards to other control programs. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Rodley? Oh, did you want to come back to yours, Councillor Rodley?
Yeah, I've still got a little list. Love this stuff. Hey, question probably for you, Ian. You mentioned the Golden Plan, but I can't see that in the exclusion or even mentioned. I had noted that.
So for us to add it in to the plan, we'd have to change the plan.
Oh.
So it's a recently arrived pest that we will have to contemplate, as Mark said, when we do the RPMP review, as we get new pests like Senegal tea.
So was the Senegal tea in the plan before, or?
Senegal tea was in
Yes.
as an exclusion pest.
It's listed as an exclusion pest. So they have been declared an unwanted organism. It's currently managed by MPI because it's a national response. However, they'll be looking to transition that to likely regional councils. So it's something we will be working through how that looks like in the coming years. But our preference at this point is MPI continues to manage that pest because it can have a significant impact on generation of power and water takes and all sorts of stuff. So
what we did do, Councillor, very recently, and I should have given you a bit of context as well, was we've signed a more detailed and comprehensive memorandum of understanding between Biosecurity New Zealand, Department of Conservation and Te Urukārika, which is the collective of regional councils. That was only about 4 weeks ago. And that MOU sets out how we will work together to manage these long-term problem pests that arrive in the country. As Mark says, typically new entrants get the MPI BNZ kind of national kind of approach. What we do know is they very quickly run out of steam on that as these pests get established, and it just transitions to us, right? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we're going, well, we haven't got the tools and resources to do the job, given the way our budget cycles work. And so we're trying to find a way where there's not sort of a handoff without the right support to ensure that these pests are properly managed, and we've at least got a fighting chance of keeping them isolated or even eradicating them in time. But that's a work in progress.
So in the annual plan, do you note things that are in your periphery like this, and there's potentially other things that we're not aware of?
No, the annual plan has been very focused on the regional pest management plan. What we deliver is a core part of business here at Council. So we haven't touched on caulerpa or corbicula or a number of other invasive on the list that are potentially coming our way, but they are very much on our radar. So I sit on the Biosecurity Working Group, SIG, and Ian's actually the Biomanager's SIG, and that's where we meet collectively with all other regional councils and talk about these very issues and get MPI and DOC at the table to try and make sure it's not a hospital pass to us, that we're having conversations if it is going to transition, how that's going to happen, and we prepare the best we possibly can. So that isn't captured in this report, but yeah, we are having those
So,
conversations.
so the ones that are on our border, we don't specify, but the ones that are in our region, we do.
Obviously, it would be an absolute scandal to be blindsided by something that you can already see.
For sure, and look, just reinforcing Mark's point, that the sector network is very active in this space, so the biosecurity working group works across every council, and the practitioners talk a lot about these pests, and so we get early warning, and we then work collaboratively with our neighbours to kind of manage it, to keep it out of our region, and vice versa. So the only blindsiding is what is it, and where does it turn up? That we often don't know.
Would probably be useful for us to see the MOU, for us to have an understanding about how those partnerships are working.
Just specifically on the Golden Clam, we have done eDNA monitoring in partnership with MPI as well, checking to make sure it's not already in our region, and it's come back all clear. So we are actually involved in that space, just not within our regional pest management plan. Yeah.
One very quick
I might
one
go
before
to
we-
Councillor Ormsby and come back to you.
Kia ora team, thank you for your presentation. Just adding on from the Golden Clam, and I recall Waikato Regional Council having a very, very hard time trying to manage that. Are there some learnings that we can take away from their situation, what it costs the region and the regional council? Because, that it was very hard for them to contain, and I still don't think they have. So if that can be brought back to us, as well as what's been asked for in terms of the MOU, I think that'd be really useful for us to have a forward-looking perspective on what it might mean for us. Kia ora.
Happy to do that.
Agreed. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Following on from those comments about the eDNA, that was on my list, and just whether there was, to just understand whether there's a structured monitoring approach to that, or whether it's just sort of ad hoc based on what we can get. But it sounds like someone else has funded a more structured program. Thank you.
I can comment further on that. So we've been working with Wilder Lab, they're the main company that process those samples, and we have put a alert structure in place. So if a pest is detected on any of those that's within our RPMP or is of interest, that gets reported to us now in a timely fashion. So we can, because time is everything with incursion responses. So we have that in place. We're also the regional council undertakes eDNA samples for a number of different reasons, so we're all tapped into those. We're doing further surveillance for alligator weeds specifically, alongside other Senegal tea and whatnot. And then there's all the publicly available samples that people are taking out across the landscape. We can also tap into those. So it is an incredible tool, and we're going to get more and more use out of it as it grows.
Thank you. Just to clarify, what's your feeling for how comprehensive that sampling is at the moment in terms of the spread across different waterways? And presumably we're only looking at waterways, and we're not looking at something else coming, whether it's the soil or the air or something.
Yeah, well, the map I've seen, it lights Hawke's Bay up like a Christmas tree. I was blown away by the sheer volume of samples that have been taken across our region. So it's much more thorough than I thought, but it is just a sample. It tells us what's there. Just because something doesn't turn into a sample doesn't mean it's not there. It just hasn't been detected. So it's just a tool. It's not the be-all and end-all. But the more samples we get, the more sure we can be of those results.
Yep.
Councillor Lambert.
Just going back to your control of rooks and that, and you talk about 170 nests and stuff, is that a good number? I mean, we talk about possibly just like thousands and thousands.
Definitely a good number.
And where is that? Is that down the bay here? Is that you doing the clearing in Waira? Or?
Yeah, there's definitely work happening in Wairoa. The rookeries are right across the region from Wairoa right down to Parongaho. Quite long distances between some of them, but yeah, they're not that picky about where they're living. But it's definitely a good number, 150.
They're flying in big flocks, eh? They're huge.
Yeah, and what you might also be seeing at times is male birds, bachelors. The way that the control works, it mostly targets chicks, eggs, and the females that sit in those nests with the chicks and eggs. So generally they get whacked over first. So what happens over time is the population skews towards male birds, and they're a bit more likely to roam. So you also that's another possible explanation. But yeah, I mean, hell, if you're seeing rooks, let us know. you definitely want to know.
And page 14 and 15 of the annual report provides a good map of the region and a good bar graph of the sheer volume of rookeries we've had in the past. I think there was over 2,000 nests that we've had in the past. So when you compare that to what we're dealing with now, Hawke's Bay is probably one of the hotspots actually probably New Zealand now. We're working with Horizons, Waikato, who virtually have none, Gisborne, who virtually have none. They keep saying they're ours. And then, as you do. And so it's predominantly us in Horizons. So there is a real chance of us eradicating long term, so we're going to keep the pressure on.
Last questions, Councillor Roadley and then Councillor Harding.
Oh, you've got the time frame on us.
That's it.
Just looking at the budget for the annual spends that you're doing, the Pest Animal Research 55K, what is that program there? Pest management.
Which page,
Pest
Councillor
Animal
Roadley?
Research.
I can look at the same.
It's the page 23.
Yeah. So pest animal research, we've used that traditionally for research on possums, feral cats and whatnot, working in partnership with Landcare research and whatnot. So we use that to leverage further research as well. So it's really around trying to understand, are we doing best practice? Are we utilising their best tools? Can we learn from the programs that we're already delivering? Possums is a really good example of that. We've done a lot in the landscape, but has it been effective enough? So that budget is, in essence, for us to work with generally CRIs to look at reviewing our programs and making sure we're keeping up with best practice.
Councillor, perhaps if I could just add that the way to kind of view this area of work is that it is actually a science-led program as well. So biosecurity science is a very significant part of what drives the way we approach pest management. There was, until very recently, a national science challenge, the Bioheritage Science Challenge. It was all about biosecurity science. So we have a relatively modest sum of money that allows us to stay in step with the current knowledge and tools to ensure that we are delivering the best, science-led approach to our biosecurity programs. That's the kind of rationale behind it.
And just one final comment, it should be pest research. It's not specifically for pest animals.
Yeah.
We're using it for chili and needlegrass as well. And often that research, we're working with the other regional councils and we're all collectively putting funding in to get more bang for our buck, and obviously the answers help them as well. So.
And for example, that might include looking at a biological pest control system or an importing of a thistle moth or those types of things.
There's a separate work stream for biological control, but if we wanted to possibly fund research into biocontrol, then it would come out of that pot. But if we were buying a release, then that would come from a different place.
Thank you for clarifying. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Final question, and this is a slightly more generic one, but Jobs for Nature. So so we had the previous government had a program funding Jobs for Nature, which we saw in Hawke's Bay, created employment and upskilled a large number of kaimahi. I'm just wondering what that looks like from our point of view of our programs, their ability to use that knowledge and experience, and whether we're doing the best that we can to provide employment for those kaimahi and use their skills. Thank you.
Good question. So we had a meeting probably a month ago with those key groups, and we learnt from them about what their skill sets are, the pests they've been controlling, and then we as a team have looked at how that might match up with the work we're doing. It's actually been a real positive for us because pest plant control is a challenging space to get qualified contractors out there. And so we are already actively working with them in regards to giving them contracts to deliver some of the pest plant work. So yes, we're definitely having those conversations and engaging with them where we can. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mark. Your work's crucial to this organisation. I always say biosecurity is that perfect example of the one you don't know what you got till you lose it. it's once it's gone and you lose your lake that you love to swim in or whatever. So thank you to all your teams. We know how much work it is. I'd be very pleased to move this from the chair to receive the annual report and operational plan. Councillor Roadley, would you like to second?
Very much like to see.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? Would you like to speak, Councillor Roadley, to that?
I think it's been well traversed. Probably just to add that it is absolute core business and you're obviously doing a great job and we appreciate the work that you're doing. Obviously, there would always be more to do. So working within the parameters, which are pretty constrained, I imagine, to push through, and particularly given the challenges of the last year or 2 years. So you're well done and keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just like to say thanks to you guys before you get up. To those of us right in the know, really appreciate the work you guys do, and you know, it's not always well known out in the public because it's doesn't involve a fancy new big stock bank or, you know, extra flood protection or trees going up, but it's the protection and of, you know, a lot of our landscape out there that you guys are working on. And I just want to say special thanks to you guys when you come along to the public meetings, and, you know, a lot of the people, the public, they see and feel the restrictions around some of this work. They can't do this and they can't do that and don't necessarily understand why. And then you guys come along and you just do such a good job of explaining, you know, the particular pest that it is that's intervening in their lives. And I just sense this huge sigh of relief come over the attendants at any meeting you guys speak, and they're like, oh, now we get it. So thanks heaps for when you do that and all the work you do.
Thanks, Councillor Foley. No more comments? Mover and a seconder. All those in favour to receive the report say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Thank you. Carried.
Thank you.
Item 6, coastal and riverbird survey findings. Who's presenting to us, Ian?
Thank you, Chair. So we've got Annabelle and Becky, who I think you've met both of these ladies, who
Yes.
are going to lead us through this. Whilst we're doing that, I'd also just like to, because she's just entered the room, introduce you to Dr. Hayley Atara, who is our new Manager Science. She started with us on Monday.
Welcome, welcome, Hayley.
Hayley's name isn't on this report, but it will be in future. Can you repeat the name? Sorry? Repeat the name. Dr. Hayley Atara.
Nice to have you.
So she's literally joined us on Monday, so rapidly coming up to speed. But this will be her work in the future. So her name's not on the report because it went out before that.
Before that, yeah.
So you'll be seeing more of her.
Yes, we're thrilled to have you on board. Welcome. And this report was also presented at the Māori Committee. For those of you on that committee who've seen it, fascinating and interesting. Councillor Roadley, yeah, nodding, yes. So we're really thrilled to have you at this committee as well. Welcome.
Chair, can I just
Please
have
do.
leave,
You-
please?
I'm
Have
sorry?
leave
Yes.
from the meeting?
Yes.
But I have seen this at Māori Committee, so great
Committee,
work.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Becky Shanahan Tokuingawa. So I'm the team leader for the freshwater and marine science team, but I'm coastal science by trade. So, and we helped to fund the coastal riverbird survey from 2021. So we wanted to support this work as well. So I'm here to just answer questions about the coastal program after the fact if you have any. And other than that, I'll hand over to Annabelle to give a bit more context.
Atamarie, ko Annabelle Beattie, tuku ingoa. Hi, my name's Annabelle. Thanks to you all for giving us the opportunity to share these results today, and especially to those of you who heard them last week as well. So this work's really important for a lot of different programs at Council. Our science program, as Becky said, also helping our asset management section ensure that the flood mitigation activities are avoiding or mitigating any adverse impacts, as well as informing our operational programs. So thanks to the different parts of Council that have supported this work, and a huge thanks to you, Nikki. Nikki is the contractor who did the work, which involved walking hundreds of kilometres on some very hot summer days. So it's awesome to have you here to
effectiveness. Thank you. Welcome, Matty.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time today, everyone, too. So the key to this talk is to share with you some results that we've been able to obtain, quantifying the impacts that Cyclone Gabrielle has had on river and coastal birds of Hawke's Bay. Just to quickly set the scene for you, I'm sure many of you will be aware that the braided river and coastal habitats in Hawke's Bay support a really high diversity of Indigenous bird species. For example, we've recorded 67 bird species on the Tutaikuri, Ngāruaroa and Tukituki rivers since 2019, and 79 bird species along the Hawke's Bay coastline since 2021. And this includes some nationally and internationally significant breeding populations of Indigenous birds. So just to take a few examples, we now know from these surveys that the Hawke's Bay region supports 13% of the national and global population of Pohowera banded dotterel. That's the bird in the top left on the screen there. Banded dotterels only breed in New Zealand, so the national population is the global population. They're endemic. The Hawke's Bay region also supports roughly half of all of the black-fronted dotterels that breed in New Zealand. That's the bird in the top right of the screen there. We also know that Hawke's Bay's rivers support all of the North Island breeding population of Torea, South Island pied oyster catchers, and our Hawke's Bay coastline supports just under 10% of the national and global population of Tūturi whatu, the northern New Zealand dotterel, which is the bird in the bottom right there. Tūturi whatu are also endemic to New Zealand, so the national population is our global population. This was pre-cyclone though, so of course along came Cyclone Gabrielle in February 2023, and as well as the devastation it caused to our property and infrastructure and the tragic loss of life we experienced in Hawke's Bay. As you'll be well aware, it also caused severe disturbance to many natural ecosystems in Hawke's Bay, particularly on our braided rivers and along our coastline. So in the months that followed Cyclone Gabrielle, Regional Council staff, including Annabelle and Becky here, realised we were sitting on a bit of a unique opportunity to measure to quite a high level of precision and detail what impact this extreme weather event has had on our Indigenous bird populations in these two habitats, owing thanks to the really detailed survey work that we'd carried out in the years prior to the cyclone. So what we've done over the last 12 months is resurvey virtually all of the braided river habitat in Hawke's Bay and virtually all of the Hawke's Bay coastline, counting up and estimating the population size of all of the Indigenous bird species that inhabit those two habitats. So what that looked like was that we had teams of up to 10 people systematically walking along just under 300 kilometres of braided river habitat in these three big river catchments we have in the region, and along just over 300 kilometres of the Hawke's Bay coastline as well. And these teams basically systematically grid searched these habitats, recording every last individual bird that they encountered as they walked through these habitats. And they employed a number of sort of tricks and methods to ensure that we avoided, to the best of our ability, missing individual birds or double counting individual birds as we went as well. So for at least some bird species, including those that I'll be talking in a bit of detail about today, we're pretty confident that our counts are quite a close representation of the true population size of these species in these habitats. So just to dive into some results now, unfortunately I have to report that at least half a dozen of our threatened Indigenous bird species that occur in these habitats have been quite substantially impacted by Cyclone Gabrielle. The first of these is the Pohowera, the banded dotterel. So we now know that we have experienced a 15% decline in the number of adult banded dotterels breeding on the Tutaikuri, Ngāruaroa and Tukituki rivers as a result of the cyclone. And numbers of breeding birds have also declined by 31% along the Hawke's Bay coastline. This particular species is restricted to river and coastal habitats in Hawke's Bay. They don't occur anywhere else. So by putting these two survey results together, we're pretty confident that we can report that the Hawke's Bay regional population of this species has declined by 17% as a result of the cyclone. I should mention that what we don't know from these surveys is whether this decline has been driven by mortality, so birds perishing during or after the cyclone, or due to a movement of birds to other parts of New Zealand as a result of the disturbance to their habitat. And indeed, the answer to that question probably differs depending on which species we are talking about. In the case of banded dotterels, we're fairly confident that the balance probability is leaning towards it being more a mortality event rather than a movement of birds away from Hawke's Bay, which unfortunately is the worst of the two scenarios for the species. So these populations will take much longer to recover from a total loss of these birds as a result of mortality than it would be if the birds are just relocated temporarily until river and coastal habitats had settled back down and recovered from the disturbance they'd experienced during the cyclone. Just to compound the bad news, if this is indeed a mortality event, then this 17% decline we've observed in Hawke's Bay has national and global ramifications. So because we know Hawke's Bay supports about 13% of the global population of the species, the 17% decline that we've seen in Hawke's Bay equates to a 2.5% decline in the global number of banded dotterels. Just to put that into a bit of context, prior to the cyclone, this species was already declining by about 1.4% per annum in New Zealand, which was already cause for quite some concern. This 2.5% decline really dwarfs that previous population trend. This decline's occurred as a result of one weather event in one part of New Zealand. So that just sort of, brings home the significance of this event for the species. One feature of the surveys that we carried out on the rivers and on the coastline as well is that we broke our rivers up into a very large number of very short individual survey sections. And we did this so that we could map the distribution of these species to quite a high level of detail. So what this map behind you shows is the distribution of banded dotterels on the three big braided rivers in Hawke's Bay, pre and post cyclone. Each coloured dot on the map records the presence of banded dotterels along that particular small length of river, and the colour of the dot signifies whether that little local population has increased or declined following the cyclone. So red and orange dots represent local declines, yellow and green dots represent local increases in banded dotterel numbers. So what you should be able to see from that map is that there's a very large number of red and orange dots along the two Taikuri and Ngāre rivers. They were clearly the two rivers that were the hardest hit by flooding associated with Cyclone Gabrielle, and that's translated into very severe local population declines in the species. So numbers of banded dotterels on the two Taikuri River have halved on the two Taikuri River, and we've seen a 20% decline on the Ngāre River. Impacts on the Tuki catchment were a lot less severe, so numbers were fairly stable pre versus post cyclone on the Tuki River. We saw some local declines in part of that catchment, but it was offset by local increases elsewhere in the catchment. So in that particular catchment, it looks like the impact of the cyclone just was a change in bird distribution and habitat use rather than a wholesale decline in numbers. To put this into a bit of historical context, these are the steepest population declines we've ever recorded on these rivers, and we have survey data dating back to as early as 1962 for these rivers. So these declines are of historical significance. This is a distribution of banded dotterels along the coastline. So as you can see already, they're much more patchily distributed along our coastline, but we had several local hotspots of decline around the Wairoa River mouth, which obviously was very heavily impacted by the cyclone, and also, unfortunately, along the Napier foreshore between Napier Port and Hamoana. And this is particularly unfortunate, I think, because since our first coastal survey that we did in 2021, a very keen and energetic community conservation group has started managing these dotterels along the Hawke's Bay foreshore, controlling predators and fencing off nests and doing what they can to help manage this population. And this decline we've seen as a result of the cyclone really unfortunately undermines those efforts that they've made in the last few years. So yeah, quite an unfortunate outcome there. Moving on to the next species, this is the black-fronted dotterel. This is a species that's largely restricted to river habitats in Hawke's Bay. They don't breed in any numbers along the coastline. And we've detected a 30% decline in the numbers of this species breeding along the two Taikuri, Ngāre and Tuki rivers. Hawke's Bay is the stronghold for this species in New Zealand. They also do breed in Australia, so they're not endemic to New Zealand. But roughly half of the New Zealand population occurs on these three braided rivers. So this 30% decline we've seen on these rivers equates to a 15 to 17% decline in the national population of this species. So this is a species that's probably been the hardest hit.
So they're
as a
national
result of
or
Cyclone
international?
Gabrielle.
National or international?
National, yeah. So they're quite a common bird species in Australia. So that's Australia and New Zealand. So yeah, this decline is a national rather than a global population. Yeah. And again, like the banded dotterel, we're pretty confident that the balance of probability is weighted towards this being more caused by mortality rather than the movements of birds. These birds are very site faithful to their breeding habitats. We don't see them making wholesale movements from one part of New Zealand to the next, even as a result of weather events such as this. So we're fairly confident this reflects mortality rather than a change in distribution, which unfortunately is the worst of the two scenarios. This is what their distribution looks like. So they're very widespread on these three rivers, but we've recorded serious local declines throughout all three river catchments. So as you can see, there's a lot of red and orange up there on the map, showing where the local declines have occurred. So we've had a 38% decline on the Taikuri River, 32% decline in numbers on the Ngāruaroa River, and a 27% decline on the Tukituki River and its tributaries. And again, these are the steepest population declines we've ever recorded for this species, looking at the data we have going back to the early 1960s. More bad news for pied stilts, poaka, I'm afraid. So we've recorded a 16% decline in poaka, the numbers of poaka breeding on our braided rivers, and a 34% decline along the Hawke's Bay coastline. So these birds breed in both habitats. For this sea species, though, we're a lot less sure whether this reflects mortality or a movement of birds. So unlike the two dotterel species, pied stilts also breed on farmland, on the edges of lakes and ponds in Hawke's Bay and in wetlands. So some of this decline may indeed be due to birds relocating from river and coastal habitats into other terrestrial and freshwater habitats in our region. Indeed, we've got a bit of an inkling that there has been some wholesale of movements between habitats because we've detected quite substantial declines in numbers on both the Taikuri and Tukituki rivers, but in fact we recorded a 13% increase in numbers on the Ngāruaroa River following the cyclone, which indicates that quite a large number of birds have moved into that catchment following the cyclone. Next species I just wanted to briefly talk about is the South Island pied oyster catcher. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a bit of a unique little population that we have in New Zealand. The only breeding population for the species that occurs in the North Island occurs on the Taikuri, Ngāruaroa and Tukituki rivers. The vast majority of birds, and this is a species that's endemic to New Zealand, the vast majority of the population breeds on the South Island braided rivers. The population here is quite small, so prior to the cyclone we were counting an average of 46 adult birds breeding in Hawke's Bay, but that dropped to 26 adult birds following the cyclone, which is a 40% decline in numbers. For this species though, we've got absolutely no information of their movements within Hawke's Bay between the breeding season, which occurs in the spring and summer months, and the non-breeding season in autumn and winter. We're fairly confident that this species moves off the rivers for their non-breeding season, but we have no idea where they go. So we've got very little inkling whether this decline is a result of mortality or just a change in habitat use in response to the disturbance we've seen on our rivers. I very much hope it's the latter, and future surveys should be able to tease it out, but at the moment that's a bit of a question mark. The last species I wanted to mention in detail, unfortunately another rather bad news story, is this species, the Tūturifatu, the northern New Zealand dotterel. Up until Cyclone Gabrielle, this was a real success story for Hawke's Bay. This species had been largely absent from Hawke's Bay for the majority of the 19th and 20th centuries. It went locally extinct sometime early on in the 19th century and was absent from Hawke's Bay for the next sort of 150 odd years. Thanks to some really intensive conservation management work that began on the species in the northern part of the North Island, so parts of the Bay of Plenty, Northland, Auckland and Coromandel, the species sort of really bounced back in the northern North Island and began recolonising parts of the southern North Island from the late 1980s onwards. The first pair turned up back here in Hawke's Bay in 1990 at Mahia Peninsula. And between 1990 and 2021, this species underwent quite a spectacular recovery in numbers along the Hawke's Bay coastline. In 2021, we recorded 222 adult birds breeding along Hawke's Bay's coastline, which is an increase from the 2 birds we had in 1990, so quite a remarkable recovery. Unfortunately, that's now reversed as a result of this one weather event. So we counted 142 birds along the Hawke's Bay coastline following Cyclone Gabrielle, which represents a 36% decline in the breeding population for the species. This species is again endemic to New Zealand, and we've got a pretty good idea of what the national population size is. So this 36% regional decline translates into a 3% decline in the national and global population of the species. And as with the other 2 dotterel species, we're a bit more confident that this probably reflects a mortality event rather than a change in habitat use. So another unfortunate bad news story there for us. This map here just shows the distribution of tūturi whatu along the Hawke's Bay coastline. Again, quite a patchy distribution like the banded dotterel, and we recorded local declines along the entire length of the coastline, including at the Wairoa River mouth, and some fairly severe declines at the Parangahau estuary as well. Skip this slide and move on to the next one. I think you've heard enough bad news from me now, so time to give you a little bit of good news to offset all the depressing stuff. So one really pleasant surprise we had from our coastal survey, bird survey in particular, was that there was quite a large number of our indigenous coastal bird species that seemed to have come through the cyclone virtually unscathed, including a number of species that we had thought would actually be quite vulnerable to these extreme weather events. One group of birds that came through relatively unscathed were the Arctic breeding migrants that migrate to New Zealand each year. So those are the birds in the top 2 left-hand pictures there. The top left-hand bird is the kuaka, the bar-tailed godwit, and the middle left bird there is the ruddy turnstone. These 2 birds breed in the high Arctic in the northern hemisphere, in Alaska and eastern Russia, respectively, and they undertake these really remarkable sort of 13,000 kilometre migrations down to New Zealand and Australia each year to spend the southern hemisphere summer here before they return to the northern hemisphere to breed. We assume they'd be quite vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. They're sort of obligate coastal birds. They during extreme weather, they just stick it out on the coastline. They don't sort of retreat to any other habitats. They don't occur in terrestrial habitats. But our counts show that numbers of these birds are virtually identical, both pre and post cyclone. So that was a really pleasant surprise to us. Another group of birds that came through pretty unscathed were our resident indigenous gull and tern species, which again we assume would be fairly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Those are the birds in the 2 right-hand images there. We've got 4 or 5 resident breeding gull and tern species in Hawke's Bay. And numbers of these birds were either stable, both pre or post cyclone, or in a couple of cases we did observe some population declines, but they were within the sort of the year-to-year variation in population size that we record anyway for these species. So we find that our survey results show that these species do fluctuate quite a bit in numbers from year to year, largely owing to changes in the size and location of their breeding colonies, which tend to shift up and down the coast each year. So we saw nothing in our survey results for these species that gave us any cause for concern, any suspicion that these birds have been severely impacted by the cyclone, which was quite good news. 2 other species I wanted to quickly mention was the bird in the bottom left-hand picture there, the matuku moana, or the reef heron. Bit of a enigmatic bird, this one. It's one of Hawke's Bay's rarest breeding bird species, but one that virtually no one knows about. Pre-cyclone, we recorded a total of 9 adult matuku moana breeding along the entire 300 kilometres of Hawke's Bay's coastline, and we recorded 10 birds post-cyclone. So despite its extreme rarity, it seems to have come through this extreme weather event virtually unscathed. The last bird I wanted to mention was the one in the middle there. That's the Torea pungal, the variable oystercatcher, an oystercatcher species that's restricted to coastal habitats in New Zealand, and it's endemic to New Zealand. Has very similar habitat requirements to the tūturewhatu, the New Zealand dotterel, that went through that 36% decline in numbers. But we recorded virtually identical numbers of Torea pungal both pre and post-cyclone. That was a real surprise to me, given that these are another obligate coastal bird that breeds nests on the ground along our coastline. But I suspect the reason why this bird has come through virtually unscathed because this is quite a flexible species. One trait that it has, which I think stood it in very good stead during the cyclone, was that they're very quick to leave the coastline and roost up in paddocks and on sports fields and even on the roofs of large industrial buildings during bad weather, whereas our other species, such as the tūturewhatu, are extremely reluctant to leave the coastline, even when things get rather rough for them. So I think this sort of habitat flexibility is what's helped the Torea pungal come through this weather event largely unscathed. So those are the key results from these two surveys. I thought I'd just sum up with some general conclusions and some ideas for sort of next steps and potential measures that can be taken to respond to what we've learned from these surveys. So what these surveys show is that extreme weather events can lead to serious declines in bird populations at catchment and regional scales. These declines can also translate into quite serious impacts at national and global scales for some of these species as well. For a number of species, we've long suspected that they are vulnerable to the impacts of these extreme weather events and also by extrapolation therefore vulnerable to human-induced climate change because of course one of the predictions for the coming decades is that climate change is going to lead to an increase in the severity of these events in coming decades. What we lacked up until this point though is that no one had demonstrated the magnitude or severity of these declines on this scale. So this is something that Hawke's Bay's regional council has contributed to. To the national and international sort of picture. No one before now has been in a situation where not only have we experienced an extreme weather event such as a cyclone, but we've also had this fantastic and very detailed and comprehensive pre-cyclone bird survey data set that set us up to measure the impacts of this weather event after the fact. This is quite new stuff. And clearly several river and coastal bird species are therefore a very high degree of vulnerability to these sorts of weather events and therefore by extrapolation to the warming climate in the future. On the flip side though, it was really pleasing result is that many other species did appear to come through Cyclone Gabrielle relatively unscathed. But I should point out that for at least some of these species, that's probably due to, I hesitate to use the word lucky and Cyclone Gabrielle in the same sentence, but for these species in particular, the timing of Cyclone Gabrielle was probably rather fortunate. If the cyclone had occurred earlier in the summer, I suspect that we would have seen much more severe impacts on species such as our gull and tern species, which would have been breeding at that time. Or if it had occurred much earlier in the season, our Arctic breeding migrant birds probably would have been much more heavily impacted as well. I should reiterate that for a number of these species, we're uncertain whether these declines we've observed is due to mortality or due to a change in habitat use in response to the disturbance we've seen in these habitats. And that also means we're uncertain as to how quickly these species are going to recover from these setbacks, or indeed whether they're going to be able to recover at all. If these declines have been caused by mortality, it's going to be a very long road back for some of these species, given that they were already under pressure from other impacts, such as the impacts of mammalian predators and disturbance from recreational use of these habitats, for example. So in terms of next steps, because of that uncertainty around whether or not these species are going to be able to bounce back from this setback and how quickly they're going to be able to do this, an obvious next step for this work is to go back and repeat these surveys if we can in another 3 to 5 years to try and measure that the degree to which these populations have recovered. In terms of trying to mitigate these impacts in the future, there are a number of measures that could potentially be put in place to try and mitigate these impacts, but of course, I'm sure it'll be no surprise to you that there's no quick or easy or cheap fix to this issue that we have facing us with extreme weather events and climate change. I think possibly the best chance we have at trying to minimise or offset the impacts of extreme weather events in the future is to really ramp up the scale and intensity of mammalian predator control in these habitats. Extreme weather events aside, by far and away the biggest threat to these bird populations are the impacts of mammalian predators, and the big three for our ground nesting birds are mustelids, stoats, ferrets and weasels, cats, wild and feral cats, and hedgehogs. Those are the big three for our ground nesting birds. This we know without a doubt. So reducing the numbers of those predators in our landscapes, and therefore hopefully improving the productivity of these bird populations in the years where we don't get hit by these extreme weather events, will help offset the losses that occur during these events and also improve the ability of these birds to bounce back from the losses that they experience during these sorts of events. Obviously not a cheap or easy fix, but in my view it's the one that has the highest likelihood of success. There are other things we can do, particularly if you take a longer view. For example, there's work being done in New Zealand and certainly overseas looking at trying to create artificial nesting and flood refugia habitat for these obligate riverbed and coastal breeding birds to give them less flood-prone locations in which they can breed and retreat to during flood events. Also, a very potentially quite an expensive mitigation measure, and one that's a lot more hit and miss compared to mammalian predator control, given that this particular measure is still we're still just having the first few goes of that in New Zealand. We've got, I think, an awful lot to learn in terms of the best way to go about that and the best locations to build these artificial habitats. And in the very long term, obviously, I'm sure this is very sort of top of mind for the council anyway, but carefully managing the construction of and design of our coastal defences and managing how we retreat from flood-prone coastal areas in New Zealand and making sure we do that in such a way that we create room for the landward migration of the coastal habitats on which these birds rely on will be really important to maintain these populations in the long term. Obviously, councils are under really heavy pressure to try and improve and build flood defences very quickly to respond to the pressures that you have from your local communities. But taking the time to try and design and manage where those defences go to try and maintain the quantity and quality of coastal habitats for our Indigenous bird species will be a really important thing to try and get right in order to maintain these populations in the coming decades. I think I'll leave it there, and if we've still got time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Nikki. Just before I go to questions, Annabelle, it might just be useful for you to remind everyone of that interface between DOC's responsibilities and the regional councils to understand that management of and protection of and then breeding of, so that councillors have an idea of that.
Yeah, sure. So obviously we work closely with DOC around this kind of work. We've both got strong interests and good outcomes for the species. As part of this survey, DOC actually shared their data from Waikawa Island, so it wasn't Nikki and the team that did that particular part of the survey. And DOC do a lot of work locally in terms of helping some of these bird populations in particular, but they are constrained with the prioritisation process that they work under, and so, you know, ideally we work together to do as much as we can to improve outcomes for these birds.
Yes, and as I understand it, it is DOC's responsibility in terms of management of a species that's in decline, but our responsibility sits with the environment in which they nest. So very much leading to your last point on the slide there, our ability to protect or maintain the environment in which the breeding can happen. That's really our most pivotal piece.
Absolutely, yeah, rather than focus on the particular species.
And I thought of you, Councillor Williams, when this presentation was at Māori Committee, because if there was a better example of foot soldiers' work, this is the one where communities could really step in terms of predator control and environment protection, yeah. So we don't have a lot of time, but a few questions? Yes, Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the work, Nikki, and so impressed at the last survey, but even more impressed with the work that's done this time round. Very substantial and significant work for the council, so pleased to see it continuing. I've just got a couple of questions, a line of questioning, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. Firstly, the impacts of the cyclone event itself, are we talking about simply being washed away in the deluge? Are there any implications for the cleanup in terms of the way we've managed that and taken care around the cleanup? I'm mindful of the very extensive work which was done along a very highly significant coastal zone along Marine Parade and out to West Shore, etc. So, are you in a position to speculate as to what the actual, if it's mortality, what caused that? If it's disturbance of habitat, what's that about?
Yeah, sure, yeah. So it is a bit speculative, but it's sort of educated speculation. So, based on the results of the survey and also what we know about sort of the life histories of these and habits of these birds. So we kind of combine those two information sources to make some educated guesses. I think generally speaking, it's fairly unlikely that we saw, if these declines do reflect mortality, and I say the answer to this question will be a little bit species specific too. Each species would have responded in a different way, but if mortality has occurred as a result of the cyclone, it's more likely, it's unlikely that it's just sort of birds being washed away. So again, we're rather lucky with the timing of the cyclone that it did occur right at the end of the breeding season. So most of the breeding will have finished. There may have been a few nests and a few chicks washed away, but for the most part, I really can't see large numbers of adult birds just sort of sitting tight and getting washed away off the coast, off the rivers. I mean, they've got enough nous to get out of the way if they can. What's more likely to have occurred is that mortality, in my view, is that mortality has occurred over a longer period following the cyclone in the weeks and months following as a result of the degradation and disturbance that's been caused to their habitats. And perhaps the most likely mechanism has been the disruption to their food supply. Mm-hmm. So I think we've got a bit of evidence, but it's almost certainly the case that the flooding that occurred on the river basically just completely wiped out invertebrate populations in these rivers, probably also in most coastal habitats as well. And so there was a great big gap in sort of food supply. For those birds that could move, for example, the pied stilts that clearly moved around the landscape a wee bit, they would have done so. But for other species that are just absolute obligate sort of site-faithful species, they would have just stuck to those habitats, and basically large number of birds would have slowly lost condition and eventually just succumb to poor condition and starvation and all sorts of associated things, such as whenever there's competition for resources, there's a lot more aggressive interactions going on. So some birds would have been killed by injuries and aggressive interactions between each other. So yeah, I think most likely scenario is that a lot of the mortality would have occurred in the weeks and months following the cyclone as a result of the damage done to the habitats rather than during the event itself. In terms of the cleanup, one point I skipped over on this slide was that, and one thing for consideration in the future, I think, is that, yeah, some aspects of the cleanup may have had an adverse impact on these birds as well, in particular the clearance of woody debris along the coastline. So whenever any sort of mechanical work disturbance is done to these habitats during the non-breeding season, I believe there's virtually no impact to these populations. But any time you've got heavy machinery working on the coastline or in rivers during the breeding season, there's potential for that machinery to disturb or destroy nests or chicks of birds, and potentially adult birds that decide to sit tight on the nests and not give way as well. And we did observe that some of the woody debris cleanup that was done, particularly in the northern part of Hawke's Bay, was being done during the breeding season that we've just had. The adverse impact of that activity can be easily avoided by doing before the machines going in and doing quick surveys to locate nests and putting fences around nests to make sure machinery don't sort of go and disturb those nests. But it was clear that hadn't been done in some cases during some of that woody weed debris cleanup, because we were walking through those areas and discovering nests and chicks as we went. So again, I really understand the urgency with which you need to go in and clean that debris up. There's all sorts of pressures from the community, but also real safety risks associated with that debris sitting on the beach, and fire risk as well, I know. So I totally understand. Sometimes you just need to get in and get that job done. But where possible, if that work does need to be done during the summer months, it really should be preceded by a quick survey to locate nests and chicks to avoid that disturbance. And this is a system this is something that's actually done routinely on rivers by the Asset Management Group and by commercial gravel extractions. There's a really good what would you call it, a management plan in place to make sure that does happen on these rivers. And that can literally just be lifted up and put to use on the coastline when it's needed as well. You don't need to invent a new system to mitigate impacts of woody debris removal on the coast. You've got a fit-for-purpose system that can just be transferred to that activity.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just to add to that, there were pre-works surveys done for parts of the coast. We did have contact with the Woody Debris Task Force, so it is a bit disappointing to hear that there were areas where
But understandable too, given...
Sure. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. Just going to paragraph 11, and probably a question for staff, for Ian. Statutory responsibilities for that coastline and our ability. So who has got responsibilities? At the Regional Council? Is it DOC? We've had, for example, the burning fiasco along the coast. Who's responsible? Who needs to give consent? How do we manage that? How do we mitigate habitat deterioration around that? What do we do there?
Thank you. Did you want?
So that's, yeah, so in terms of the habitat management part, that does sit with us. Some of the challenges we're going to face is that bits of the coastline are roads, technically, right? So that limits our ability to manage them. So we can manage access through specific habitats like dunes so that there's less disruption on the coast for areas like that. And then but for some areas, it's quite difficult for us to manage that kind of stuff. In terms of the consenting, if there are activities like that, then yes, definitely that's our responsibility as a council. But yeah, it sort of falls with us, the habitat part of it, rather than the species-specific part. That's more DOC's territory.
And I think it's a really interesting point to pick up, Councillor Curtin, and one I'd like to explore further in relationship to Waimarama's just going through a bylaw on driving on beaches, the road status. It's probably something under our regional policy statement, but I'd like to explore that more in another committee, so I'll make a note in that. Kia ora, Michelle, o mai o whakaaro.
Okay, it's really, thank you for the report, and I understand you're bringing it to Wairo, and our community will be looking forward to that. It's really owing to Mamai, the 31% decrease in the pōhuira. That in the Kuaka, I've witnessed the pōhuira in the Whakamahi area, and just talking about, the habitat, when the Ordering Council was given for the debris clearance post-Cyclone Gabrielle, the habitat in Whakamahi was completely decimated. They completely removed all wood, and I could see a bird like in distress after it had been done, and I just have this connection with that manu because it tries to lead you away from its nest. It's very hard to see the eggs. There isn't I think there's opportunity here and putting back what was taken. And I've seen the great work in Clive and talk to the lady, I think she's a Wilson. We had a kōrero with her, and you know that there can be a lot of things that can be done to protect the habitat that isn't a high cost. It's like a marker and a little bit of fencing to just deter people from driving over. Well, I saw the one I saw was that's nest was destroyed by a quad. Dogs are on the beach regularly, so and then we've got a lot of pests as well. So I think we can help to sustain the numbers we do have, or hopefully increase if there was some sort of resource put aside. It's not a huge amount of cost to try and help these poor manu who are just trying to survive, and like the rest of us. So kia ora, I really appreciate your report and looking forward to it coming to Wairoa.
Kia ora, thanks, Michelle. And I think it seems like we'll have another conversation around what the public campaign or our responsibilities, etc., might be. Is there one more question? Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Just wanted to ask, thanks team, about landscape scale predator control and whether there's any work that's been done in any parts of our landscape at scale to quantify what that looks like, and cost and logistics.
Not that I'm aware of.
In Hawke's Bay, there has been work previously. I don't know if you want to speak to this, Ian, but in terms of here in the Cape to City, Poteri o Tāne, so there is work that has been done. But Nikki, you did speak about the predator control on one of the rivers down south. That might be particular.
Yeah, so I think key is that landscape scale. So one thing we now know from elsewhere in New Zealand is that in order to, so there are only a couple of predator control projects that have occurred in New Zealand focused on improving the number and productivity of these shorebird populations on rivers that have actually been demonstrated to have the desired impact in terms of a population increase or an increase in productivity. And those two projects are on the Tasman River Delta down in the Mackenzie Basin and on the Upper Ashburton River. And the thing that those two projects have in common is that they're very large scale, landscape scale pest control projects. Anywhere else we've tried to do pest control on rivers and also manage the outcome of that pest control for birds, we've been unable to show that pest control has resulted in either an increase in the local population of those bird species or productivity. Among those projects, what they have in common is they're much smaller scales. They tend to be sort of, a trap line along each bank of the river for a shorter distance. What's fairly clear from what we can see across the country is just, it may feel good to throw a trap line along each side of the river and check your traps once a month and catch a few hundred predators and assume that you're doing some good, but the evidence suggests otherwise, that if you really want to try and suppress predator numbers to the level at which you see an increase in shorebird productivity on rivers, you need to have landscape scale pest control. So you have your riverbank trap lines plus parallel trap lines set 500 metres, a kilometre or more back from the river in order to get the level of suppression you need to get that population response in shorebirds. So in my view, if that's what you're aiming to do, and that's, I think, as expensive as that may be, I think that's the measure we could put in place that would have the greatest chance of success at mitigating the impacts of these extreme weather events. That's what it would take, and aiming for anything less would be more of a kind of a feel-good shot in the dark kind of effort. So yeah, landscape scale is kind of what you'd need to be aiming for if you want to really have a serious shot at offsetting the impacts of these sorts of events, such as Cyclone Gabrielle, on these species. So I accept not an easy or cheap thing to do, but as I say, among the various measures that sort of are on the table at the moment, it's certainly the one with the greatest chance of success, given the huge amount of expertise we have with pest control in New Zealand.
Thank you.
Fantastic answer, not what I wanted to hear.
Oh, sorry.
Far more depressing. Look, I just wanted, the context I'm looking at that is if we were going to try and do this in Hawke's Bay, then one of the first candidates surely would be the Ngāruaroa River, because of, and recognising that we have a water conservation order in play, and one of the chief values that seeks to preserve is the avian values, and specifically the birds that are breeding in that area. So in terms of prioritisation, it would be lovely to have a sense of what that looks like and a sense of priorities around the region about if we were going to go down that route, when we can afford it, or when the public can afford it.
Yes.
One value that this data set that the council's collected now is that we know exactly where all our birds are on these rivers and at what local densities. So rather than looking at in sort of, throwing pest control across all 300 kilometres of river and thinking, oh, that's too hard, you could approach it in a more staged and prioritised kind of manner and say, well, let's get pest control in place along the top, the 10% of river length that has the highest densities of banded dotterels or black-fronted dotterels. Let's start there and then work back from there, sort of diminishing returns. And we know exactly where those sites are. We know where on the rivers we have the highest densities of these species. So that was one reason for breaking our survey up into hundreds of smaller sections to enable the council to be able to do that and target management very specifically to what's clearly the highest quality habitat where the highest densities of these birds occur. So that's one use for this data set that, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Did you want to move paper, Councillor Harding?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Any other comments?
Yes, I would like to comment, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Tremendously important work, and the council can be very proud of this effort that's going on here. Both nationally and internationally important. So well done to the team, and hats off to our scientists coming to the party with great news for the council, in my view. I just would also like to comment on the importance of this council stepping up in terms of protecting a very precious coastal and river catchments that we've got legislated responsibility for, and when it really comes to protecting or living up to the values that we express around biodiversity, this is it. If we really mean it, we will be very proactive in limiting and trying to manage much better than we have the activities that we human predators impose on these sensitive habitats. And I refer to, for example, massive burning along the coast, opening the gateway to folk that think they can burn any old time, a grave mistake on behalf of territorial authorities and this council not to defeat those sorts of activities, vehicle use along those zones, closing off from people access and dog access into those zones. We need to step up that work that Councillor Harding referred to in terms of identifying predator zones that we can manage. So in short, Madam Chair, this is the opportunity to walk the walk and talk the talk that we make, and make sure we do protect those zones much more vigorously than they have. But well done to tremendous research that's been done by the team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Curtin. Any other comments?
Sorry, one quick comment to that, just very quickly, May, because it might be worth pointing out that Hawke's Bay isn't unique, in these issues that you face managing these bird populations. This is a national issue, but Hawke's Bay is unique in that you've now put yourself at the forefront of the visibility you have of what's going on in these two habitats, thanks to the surveys that we've done. No other council has got the same handle on the problem as Hawke's Bay Regional Council does. So I think you should be proud of that you've supported these surveys to the extent that you're leading the pack now. But yeah, I guess don't beat yourself up too much that these issues that we're talking about today aren't unique to Hawke's Bay. They're something that all councils are going to have to grapple with sooner or later, if, like you say, if they are to take the obligation seriously. So you're just at the front of the pack, that's all.
Councillor Van Beek?
Yeah, apologies for lateness, and thank you very much for your report. I read it and really interesting. And you're absolutely right. Unless we measure, we can't manage, and we have measured, so now hopefully we can measure. And my takeaway really is predators. And so straight after cyclone, all of our rapids just disappeared, rats disappeared. So there would have been a food source that all of a sudden disappeared that maybe actually was found at the river and coastal areas. So I think what we need to do as a council, rather than actually get out there and actually put a whole lot of traps out, we need to actually get landowners to get involved. And I think that's the best way to do it. There's nothing as we're doing right now as satisfying as catching predators like wildcats and rats and ferrets and stoats. And once you do that once, you're hooked. And unless you've done it, you think you haven't got a problem. And then all of a sudden you find something in your trap, and man, it's fantastic. And I think we all want to get rid of these kind of pests, and we really should, at arm's length, should use our landowners to help us in this area.
Yes.
So I think a kilometre is not that hard to do.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments? So we have a mover and a seconder to receive the paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, carried. Thanks very much to the team. Thank you, Nikki, for coming in twice in 2 weeks. Well done. We're running a little bit late. We're going to grab a cup of coffee. Let's just come back in 10 minutes, bring our coffees with us. So start back at 11. Thank you.
How are you?
The LiDAR partnership. Ian, this is your team, isn't it?
It is.
You'll be leading out on this
Chair,
and
thank you.
introduce us?
Yep,
Thank
so,
you.
look, introducing Dr. Ashton Eves, so I don't think you've had the pleasure of meeting yet. Ashton, Senior Scientist Land, been with us for a few years, has been leading this project for council. Kathleen, team leader, who looks after the team, you know Kathleen. Ashton's got a team of people behind him who work for Manaaki Whenua, who he will introduce, and then he's going to, the team will step you through some very, very interesting science.
Very interesting.
So stand by.
We've put a whole hour aside for this. How long is the presentation?
It'll be a little bit shorter, I think, because we'd planned for the half hour and about 5 minutes for each presenter. But yeah, then we got late notice we were going to extend, but then we didn't really have time to, shuffle.
Well, that's right, because there will be lots of questions, exactly.
Yeah.
So would you like us to ask questions through each piece of it, or would you prefer to do the whole presentation?
After each expert, I think would be ideal.
Perfect.
Because I think if we leave it till the end, then you'll probably forget the questions and be like, oh, hang on a minute, we're going to go all the way back to the start. So I think it'll be easier for the expert panel too, so.
Thank you.
So if you want to introduce the team, Ashton, and then over to you to lead us through.
Okay. Morning, everyone. What I'll do, I'll give a 5-minute introduction to the project as well as to the team and introduce each of the pieces of work that was done throughout, and then some of the council implementations that we are looking to use the work for. Then we'll move on to the technical experts, and so they'll give us a 5-minute introduction to the work that they've done, and then you'll have time to ask them questions on their particular piece, and then we'll have a wrap-up from Manaaki Whenua at the end with Sam Carrick. So as you can see up on the screen, the project is called Our Landscapes, Applications of LiDAR. So it's insights into the Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Manaaki Whenua Land Care Research Partnership Project. So the project started back in 2022 with this collaboration. The purpose of the program was to maximise the benefit from the new acquisition of the 2020 LiDAR that was undertaken and flown over the region, and demonstrate some of the applications for its application in Hawke's Bay at the regional scale. So yeah, looked at this partnership approach because we wanted to, say, bring on the best research and science, as well as look at how it would fit into policy. The project ran for 2 years, just finished up in June of this year, and cost $500,000 per organisation, so no small amount of money was left out. So, and it focuses on implementing the science into policy and management for HBRC, and looks at geospatial research gains for Manaaki Whenua. And it was split up into various tools. So yeah, as you imagine with, say, GIS, you're going to have various tools that come out of it when you're looking at spatial areas. And so you will have those 4 presentations to follow. Just a quick overview of the applications. First one was improving understanding and management of erosion with LiDAR. You can see a screenshot up on the top right there. The second was improving land characterization with LiDAR, so looking at landforms. That one, you can see intensive winter grazing there, as well as land use capability. And there's also vegetation mapping, where you can see some forest cover down on the bottom there. And then finally, there was a ecosystem service mapping product, which brought the project together. So I'll quickly go over some of the implementation that we're looking at using this information for across council. So firstly, for erosion management, we're looking at aiding the catchment advisors to identify erosion-prone land and target poplar pole planting and riparian planting. Also identifying land vulnerable in erosion from plantation forests with an eye to afforestation of areas most at risk. Also estimating sediment catchment loads using the SEDNet NZ model and possible impacts on receiving marine environments. Part 2 looked at the land characterisation, as I mentioned earlier. This would look at defining intensive winter grazing constraints for slope at the farm scale. It would update the land use capability maps for LUC 1 to 4, and this would inform spatial representation of highly productive land areas, which could be utilised by the planners in that process. The vegetation work looked at better understanding of where forest cover is and identifying priority biodiversity areas. I've also been using it for updating the land uses for plantation forestry and horticulture from the vegetation mapping, and also looking into carbon sequestration. And finally, the ecosystem services tools was used for looking at proportion of runoff and nutrients retained by the landscape for scenario analysis, the amount of biomass carbon stored in trees and for air pollution removal, and also ultraviolet light protection and shade provided by tree canopies. This particular ecosystem services model allows for developing a landscape aesthetics score, which combines the scores of physical landscape with relative attractiveness of different land cover types. So I'll quickly run over these. We've created a dedicated website for this particular work, because as you imagine, we've got reports, we've got webinar videos, we've got all sorts of bits and bobs. So we wanted a dedicated place for people to come and have a look at it. So we have a public website that has now been hosted as of today, so I'll share that link with you. We had a webinar with Manaaki Whenua a week ago where there are 20-minute talks from each of our experts going into deeper detail than you'll see today. So you have the 5 minutes today, you'll then have a 20-minute video you'll also be able to look at, plus you'll have a report that's been published so you can go at different levels of detail. And yeah, thanks to our GIS team, we've hosted one layer, the shallow landslide susceptibility layer, so that people can get a feel for what kind of information we've generated through that piece of the LiDAR project. And it'll also be other layers hosted up on Land Science. So yeah, I've built a Miro board that has a sort of data diagram design, as you can see in the bottom there. So if people are interested, they can go to the Miro board and go, okay, what was created, what was the output, what's the description, and what were the the source points of information that fed into it. As you can imagine, with such a long, big project, we had a lot of people involved, so I'd just quickly like to acknowledge the HBRC team and the Manaaki Whenua team that were involved throughout. And apologies to anyone that I have missed. So now I would like to hand over to Hugh Smith at Manaaki Whenua, and he's going to talk about the erosion work. And he's going to join us here online now.
Welcome, Hugh.
Oh, thank you. I'll just share my screen now. So hopefully that's coming through nice and clearly.
Yes, it is.
Well, kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to present today briefly on the work we undertook as part of the partnership project. I'll be focusing on improving understanding and management of erosion with LiDAR. So what was the objective of this work? Well, ultimately it was about upgrading existing regional erosion models using the high-resolution LiDAR topographic data, alongside targeted acquisition of new erosion data from the region. So specifically what we sought to do in this project was upgrade the ZZNZ erosion sediment load model, which I'll give a little bit of background in the next few slides, improve the spatial representation of the digital stream network beyond what's presently available, or was available, and upgrade the regional scale shallow landslide susceptibility model that we previously produced for the region in 2020. And so against those objectives, we've delivered a number of spatial products as well as the report, and I'll go through and explain those in the following slides. But first, I think a bit of background is needed, because in this particular project, there was a fair bit of work involved in improving on what had previously been delivered to HBRC. And so one of the products we delivered back in 2020 was a what's called a susceptibility layer for shallow landslides. So this is specifically focusing on rainfall triggered shallow landslides, or what are more commonly known as slips. And essentially what this layer gives is the spatial probability of future landsliding, given the local environmental conditions that predispose certain areas to instability while other areas remain stable despite high levels of rainfall. Now, this is a statistically based modelling approach that predicts where landslides are likely to occur in the future rather than when. And it basically utilises a range of different spatial layers to predict that spatial probability of landsliding. Now, this was delivered in 2020 at a 15-metre resolution using data that was available at the time, so it's not LiDAR based. You can see a zoomed in area showing the kind of spatial outputs from that earlier model, the yellow dots being where landslides were mapped at that time. So we were seeking to improve on this using the LiDAR digital elevation model, which I'll explain shortly. The other existing model that had been developed for the region over a number of years relates to our ZNZ model. Now, what is ZNZ? It's a spatial model for predicting the spatial patterns in erosion and suspended sediment loads on average over multi-decadal periods. So it's very much a planning tool designed to assist land and water managers thinking about where to target erosion mitigations to reduce sediment loads. What's unique about ZNZ is that it explicitly considers the contribution of sediment from different erosion processes. And you can see in this diagram here, we represent erosion coming from a range of processes, including landslides, gullies, earth flows, riverbank erosion, surface erosion. So these are the dominant processes we see across the Hawke's Bay region. And it's very important that when we're considering sediment loads in rivers, that we consider where that sediment is coming from and the types of erosion processes that produce that sediment and at what rate. And assessing then, can we mitigate those processes and reduce rates of sediment? This is the only erosion process-based sediment model that's been specifically designed for New Zealand using data from here. And indeed, as part of this project, we've invested heavily in collecting new data within the region to improve the regional application of the model. It's what we call a sediment budget model, and like any budget, it's considering those incoming and outgoings. So in the sense, the erosion sources, the processes are contributing sediment, and that sediment, some of which is being stored on the floodplain and some of it's being transported downstream and ultimately to the coast. And you can see a layer from the 2020 output here showing that spatial pattern erosion expressed as a sediment yield per square kilometre per year. Now moving on to the LiDAR-based outputs. So you can see here an example of the digital stream network that we produced in blue, and the red lines are the previous existing River Environmental Classification Digital Stream Network version 2. And the REC-based network has been around for a long time. It's nationally available and it's certainly useful, but ultimately it doesn't represent the spatial detail anywhere near as well. And particularly you can see that in this screenshot here showing that the wiggly blue line, that's what we call the sinuosity of the stream network, is much greater than has previously been represented, where particularly in low relief areas, the earlier layer is just not as able to represent the plan form of the stream network. So that's considerable improvement there in terms of actually understanding the spatial location of the channel. And obviously one of the consequences of this modelling is now we've got a bendier streamline, we're actually seeing a much longer stream network in reality than what had previously been estimated. And that's sort of a better reflection of the actual state of the channel network rather than what had previously been modelled. Now this stream network is quite important because it's a basis for our modelling, but in addition to that, we have data needs specifically related to shallow landslides, in particular riverbank erosion, and we invested quite a bit of effort in collecting region-specific data to use in our landslide susceptibility model and in predicting riverbank erosion rates. So this included mapping shallow landslides for parts of the region to add to the existing data we already hold, and we use this in our statistical model to predict landslide susceptibility, as well as estimating rates of riverbank erosion, which require data to calibrate the model and ultimately improve our predictions. And we also measured bank heights, and we need information on bank heights, stream bank heights, in order to estimate riverbank erosion rates and the sediment load coming from eroding banks. Now, in terms of moving on to the actual the layers that we produce from our modelling, so in the first instance, the landslide susceptibility model, you can see here there's been a considerable improvement achieved. With the previous model at 15-metre resolution, we had an accuracy of 68%. So it really reflected the limitations of the underlying terrain data. With the upgraded model, we've actually doubled the number of landslides involved to inform our statistical model to identify stable and unstable areas. And we've seen a significant improvement in predictive accuracy, so 84% correct classification of landslides where they occur. And the AUC number, it was basically a reference to a widely used measure of predictive performance, where a value of 1 is perfect classification. So a value over 0.9 is generally regarded as excellent in the scientific literature. So we're very pleased with the results. And spatially, you can see here that the difference, and essentially what the new model is able to do is better identify those areas of land that are likely to experience slips or shallow landslides in the future. So it's better at discriminating stable and unstable areas, whereas the former model was not as good at doing that. And so you ended up with more areas that clustered around that 0.5. In other words, not that clear if it's tending towards more unstable or less. And really the purpose of this layer is to help target tree planting to the most erosion-prone land. So it's providing higher resolution and spatial information on where landslides, shallow landslides, are likely to occur in the future, and therefore areas that require either space planting of poles or potential reversion to permanent woody cover. Now, in terms of the SID-NZ model, we undertook a number of refinements in the model and improvements to these different components of the model. So this included our representation of shallow landslide erosion. So we've now integrated that high resolution landslide susceptibility layer. In other words, we're using better spatial information to predict rates of landslide erosion in the future. We've updated the surface erosion component to replace what was an earlier equation with a widely used and benchmarked equation called the Russell Revised Universal Soil Loss Equation to predict rates of surface erosion from basically surface runoff. We've got a whole new riverbank erosion model in there that's basically driven by data from the region. So a statistically based model that we can now use to predict rates of stream bank erosion across the region using the new digital stream network. And we've refined our estimation of where sediment's likely to enter floodplain storage. So in other words, where flows go over bank and that sediment enters that long-term storage on the floodplain rather than continuing downstream. Now, what do the numbers look like? So as a headline for the region, the story here is with the upgraded model, we're seeing an increase in the estimated suspended sediment load delivered to the coast from about 7.2 million tonnes per year on average over a multi-decadal period to about 8 million tonnes per year. The actual proportional contributions from those different erosion processes are broadly similar. We have seen a higher contribution proportionally from riverbank erosion, but otherwise the numbers are reasonably consistent. Essentially what we've seen is more sediment coming from shallow landslide erosion, surface erosion, and riverbank erosion according to our updated estimates. But overall, their relative contributions are reasonably similar to what was predicted in the past. Now, spatially, just coming to near the end of the presentation here, in addition to those regional level numbers, there are obviously predictions at that finer scale. We've produced raster layers, so grid-based layers to predict, showing the spatial pattern and potential future shallow landslide erosion rates as well as surface erosion. And for the digital stream network, which is broken up into segments, each segment we can estimate a potential net bank sediment contribution from bank erosion processes. Now, if we zoom in, this just gives you an appreciation of, I guess, the richness of the data, that information now at that finer scale than what we could previously provide with SID-NZ related particularly to landslide erosion and surface erosion. So information that we would hope would assist land and water management in terms of planning, thinking about where to target erosion control. And now my final slide, in addition to those outputs, the model also can be used to predict suspended sediment loads in rivers, the amount of sediment delivered to the coast, which I mentioned earlier, the pattern across the region in terms of the sediment yield from all erosion processes, so not just looking at one process at a time. We have seen improved prediction performance against estimates of sediment load from the stream gauging. And really what we've developed now is an improved baseline that can now be used to think about modelling future change related to climate impacts or erosion mitigations and how that will affect suspended sediment loads in rivers. So that's my presentation. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Hugh. Councillor Harding.
Sure, Chair. Thank you, Hugh. Look, apologies in advance for what is a very basic question. There's a huge amount of detail you presented in there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand at a high level how SIDNet, the previous model and the current model, stands up to the Cyclone Gabrielle event and how we take the estimates that we've got from the total sediment loss from that, the work that's been done around landslide mapping through that process, the uncertainty or the return period of that, and how that all comes back to the estimates for the long-term estimates for sediment yield from Hawke's Bay, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, no, that does make sense. It's a good question. I mean, basically what we're doing with our modelling is integrating over time. So if you imagine over many decades, there are storm events occurring that trigger landslides. Some of them are enormous events like Cyclone Gabrielle that occur, thankfully, relatively infrequently, and then there are smaller events. We need to see through that individual storm perspective. We need to see the cumulative impact of storms through time in order to understand what is the longer term contribution of sediment from different erosion processes. In any given year where you don't have any landsliding events, then you'd think, okay, well, there'll be negligible contribution from landslides to streams, although there'll be sediment that's being reworked from previous landsliding. But in a year where there's a landsliding event or multiple landsliding events, then there could be a huge amount of sediment, that's much of which is transported during a very short period. And so we're averaging through that variability year to year to say, on average, what's the balance, what's the budget? And this is important because it comes to trying to think about where to prioritize resources to maximize the bang for buck in the longer term. And ultimately, any kind of land interventions are long term. Trees take a long time to grow. The budget for tree planting is always going to be limited. And every year you do a bit more and a bit more. And so the modelling here is to really help prioritize those areas where we think we can get the maximum benefit in terms of the sediment mitigated. So all the work that's been done on Cyclone Gabrielle is great in terms of understanding the damage done from or caused by that event. It's useful in the context of understanding, particularly for such a large event, the impact from landsliding in particular. Certainly the event validates our view that shallow landslides in the long term are a major, if not the dominant sediment source based on our modelling for the region, on a regional scale. Obviously it'll vary catchment by catchment, of course. And so in that sense, we believe it certainly fits with our understanding of the landscape. And the landslide susceptibility layer, we did actually make an interim version available soon after Cyclone Gabrielle to assist in, I guess, the land managers in terms of their response to the event and also to assist their planning post-event. It's my understanding that generally there seems to be reasonable agreement between the high resolution mapping that's been done in our layer, but that's something to be looked into as that data becomes more widely available. The good thing about our statistical landslide susceptibility modelling is it's data driven. It can always be further refined as new data becomes available. But at this stage, as I showed, it includes a lot of data and it performs very well with the data we have. And I should point out, when we test these models, we're not using the data that we're using to fit the model. We apply a process where we divide the data up and we fit the model and then test the model with data that's not included in the model. So in that sense, you get an independent assessment of its performance.
Thank you. Thanks, Hugh. What we might do is move on to the next presentation because they're not going to be 5 minutes each by the looks of it. And if you've got another question pertaining to one of them, we can come to those at the end maybe. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to get through all of them.
Okay.
Thanks, Ashton.
Yeah, so next up we'll have Nathan Odgers to talk about slope and landscape characteristics.
Yeah, kia ora Ashton and kia ora Koutou. Let me just load my presentation. I don't think I have as many slides as you, but we'll see. Share. Right, can you see that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So my name is Nathan Odgers. I've been leading the project around improving land characterization with LiDAR. And so when we talk about land characterization, we're talking about essentially measuring the shape of the landscape using these digital elevation models. And we do that by computing what we call topographic parameters or terrain attributes, things like slope, aspects of the direction that the land is facing, different kinds of curvatures of the landscape, things that tell us about how exposed a piece of land might be to the elements, variables that tell us about how water is expected to move through the landscape, where the different types of landforms are, and things like that. So when we talk about land characterization, we talk about things like that help us understand the shape of the land. In this project, we'd identified that slope was a particularly important variable to have a better map of. And when we talk about slope, we're talking about how steep the land is, and that's in the direction of steepest descent at the point that you're standing on in the landscape. We chose slope because it's got an important influence on many processes occurring in the landscape, such as, its effect on the velocity of water movement, its effect on the infiltration of water into the soil and therefore the soil water content, its effect on the potential for erosion to occur, and Hugh's just sort of touched on some of those sort of factors. And the expression of, it also has an important influence on the expression of aspect-related effects on microclimate. So what that means is, you know, in the Southern Hemisphere, we typically expect north-facing slopes to be a little warmer and drier than south-facing slopes. So there's an aspect-related effect there, but often what we see is the strength of that aspect-related effect is dependent on the slope as well. So steeper slopes, that aspect-related effect is usually more pronounced than if you're on a really shallow slope. So there's some effects of slope on landscape processes, but we're also very interested in slope having a better map of slope because it's embedded in things like the land use capability classification and the intensive winter grazing rules. So as regards land management, policy decisions and things like that, slope and an understanding of slope in a spatial way has an important role to play, I think. I'll just throw this in briefly, and again, touching on some of what Hugh was talking about in terms of the benefit of the LiDAR elevation model for being able to detect, to visualize, to understand the shape of the landscape a whole lot better than our legacy elevation models, which are, 15-meter resolution, 25-meter resolution, and things like that. So you can see on the left-hand side there, that's a 5-meter resolution model derived from the LiDAR, and you can see immediately the enhanced level of detail, if you like, of the topography that you can see, especially along the stream bottoms where you start to be able to see the terraces and things like that. So I'll move on from that. I'll just talk for a couple of minutes about applications of slope. And so, again, touching on land use capability. So land use capability is talking about the potential for a piece of land for what is potential for long-term sustainable production, for example. Slope is embedded in the classification system that we use for that, among other physical factors, including rock type, soil, erosion type of vegetation cover. Slope is embedded in the classification in terms of a slope class. Yeah, and I do have that here, that's good. So when we're talking about slope, we measure slope in degrees, but then LUC, we classify the slope into a number of classes. They group similar slopes together into these classes of slope. The other application that I would touch on today is for looking towards the intensive winter grazing rules. Slope is present in these rules where it talks about land that's used for intensive winter grazing must be 10 degrees slope or less, as determined by measuring the slope over any 20-meter distance of the land. And again, so what we can do is take our map of slope in degrees, which I'll show you in a minute, and then map out, where is the 0 to less than 10 degree land and where is the land that's above 10 degrees. I'll take you through some results now. So first of all, we measure the slope gradient in degrees, degrees of inclination. So zero degree slope is a flat surface, and slope increases from there. The slope in degrees increases from there. And I suppose what I wanted to show you here is that the slope when we measure it varies relatively smoothly across the landscape. Ridges, obviously, and valley bottoms tend to be much lower slope, and then hill country tends to be much steeper, but it varies smoothly across the landscape. And this is the 5-meter elevation model, so we get to see that in a great deal of detail there. Moving on to the LUC slope classes. So the pattern here is difficult to see, but it's not as smooth because what it's doing is it's grouping those similar slope ranges into these slope classes. that the LUC needs. And again, this is the slope classification for the intensive winter grazing rules. Slope that's less than or equal to 10 degrees is in the blue color there. Everything else, slope above 10 degrees is the sort of yellow color. And so I think, and so this is what we've achieved in this part of the project. Improved maps of slope and slope class at a 1 meter resolution and a 5 meter resolution. And we can start to see how that's important for serving these potential use cases. I will say that I think it's a good starting point. Because obviously if you're having a look on this map, you can see actually there's some less than 10 degrees slope up on these ridges. But in terms of grazing, well, maybe these ridges are too remote or these areas are too small or accessibility is an issue to actually graze in winter. So in terms of actually taking these maps and using them to inform decisions, we may need to bring in some other contextual information about accessibility, for example, to help us do that. But certainly, we're able to see how the slope varies at a much greater level of detail than before. And I think I'll stop there. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, Nathan. Questions? Question? No, quite clear. Good paper. Yeah. Thank you, Nathan. Obviously, it was so good. Everyone's understood it completely. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. I mean, to round out the conversation about slope class, we could ask for, and it might be something that Ian can provide us with or somebody, but just the latest, just recap of where LUC and slope class is fitting into intensive winter grazing regulation and the business of the council at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. That's a very good idea.
Not off the top of my head. Not connected to that detail of work, sorry, so we'll have to find out and come back to you.
Okay. I think there was a slope, the national slope maps that were quite controversial. I think they were withdrawn, and so this is probably filling a vacuum at the moment.
We'll put it on the action list for next.
Or we could just give you an email update if that helps.
Sure, that'd be good.
Well, it would also give us an idea of how the research is starting to play into the programs. Thank you. Can understand how they can, but to see how they are would be the difference. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Ashton. Who's next?
All right, next up is Jan Schindler to talk about vegetation mapping.
Kia ora, and thank you very much. Also, try to share my screen. Hope you can see that.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So, my name is Jan Schindler. I'm a remote sensing scientist at Manaki Whenua. And my project was about deriving a regional scale vegetation map for entire Hawke's Bay. And we've seen beautiful examples from my colleagues about using LiDAR to create quite accurate ground models of the land and also of the slope. However, in this project, I work with the raw point cloud. So as you can see, there's quite a lot more useful information contained within this 3D point cloud that was captured by the aerial survey back in 2021. So here you can see how it captures the vegetation structure. And in my previous projects and my previous work, I routinely turn this sort of 3D information of vegetation into useful two-dimensional maps of vegetation classes. And with colleagues at the council, we defined a list of priority classes that are useful to the council. So on the next slide, I already show you the produced regional scale vegetation map. And I will go through the list of classes and explain a bit more in detail. I won't go too much into detail about the technical side of things. Please have a look at the report. So first of all, we discussed to include a map of short vegetation, which is basically everything below 3 meters. Then have a separate tree canopy layer, which includes tall vegetation, everything above 3 meters, and then have a updated high resolution map of all the forest areas. So which is basically a more generalized tree canopy layer, which gets rid of the small individual tree objects and segments, but more focuses on these larger forest stands. And we chose a minimum mapping unit of 1 hectare for that. Also, we wanted to separate out exotic from the general forest layers. So we focused on pine forests. Here we also used a minimum mapping unit. In numbers, we mapped about 5,500 square kilometers of forested area, in this, which corresponds roughly to 37% of the survey area, and 1,500 square kilometer of pine forest in the survey area. Then we initially thought we might be able to just map the standalone trees in a landscape, but using my techniques that I've been working with over the last couple of years, I've actually mapped all the individual canopy trees that are observable from above as the LiDAR flies over the forests. It can naturally only see the canopy trees that stick out and is basically blind to what happens in the sub-canopy, so it cannot see the sub-canopy trees. So we in total counted about 57.3 million canopy trees. And we also have I created a point layer which includes information about height of all individual canopy trees and the crown dimensions, so the crown diameter, for instance. And we also applied quite a novel technique, which helps us to be more efficient around mapping new classes, such as shelter belts. And here we produced, I think, to my knowledge, this is the most comprehensive and detailed layer of all the shelter belts in the region in New Zealand. So this captured almost 40,000 shelter belt features in the landscape. And the way we designed this project was to have all the individual processing steps quite in a transparent way and describe all the steps so that they are repeatable. So once new LiDAR data comes in, we can repeat this for change detection. So these are all these layers, and the workflow is all quite transparent. And we designed this workflow to be consistent throughout the region, so it is useful at the regional scale. There might be some inaccuracies at the local scale, but I will show you on the next couple of slides that it is actually quite insightful at the very local scale and can be used for many different applications. So this is just a random zoom in to one particular region, and here you see an aerial photograph of a landscape. So if you now add the LiDAR-derived vegetation information to it, you might want to add, for instance, all the individual tree information, which you can see here in the white dots. So that's the trees that I could identify from the LiDAR survey. You might want to add ancillary data that you already hold at the council, such as infrastructure information or building information. So this is shown here in red. You might want to add now the shelter belt layer, which captures the sort of long linear features of tree canopies. Then you can, of course, add the tree canopy layer on top of that. And if you are interested in separating out exotic or pine stands, you can add the pine layer to it. Again, this has a minimum mapping unit, the pine layer, so it doesn't capture individual pine, but based on our rule sets, we defined several minimum segment sizes that are actually practical and useful at a regional scale. You can also add short vegetation. And in a separate project outside of this one, I created another layer which is called surface water. So I mapped from aerial photography all the surface water in Hawke's Bay, and this is also available freely available, and you can add that as an additional source of information. This is quite useful if you want to buffer around water features to identify all the nearby trees or individual trees, short and tall vegetation. And now if we use one of the layers that Hugh Smith produced in his project, which is a quite detailed representation of all the river networks, you can actually think about new applications such as mapping riparian vegetation. So you can buffer around those water lines or river lines and identify the number of tall trees, short trees, and so forth. So I think this is also quite useful for other applications. And yeah, depending on what you're interested in, and you can add more layers to it. And that's all I wanted to present to you today. Thank you.
Oh, extraordinary. Thank you. Yes, Councillor McIntosh.
Sorry, a lot of this will sound very simplistic and possibly ignorant, but I'll ask it anyway. The main change and therefore main use, and it probably relates to the previous two presentations, is we've gone from 15 metre to 5 metre accuracy. Have I got that right?
And down to 1 metre too, if you want to go back to the original data set. Or 30 centimetres as Jan's gone to here.
So I've produced all the layers at 30 centimeter resolution. The main reasoning behind that is that it's useful for these 30 centimeter regional aerial photography.
And in terms of sediment load ending up in rivers and other waterways, the implications of the previous two presentations is that it can, if I'm that farmer, it can very accurately tell me where I get most bangs for my buck in terms of erosion prevention planting. Is that right? Is that?
Yeah, I'd say so, because you should be able to take the individual trees layer, overlay that over the farm, and then with the landslide susceptibility layer as well, have that underlying it.
Yeah.
And work out, where the risk has been mitigated and where there's work to do, yeah.
And so insofar as this presentation is concerned, I kind of, if that's my farm, sorry if this sounds crude, but I know that because, I know where my trees are and that sort of thing. But the main thing I'm getting out of it, I think, is if you'd overlaid the contour or whatever you call it with the other components to it, that's going to say, look, you really need to be planting in these areas because that's where you're most vulnerable. That's.
I might ask Mr Maxwell just to explain how the work's going to feed into the actual work streams and the prioritisation of exactly what you're talking about.
Great question, because the science has to have application, right? Which is what you're kind of asking the question about. So absolutely, the intention is that all of this stuff is available to the catchment advisors before they get on farm, across SEDNet, LiDAR, land slips, susceptibility, all of that material is available. As they get an opportunity to visit a farm, they'll pull all of that information out and look at it on the desktop. What can I see based on our available information and science for that property? And that helps them kind of get a view of what to expect when they get there. They then take all of that material with them on farm and engage with the farmer. The really important step, though, is that as I'm sure the team will acknowledge, these are models and their interpretations of data sets. Where it becomes really important is to take that information and place it alongside standing on the ground with the landowner to look at those features and work out, what's ideal where. This is really helpful for us to do a bunch of things, like I say, that initial what to expect on farm, but also in terms of planning for this work annually, long term. How big is the problem? What's the scale of the sort of challenge we've got ahead of us, and how we're going to break it down? So equally, it might help us as we do say, well, if we're going to invest, let's prioritise the parts of the landscape we'll invest in first. If the landowner wants to do other stuff, that's cool, that's on them. We want to go to the places that are going to give us the best value. And we know how big that is by catchment, by region, whatever. So it's very much an important part of the process. Doesn't replace, though, that on the ground, let's have a look and take the information and apply it to solid soil conservation practices alongside that and figure out what's the best solution for that particular land area.
One more comment or question.
Just can I follow up on that one before you do? So Ian, would this information, is this already integrated into our catchment management plans, or when will it be, or how will it be if it's not?
Some of it won't be yet, I don't believe, but Ashton might be able to help.
The landslide susceptibility stuff, as Hugh said, we got the a draft layer out to everyone. The tree layer, not yet. So we still have to implement that piece. And it's quite good timing because the land cover database, which we often heavily rely on, is a bit out of date. Last iteration was 2018. So this LiDAR is 2020. So yeah, this is essentially the latest information that we could possibly use. But we do have 2023 LiDAR coming out later this year to rerun some of these models and actually get a better take on what happened post-cyclone.
Yeah, my final one was, so this, don't get me wrong, this is fantastic intel, and it's a bit like if we relate it to the previous presentation, it's sort of, and we said, oh, this is where all the pests are, now just go away and get rid of them. In this case, this is saying, this is where your exposure is, go away and fix it. And of course, that requires money, but it's very good intel.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Councillor Foley?
So this is all focused around erosion and sediment. You know, what's the problem? Where do we tackle it? This particular one, when we do our planting stuff, I'm thinking of Land for Life, things like that. Can we start to capture carbon with this sort of data?
Do you want me to answer that one? Well, you're going to jump the gun here. I think you should.
I think that
presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably the short answer is yes, and my colleague next up in his presentation will probably talk to that about a bit more. Just one last comment maybe from me. I just wanted to point out again that this layer that I've produced here, this vegetation map, is meant to be used at a regional scale. And I can only confirm that at a local scale, there might be inaccuracies. So to make a proper on-farm or per-farm vegetation map, higher resolution data sets or local scale information is needed. And so there's a scale dependence of the workflow. Thanks.
Ashton, we've got about 10 minutes or so before we wind up. So we've got one more presentation, have we?
Two, we've got Dan Richards to quickly cover the ecosystem services, and then Sam Carrick to do a quick overview of the whole project and the wins for us. So handing over to you, Dan.
Yeah. All right. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the time today. You can see the slide, I guess. There you go. Ecosystem services is a term for the many benefits that nature gives to people. This was a seed project that aimed to go a little bit more into the research and development and think through how can we use this new depth and detail of information inherent in the LiDAR in order to better map and model ecosystem services. The scope of the project was, in the end, these 7 services we decided on. So this is nutrient retention from soils and vegetation, air pollution removal from tree leaves, the carbon stocks held in above ground biomass of trees, the runoff retention capacity of soils and their associated vegetation in cases of extreme rainfall, the shade and ultraviolet protection provided by tree canopies, and the view that people get and the relative benefits of that from an aesthetic point of view. So this doesn't cover all of the range of benefits that people get from interacting with nature, but it covers quite a significant chunk that are commonly studied. This was a seed funding project, so we didn't aim to create region-wide maps. There were 2 research objectives. One was to use some of the parameters about the higher spatial resolution and more detail in terms of vegetation types and 3D information that Jan and the others have extracted from the LiDAR to parameterize some ecosystem service models. Because a common problem with trying to map ecosystem services is that they use very coarse global data sets. Another problem is that it's often not very consistent. Different regions of New Zealand have used different methods in the past, and if you look overseas, there's a whole range of different methods. So we wanted to develop improvements to ecosystem service models and also try to start setting some consistency. So we wrote up a set of functions for a common programming language that is used by ecologists with the aim of making this open access And so the aim is to make analysing and mapping ecosystem services easier and cheaper, more repeatable and more comparable across time and across different regions. So the main output, unfortunately, is not some pretty maps of the whole of the Hawke's Bay, I'm afraid, but a slightly more dry software package. The name of the package in honour of this project is HBRC, so thank you for giving us that name. It's available open access now for anyone to download, although as yet only a few people are actually using it. Hope to be working on that in the future. Alongside the software, there's a huge amount of documentation, and this sets the kind of theoretical basis of each of the models so that people can look up what are their uncertainties and sensitivities. And it also includes a tutorial so that people can get familiar with how the package works and how it could be applied to sections or the whole of a region like Hawke's Bay in the future. The project ended about a year ago, and that really kicked off this line of work that we're doing at Manaki Whenua. Since then, we've had a few other applications of it. This is an example of some work with Selwyn District Council. They've just put together this website about ecosystem services, particularly in one of their urban areas, Rolleston, and it includes some maps and a little description of what the ecosystem service is and how it is informing their strategic planning and direction. This is the example for runoff retention. This is the map of shade provided by trees. And incorporating some other data, this was actually extended from the work we did as part of the LIDA Partnership Programme, but by adding data from the New Zealand Garden Bird Survey, which is a citizen science data set, we're also able to map where in the urban area you're more likely to see a higher number of bird species. We're also using this in other programs, for example, the Trees in Landscapes program, which one of our collaborator organisations is Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Thank you very much. I know we're short of time. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Comments, questions? No? Let's go to the roundup and we can pick up last questions at that.
Okay.
Thanks, Ashton.
Next up is Sam Carrick. He'll give us a conclusion on the project as a whole.
Thank you.
Sure, Koto. So, yes, my name's, my role in this partnership...
Flick your microphone down, Sam. Can't hear you. It's up.
Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, kia Koto. So, yeah. My role on the Manaki Whenua side was to coordinate the partnership, coordinate the investment in trying to work with Hawke's Bay to come up with the really useful projects that we've seen today. So I was just asked to give a reflection on the partnership, I guess, and some of the learnings that came out of it as well. But in the first one is just this kind of timeline I've got here. There's a few things that have led together to get to where we are today, and it's really important to kind of keep kind of reflecting that. So back in 2018, the Primary Growth Partnership, the government at the time, they announced a partnership with regional councils across the nation to acquire this LIDAR partnerships. That kind of set, the ball rolling on such. Alongside of that was we had these three research programs which Hawke's Bay has been able to tap into. There was the Advanced Remote Sensing Aotearoa, so developing and advancing our abilities to use remote sensing to map vegetation, which we've seen today. The Smarter Targeting Erosion Control, which is what Hugh's built on and led through to today. And then a catalyst project we had with Singapore, which is the tree mapping work that Jan has showed some aspects of that today, which has advanced greatly. So we're able to build on top of that. And Hawke's Bay was a smart regional council in terms of realising there's the big investment in LIDAR. It was going to come on stream in a couple of years time as such. So back in 2020, we built on the existing partnerships we had. We started discussing about how could we use this LIDAR and how could it be of most use to you. And that took a bit of time over there. The LIDAR coverage took a few years to get completed and fly. And so then we've had this last 2 years, roughly kind of 4 years after LIDAR was first decided to be acquired, by which we're able to tap into all of that joint investment. Through there was obviously some big curveballs we had to deal with. There's a COVID pandemic and then Cyclone Gabrielle. And it's been great to see the ability to steer through that. So, and just kind of looking back, some advantages for you as co-investors as well as at our end as investors is there's this real multiplier effect gain that we've got from these pre-existing relationships and projects that have been often built up over years, and it's the ability to see those, recognise those and coordinate them together, particularly in terms of applications and use and uptake, because that's our real, that's where what we need to achieve as a research agency is not research for the sake of research, but research that can make a difference through there. There's a clear benefit we're seeing here through this coordinating the partnerships of government, council and research agencies, and that doesn't actually happen often, but I think what we're seeing is the real benefits here of where it does happen and happens well. Both agencies were able to, as you can see, there's a number of projects were able to be pulled together here, so we kind of avoided those inefficiencies that come out by having individual RFPs and all of the time that's taken and complexity around that. There's information that's been able to be shared between the projects to advance things further. And that's really built on this trusted relationships, which goes back with the relationship between Manaaki Whenua and Hawke's Bay, going back multiple years here, and that has given us the flexibility to work through those curveballs, which you've had to really deal with over time. And the strong staff collaboration, it's been gold. It's fed through both to our side, but hopefully through to your side too. And so you can see these real benefits coming up by grounding the research in this application context, and that's not just from what's finished today, but in terms of where we can advance things going forward. And there's been a number of things alluded to that can be built off that, and that really comes back to, and I really appreciate the input from staff on both sides of the agencies and willingness to work together and willingness to take time out of all their busy schedules to kind of, to deliver real benefits for you. So that was all I was going to talk about there, Ashton. Hopefully that's okay, but just reflect back on that. Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
Kia ora. Thanks, Sam. And, I think each part of the research would warrant its own time and investigation into each part of it. It's quite a lot to take in all of them, particularly well, at least afternoon tea, I think. The ecosystem service, and you can see the application of that also very much related to the district and city councils and the work around stormwater and temperatures within cities. So a huge thank you to everyone who's presented. Are there some general wind-up questions or wind-up questions? Yes. Not leading questions to another. Yes,
Well,
Councillor
the
Verbeek.
obvious one, of course, is how can we get this data out to those who actually can put it into an application, and how can we get the application to them? So they may see data and access to data, but we also need to actually give them the tools so they actually can apply the data to a better outcome into the environment. And there's so many, my colleague here alluded to it, there's so many good outcomes that we could get out of this. But how we as a council can actually get that out there, because we're more at arm's length these days, rather than actually go there with our little white ute and a shovel and actually start digging holes, planting trees, if you know what I'm.
Yeah, and we have discussed this because it is a bit of an issue, because all of this data combined is terabytes, right? So it's not something we can easily host. So Tim Ferry and I have talked through, how do we best deliver a lot of this work? So what we're going to do is host, the main outputs from each of the streams, and then we'll have that, data dictionary sitting in behind, so people can go and have a look at the data dictionary and go, okay, cool, I want this. They'll put in a request for the information, send us through an external hard drive. Then we can load it all onto one hard drive, and then you can have the whole lot all at once. Because we feel that, otherwise you'll end up with having, say, one layer and not the other, and I don't think that's going to be too useful. Or if it's all just sitting in web maps, it's also not so useful. But there's a certain level of GIS capability that you need once you get the data of such size. I think we need to work through how we expose more through, say, web applications with the GIS team and ICT. And
So Councillor, really good question. The general premise for all of the science we produce is that it's publicly available. So the Sky team work that Simon and Zara are going to talk to next is another good example of a product that we've created for our purpose, but we will make publicly available for individuals, entities to do themselves. I think Ashton's right in terms of being able to provide the right platforms for people to use it effectively, recognising that LiDAR data is probably quite specialised and you need to have a GIS capability usually to process and use it. But the principle is always that anything we produce is available for people to reuse.
To reuse, although I think we're also wanting to understand how the information's actually being integrated into our work streams. So that's probably an ongoing conversation as we understand how that will work within catchment teams.
Yeah, how often do you fly? Because it's obviously going to be as good as the last weather event.
Yeah, if you're lucky then too, because we're quite fortunate that there's the 2020 flights and then there was the 2023. So we've got two really good snapshots there, but when's the next one? I mean, that's really up to either central government or local government to decide what they want to fund as far as LiDAR capture goes. Ideally, I'm looking at 2 to 3 years, but I don't make the call. I would love 2 to 3 years, but it'll probably end up somewhere 5 to 10, I imagine, given the cost of doing such an exercise. And then we've obviously got the repeat of the tools, which we can utilise at the moment. So we'll have that 2023 flight and we'll get some of the team members back on board to look at, how we can rerun some of those pieces of work.
So is this like in conjunction with government method?
Sorry?
Do you combine it with what the government's doing?
Well, yeah. On some of the meetings I've been to, we really need to have a national strategy to LiDAR and these applications, because as soon as one regional council gets rich information, then the others are like, well, we can't be compared with you because we don't have that information. So the meetings I go to Horizon say, well, we don't have LiDAR yet, so we don't have any of these products. Whereas, say, for example, Gisborne does have these, it does have the LiDAR and does have the products. So we're trying to push it back to MFE and say, well, this is actually your court. Do you want to cover this cost and cover this work stream moving forward? And that way we could actually embed some of these products, at a better interval at a national scale.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashton. Thank you, Kathleen. Thanks to your team and all the coordination. Happy to move?
I would like to move that we accept this report. Fantastic report, I must say.
Thank you.
Second that. Thank you, Chair.
You'd like to second, Councillor Harding? You may. Would you like to make any?
Yeah, and once again, my question was possibly a little more basic, but if I was a catchment group and we're meeting on a regular basis trying to improve the catchment that we operate in, what can we use? And generally catchment groups, the people who make part of that are kinetic learners, so they actually like to see actual examples of how things are improved through the data that you've got. That's to the, that intellectual property transfer is a really hard one to do. And I think we need to spend a bit of time, because just for flying for the sake of flying, if I can see some results that actually it's applicable and it's being used, fly as much as you can. But if we can't actually do that transfer, then there's no point of flying. And that's really crude, but that's how I would like to see it. But hey, fantastic work, really interesting work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I agree with you. Councillor Harding?
Yeah, kia ora, Chair. Look, I just wanted to pick up on the point that Sam made before about how all this research and the relationship has been a virtuous system as well. Each part is built on the rest, and just wanted to pay a particular compliment to our group manager, ICM, Ian, because I'm not sure you've been here since 2018 overseeing that, but certainly for most of the time.
2011.
Yeah, so without your leadership in that, we wouldn't be in this space, so well done, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Thank you to the mover and seconder. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Councillors, we're going to jump to item 9. 10. Item 10. No, mine is...
What's happening to 9?
I know mine's...
Oh, sorry, the run sheet.
Yeah, on the run sheet. Yeah. No, we're going to go to item 9.
Oh, yeah.
Quality.
Please. Yes, this is back
So
to
we're not
this has been
jumping.
confused. I don't know. It's the 3D aquifer mapping, if you're confused there. We've got two versions of the agenda items. And we will have the air quality monitoring
always up and down.
after lunch. So,
Missing break.
well,
So Chair, Simon's just going to take the stage.
Yeah, I'm just checking out as well a little bit earlier.
Zara's there.
Zara.
Zara's on screen.
Yes.
So Simon, who you met before, team leader in our groundwater space, has been leading from a council end the SkyTeam project in recent years.
excuse me. Do you guys need to talk? Do you want? No, it's okay. Do you need to do some wider? Okay, start again, please.
Sorry, Miss.
So this this update is a culmination of a long multi-year piece of work and a significant collaboration across government through Kānoa, ourselves, GNS, Aarhus University in Denmark, and others that Simon will talk to. You've had this work presented to you before as the tools have been developed, but this gives you now the complete and rounded out picture that Simon and Zara will lead you through, and is another fascinating piece of science, and again is another piece of science that is public facing and is currently out there for people to use. Simon.
Thank you, Ewan. Yep, so kia ora. I think it's still morning, so good morning. Some of you I've met, some of you I haven't. So my name's Simon and I'm team lead of the groundwater and hydrology team here at Science. Previously worked as a groundwater scientist in that space. I think maybe before I start, there's a couple of thanks to go to some of the previous staff that have gone before us. So this project was initiated, well, conversations started around about 2015 with the likes of Zara, and we had a modeller called Pavel Rakowski, who's one of the main contributors of our tank model that's used to inform the tank plan change. I'll touch on this a little bit, but as he was working through the model and developed it, what he noticed was that there was some uncertainties in the structure of the aquifer. So the aquifer, or the model that we developed, is based on information from well logs that informs us as to where the aquifers are, how thick they are, how they're connected to different parts of the systems. And predominantly we rely on well log information from water wells. And, it's an amazing source of information, but there are issues with it, one being that they typically tend to be quite shallow, so we only characterise the top sort of 50 metres. I think the average well depth in the Hiratonga was around about 30 metres, so we don't have a lot of information about the depth. The other issue with it is that they tend to be of mixed quality, and that's no fault of the drillers. It's not their role to be geotechnical specialists in logging, but they all have different methods of which they describe the material, and we have to use that to try and interpret where these aquifers are. So one of the drivers of this program was to harness or collect a lot more detailed and consistent information about the aquifer system to a greater depth. It came about at a very, topical moment. We were going through the tank plan change, we're creating this model, there's conversations about where the limit was set for groundwater. There was a strong desire by council to explore the deeper aquifers. There was even talk about drilling deep bores. The cost of deep bores are hugely expensive. And so there was a strong desire for council to go forward and look for different ways of characterising the aquifer system. And so Jeff Smith in 2017 put forward a business case to you guys, and that initially looked at just doing a survey for the Hiratonga, but the technology showed so much promise that you were quite encouraged and asked that we expand that to the Ruataniwha and the Otane and Pukawa areas. Before I go into too much more, I'd like to introduce Zara. Zara Rollinson is a hydrogeophysicist from GNS Science. She's been here since the start, a key driver fundamental in our application to PGF, where we successfully got $2.15 million of funding. Also a key driver in the analysis, not just for us, but across New Zealand. So there's now a number of other projects that are happening at other councils, and they're following in our footsteps and the work that Zara's done. I'm going to just give a bit of a brief overview for a start about the project, and then Zara's going to kick on after me and give an overview of what we found and the type of analysis that we undertook. So, what is the 3D aquifer mapping project? Essentially, it was a multi-year project. It was originally designed for 3 years. Due to COVID and a few other delays, it was extended to 5 years. It was jointly funded by HBRC, GNS Science and Kānoa. It uses SkyTeam technology to collect geophysical information, and so I've got a diagram in the background there to try and illustrate what that is. So essentially, we had a helicopter that flew over the Hiratonga and Ruatanapa Plains and the Pakauatani basins with this loop, scanning what was beneath the ground. That gave us an idea of something called resistivity, right, which is a geophysical property. From there, we interpret whether it might be a clay or silt or gravel and sand, and so that's where the well log information is really important. We need to know what that resistivity relates to. And they're used as proxies to understand, is that gravel likely to be an aquifer, is that sand or clay a confining layer? So we use those definitions of the lithology to try and map what an aquifer is or where the confining layers are. And also, so the aim, like I said, was to map those basins. So the rationale behind the project, I think I sort of covered that. There was a high degree of uncertainty in the existing information, so we really wanted to improve that. It's really important, like I said, to understand where things are when we build our models. You know, the more accurately we can build these conceptual models and represent them in a numerical framework, the more accurate our predictions will be. So that might be important in terms of when you come to setting limits, getting it right. So if you get it wrong and it's more inaccurate, you might have to claw back consents, for example. Or if you're doing assessments of seawater, freshwater interface, you know, the repercussions of modelling those things wrong, so I think you can understand. To give you an idea, like, you know, for drilling a well, it's usually in excess of $1,000 a metre. But for the SkyTeam data, it's about 10 cents per metre, so there was 48 million metres of depth that was assessed using this data. So it gave us, as you can sort of see, it gave us a lot more dense and high quality data set from which to build our models and understand how the system worked. The cost, so the original budget was 4.85 million, so quite a lot. But I think, you know, I really have to highlight this. A real big achievement was that application to get 2.15 million from the government. That was a massive success from Project House, Amanda Langley and Jeff and Zara as well, to get that application through. We completed it this year. We had received the final report from GNS on the numerical modelling component, and overall we were 20k under budget. So I thought we did pretty well tracking those costs, ensuring they didn't blow out. And I will now pass it on to Zara to go through our findings.
Thanks, Simon. Hi, so I'm Zara Rawlinson and I'm a senior hydrogeophysicist at GNS Science. And like Simon mentioned, I've been leading this project since 2019 from the GNS Science perspective, and I've been in discussions with staff at HBRC actually since early 2014. And so we've worked with a number of collaborators. You can see some of the logos down here, and also there's been a large number of people involved in the project over the years through various aspects of the work. And today I'm just going to focus on what we found and how this information can be used. So like Simon mentioned, we use the SkyTeam airborne time domain electromagnetic system, which hangs this loop beneath the helicopter and flies at about 30 to 60 metres above the ground. So you might have seen that in early 2020 when we collected data over the Hawke's Bay region. The reason we decided to go for this is because it's the only airborne geophysical equipment that's been purposely designed for groundwater and environmental applications. And like Simon mentioned, it's a way that we can collect a lot of data over really large areas and do this relatively quickly and cost effectively. So we fly along flight lines, and then along flight lines we get a data point about every 20 metres, and between flight lines we usually leave about 200 metres for groundwater applications. We get this voltage data, and then from the voltage data we develop 3D models of electrical resistivity of the subsurface down to around 300 metres. And what this electrical resistivity tells us is how easy it is for an electric current to move through the ground. The reason that's interesting for us is that it's related to some properties that are also relevant to how groundwater can flow through the ground.
So it's relevant to things such as geology and lithology, like Simon mentioned. Here we've got two examples. They're actually from drilling that we did within the Hiratonga Plains. You can see on the left here, we've got a really thick clay, so it'll be very difficult for water to flow through this, and we expect to see a low resistivity. Here we've got these really coarse gravels. It'll be really easy for groundwater to flow through here, and we expect to see a high resistivity. It's also sensitive to some other properties, so not just the fact that we have gravel, but how is that gravel sorted, what is the porosity and the permeability, and that impacts how groundwater flows through those gravels. It's also sensitive to things such as water quality properties like salinity. You can see here on the right, this has been developed from a whole number of international studies. So we have a type of geology and then we have a range of resistivity. So we can see that we don't just sort of have a single value of resistivity and know what that means. We need to know because every local area is slightly different depending on the type of sort of depositional environment and the type of geology. And so we really need that local information like the drilling to help us with our interpretations. And as I mentioned again, Hawke's Bay has been the first regional council in New Zealand to undertake this sort of large-scale groundwater mapping program using SkyTem. You can see here the nearly 8,000 line kilometres we collected over the Hiratonga Plains, so the Taniwha Plains and the Pukawa and Otana basins. We now have data collected in New Zealand over the blue and red areas, which are close to 29,000 line kilometres. These are all been for groundwater mapping projects. And not shown here, but as a sort of bonus tag on, we've been able to collect some small sets of data for researchers looking at landslide mapping and offshore volcanic mapping. And we're in discussions with the councils in the green areas looking at how we can get funding to help them undertake similar programs. So HBRC sort of having the foresight and initiative to support this program has helped not just the Hawke's Bay region, but actually all of New Zealand in terms of developing our capability and capacity to do this work, ironing out some of the details about our workflows, how we can make the models most accessible and most fit for purpose for water managers. And Simon and I have been involved in and continue to be involved with conversations with local, regional and central government around how we can plan these types of work programs to help other water managers. So we've just got here a brief summary of the project. You can see here a resistivity slice on the right through all the regions. As I mentioned, we started discussions back in early 2014, so it took us about 6 years to actually get funding. But the SkyTem data itself was collected over 3 months in 2020 and close to 8,000 line kilometres. We also undertook drilling of 3 wells in Hiratonga and Taniwha Plains, which took about 6 months in 2021. Because we were working over these 3 areas, we sort of had these overlapping programs of work between the processing and the interpretation. So in total, the processing took us around 2 years and the hydrogeological interpretation was around 3.5 years. And within this particular program, we've just undertaken numerical groundwater modelling within the Hiratonga Plains over around 2 years. And we've also developed an Esri story map, which is an online resource, which has an embedded web map where you can go in and access this 3D model information. And I'll talk more about that a bit later. And for the talk today, I'm just going to focus really on the Hiratonga Plains. So some of the products that we've developed are 2D maps, and you can see here how we've refined our understanding of the extent and thickness of the aquitard in the area. So there was some work done, a groundwater study in the 1990s in the Hiratonga Plain, where they defined these polygons of confined and unconfined, and you can see those in black here. The black hatched is the confined area where we have these sort of marine clays, and that prevents surface water coming down into the groundwater system. And in the yellow here was where they mapped the unconfined area. These are important because they're used in things like the regional plan for things like how we approach land use management and how we protect drinking water supplies. On the right here, you can see that we've mapped the aquitard thickness. So this is material that makes it difficult for water to move through it. Where we have 0 is the blue, and we have our thickest aquitard of around 30 to 50 metre thick in the grey. We've simplified this to what you can see on the left, which is the confining polygon in brown, semi-confined in green, and unconfined in blue. And I've just highlighted in pink a couple of areas that I'll zoom into now, where particularly on the edges of the polygon, you can see that we've refined our understanding of these boundaries. So if you look here on the left, this is Havelock North. Again, in black is our previous polygon of confinement, and our new understanding is this brown area that you can see through here. Similarly, on the right, we're looking at the area near Flaxmere. This is our previous sort of boundary and our understanding, and you can see that we've refined our understanding of where this confinement maps along this boundary. And we've also highlighted some smaller areas where we can see that it's confined through there. This is important for groundwater protection, particularly source protection for municipal wells, so drinking water supplies. And it also helps us improve our sort of conceptual model understanding, which comes into how we might approach water management and setting up things like numerical models, because it helps us understand how surface water might be interacting with the groundwater system. If we jump to that online data access tool that I mentioned before, you can see here, this is publicly available online. Anyone can go in and draw some points and get a 2D cross-section and get 2D cross-sections through the 3D models that are now available. And they can also go in and draw a virtual well and get a 1D profile. One application of this is it can be used to help guide drilling. So I'm showing here one point. We have 3 possible zoom options when you do a virtual well. So here we're showing 0 to 390 metres depth, and here we're showing 0 to 54 metres. Here I've picked a point sort of on the edge of the basin. We're in the limestone hills. And what this is telling us, this green here, is that we might possibly have a limestone groundwater source in the upper 25 metres, but there's not much point drilling deeper than that. So this might help us guide when we're drilling. If we don't find enough water, is there value in keeping on drilling and investing in that drilling, or actually should we just stop and cut our losses? This is another example. We're now looking in the centre of the plains. We were looking at that more unconfined clay and gravel system. On the left, we have a 0 to 500 metre depth view, and in the middle, a 0 to 130 metre view. What this is telling us is that we likely are encountering groundwater from around 15 metres depth, but actually depending how much money we have, our purpose of our drilling, how much yield we're looking for, we might want to invest to drill down to about 90 metres to get a higher yielding bore. And so we've also got, you can see here what that looks like when you can go in and draw those points. We also have available the digital data sets and the metadata. If you click there, it takes you to the GNS Science dataset catalogue. This is more for our technical users like researchers and consultants. They can download all the technical reports, all of the data sets to use within their own software. And so this is all freely and publicly available at the moment. Some of the things we've developed are 3D models. I'm going to show here hydraulic conductivity. So this tells us how easy and how fast groundwater is moving through the system, where high is in the dark blue, and then the dark grey is where it's almost can't move at all. And we're just stepping down from the surface and going deeper and deeper. And you can see how that changes as we step down at depth. And we've got information now down to around 350 metres depth. What we can use this in is something like a numerical groundwater model. So as I mentioned before, these are really important for the way that HBRC approaches groundwater management. They inform things like plan changes and setting limits. I'm showing here the horizontal hydraulic conductivity within a 9-layer numerical model, and this has been carried out in collaboration with the GNS-led Te Whakaheko Te Wai research program, where they've been looking at simulations of groundwater age within the Hiratonga Plains. So on the left here, we can see the 9 layers of the model from the surface getting deeper and deeper, and this has been developed based on a geological model. So that was basically our understanding before we had the SkyTeam data. And then on the right, we're showing that updated based on the SkyTeam information. And something really obvious you can see on the left, when we just have the geological model that's been developed from borehole data, from surface geological information, and from some deeper seismic information, we tend to have these large sort of, this yellow is a body, we know it's gravel, but we don't really know much else within that gravel body, and so we just set it as a uniform value. Once we get to the SkyTeam, we're starting to pick up these more sort of finer details and finer structures. So we can see here, this is the hydraulic conductivity from the SkyTeam data mapped into that 9-layer numerical groundwater model. Again, our dark blue is where water is moving rapidly, and our red is where water virtually can't move. And if we just look here, we can see how we've refined these kind of small scale structures that will help us understand the flow paths in the system. So for our numerical groundwater modelling, the SkyTeam data's had quite significant conceptual model changes, and we've discovered that it can actually highlight, because of the real fine level of detail it has, it can highlight some structural errors in numerical models. And that's really important because these structural errors can be difficult to track down and can be difficult to account for within uncertainty estimates. It's also improved our understanding of causes of groundwater level variations. You can see on the top right, this blue surface is our basement interpreted from the SkyTeam data. So this is basically what our groundwater model sits on top of. The lines on top of that are piezometric contours, and so these are lines of groundwater head that have been developed directly from groundwater level measurements from boreholes in the field. Previously, before SkyTeam, there's this area here where our head drops very rapidly, and it was incredibly difficult for any of the models to fit these groundwater level changes. With the SkyTeam data, we've actually refined our understanding of the location of the Awanui Fault, which you can see through here, and it's actually a lot steeper and deeper than previously thought. And there's also a number of kind of subtle variations you can see through here as the basement kind of mounds and lumps up here. And so now it's very easy for the numerical model to fit those groundwater levels. Some other refinement of our detail is when we look at riverbed hydraulic conductivity. So these are parameters within the groundwater model that tells it how easy is it for the stream at this location to exchange water with the groundwater system. In the past, we would get this information from surface water flow gaugings. So we would have maybe, 2 measurements in a stream reach, and we would just know between those either we're losing stream flow, we're gaining stream flow, or it's staying about the same. And so for our model, we could only apply essentially a single value along that entire stream reach. Now with the SkyTeam data, you can see every single model cell, we can set a different value based on the permeability that we've estimated from the SkyTeam. So we have a lot more fine detail. We've also been able to look at boundary fluxes around the system. So I mentioned before limestone in the hills. We're aware that from some of the chemistry data and some of the groundwater age data, there's likely flux coming from limestone into the unconsolidated basin, but it was difficult to sort of account for this. With the SkyTeam, we can now estimate where we most likely have limestone versus, say, mudstone, which is not likely to send flux in. And so we can better estimate these boundary fluxes and how they're contributing groundwater recharge into the central basin. And similarly, we can refine for offshore groundwater flow where we have more permeable pathways near the coast and where we likely have more offshore groundwater flow occurring. I'm just showing an example here to try and explain why some of these smaller pathways and some of our increased understanding of vertical permeability can be really important to understand the system. I've highlighted in red here an area where from the 1990s groundwater study, the conceptual model said that there was river recharge coming through here. More recently, there was some groundwater age dating done in a 13-metre deep bore, and that found quite old groundwater, which suggested that the groundwater was basically sort of a bit stagnant there, and so there was unlikely to be recharge coming across here. I'm just going to show some depth slices from that SkyTeam-derived hydraulic conductivity I showed you before. Again, the dark grey is where it's very difficult for groundwater to move, and the dark blue is where it's moving very rapidly. If we look here at 10 metres depth in the red circle again, this is where we had that old groundwater that was found. You can see there's sort of this neck of low permeability material that's essentially trapping the groundwater and causing it to sort of age in the near surface and get older. So we're agreeing with that groundwater age data that was found. But if we drop down 20 metres deeper, you can see that we now are allowing some flow through the system. If we drop 20 metres again, this flow is narrowing, but we still have a little bit of a pathway through here. And then if we drop 10 metres again, we now have this very impermeable material where the basement rock is coming across and joining with that basement outcrop. So you can see this can help us understand that actually, those two conflicting ideas were not really conflicting. We're now agreeing with both assessments. We have old groundwater in the near surface. We probably have some flow coming through in the middle depths, but then it's blocked again at minus 10 metres above sea level. I've highlighted a couple of other features here in yellow. This is a location at the south of here where through the Pariatua stream, flow gauging showed that we were losing a massive amount of stream water into the groundwater system. So one question when we're looking at water management is, can we reverse this? Is this because of pumping, or is this just a factor of the groundwater system itself? What we can see here, groundwater, like any water, likes to take the easiest path. It likes to flow downhill. And here you can see we have this really fast structure pulling the water into this deep groundwater system. And so it's really obvious here that it's kind of a fundamental structure of the groundwater system that's causing the stream to lose so much flow and sucking it into the groundwater basin. Another area I've highlighted in pink here, in this location we have reasonable flow. If we drop down 30 metres, we're suddenly in quite impermeable material. This is important for, in this location for instance, we had two wells very close to each other, only about 30 metres depths apart, but with very different groundwater levels. And so the question becomes, you know, is this correct data? Why is this so different? It can be very difficult for a numerical model that doesn't have this level of detail to try and match those groundwater levels. Now we can see exactly why those two wells so close to each other, not too different in depth, you know, it actually makes sense they have very different groundwater levels. We've also undertaken a more formal sort of mathematical data worth analysis on the SkyTeam data. To do this, we've looked at 4 specific predictions. Here we're looking at a groundwater level in a specific well. Here we're looking at stream flow in the Pariatua, and then we're looking at surface water groundwater exchange in the Pariatua and also in the Ngāraroto. I've circled here the data, which is that hydraulic connectivity I've been showing you that we calculated from SkyTeam data, and then the other bars are other data that was already available. So these are things like groundwater levels, stream flows, estimates of groundwater surface water exchange, and wetland locations. What we've done is we've said, okay, if we have all of this data and we take one piece of data away, how much does our uncertainty increase? You can see for the groundwater level, if we take away the SkyTeam data, our uncertainty increases by 85%. The surface water groundwater exchange in the large river, it increases by 65%. In the Pariatua, it's increasing by around 37%. And for the stream flow, it's not doing too much, but it's around 12%. And that makes sense since the stream flow is less sensitive to the groundwater system. And we're seeing some of these other data types like stream flow being more important. What it does show us is that in all 4 of these predictions, the SkyTeam data reduced our uncertainty, and there was no other single data set that was able to achieve this. And on average, we're reducing our uncertainty by around 20%. What I'm showing here is changes in groundwater age predictions, and this is really just a way to try and inform how our understanding of the flow paths within the system has changed. So what we're looking at here is the difference between the groundwater we would predict based on the previous numerical model that was informed by the geological model versus the groundwater age we would now predict with the SkyTeam data. So dark blue is where we're now predicting older groundwater. So this is where our flow paths are now slower. And in red is where we're now predicting younger groundwater. So this is where our flow paths are now faster. And again, the top here is our very near surface, so then to the middle and then to the deeper. So there's a lot of sort of fine detail you can look at in here. I'll just point out a couple of things. I mentioned before that we've refined our understanding of the Awanui fault location and that it's sort of deeper and steeper than previously thought. And that's where you can see this sort of blue structure along layer 6 and layer 7 particularly related to that improved understanding of where that basement structure is. In the deepest layers, layer 8 and layer 9, this red kind of central area where we're predicting younger groundwater, as we're actually seeing right in the centre of the basin, our groundwater system seems to extend deeper and is more permeable than previously thought at those depths. And then in the near surface, we can see there's really red areas where it seems like we've actually got much younger groundwater coming through in these patches, which could be really important for our sort of land use and groundwater protection understanding. So just to summarise, we've got significantly more understanding than we previously did. As I mentioned, most of the boreholes in the area are sort of in the top 20 to 50 metres. We now have information down to around 350 metres through most of the area. We've developed publicly available 3D hydrogeological models for the Hiratonga Plains, Ruataniwha Plains and the Pakawa and Otana basins, and these can be used to assist with things like drilling and also for sort of internal HBRC water resource management. So for instance, we've looked looked at these more recently when we're doing state of the environment monitoring, looking at new locations to potentially drill and monitor. And so the better you know your flow paths, the better you can target where should I be monitoring to understand if our water management interventions are having the effect that we want them to. So we have these available as online web maps and also as more technical data downloads. And we also have a Leapfrog viewer file, which enables you to look in 3D at the models alongside the borehole data. We have a more refined understanding of the superficial confining layer in Hiratonga Plains, and that's important for assessing the vulnerability to contamination and also to better model source protection zones for drinking water supplies. And we've updated the Hiratonga Plains numerical groundwater model, and this has been quite significant in terms of changes in our conceptual model and our flow path understanding. The changes and uncertainty that we've seen are variable depending on the exact location in the system and the type of prediction that we're looking at, but on average we've reduced our uncertainty by around 20%. And that's me, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Zara. It's a brilliant presentation of all those reports in the paper. So complicated. Brilliant way to capture the whole thing in a really understandable manner. Councillor Van Beek, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I got everything up to the point that you say, hello, I'm Zara. After that, you spoke so fast and so rapid, and there is so much information. I almost feel that this will take, for somebody who's interested in water, as I am, a day's workshop to really get this tool and get my head and fingers onto the keyboard to be able to look into it, because I think there's so much here for us. And it needs to be, let's call it dumbed down to those who can make sense out of it and use it and plan for the future as well. So, but I have got one question. We've got a dump site in Roy's Hill. Actually got two questions. And if there would be a leak of DDT that was dumped there by an Auckland industry player, could you, through this, tell us where that leak at, say, 60 metres deep, where that poison would end up, in which areas of the aquifer? Is that something that you can get actually out of this?
Yeah, that would be the idea, yeah.
Yeah, and then the second question is, you've got a slide where we prove that actually there is no aquifer recharge between Roy's Hill and further south, but I see a lot of dark blue in the 9 slides above Roy's Hill, which is really of our interest of the Council for Artificial Recharge. So I wouldn't mind going back to that slide if we could. So there's 2 questions.
While she goes there, just on the simplification. So one of the tools that we developed was, and I presented to council a couple of years ago, a story map. So what we tried to do, because we realised that there was a whole lot of technical information, we tried to dumb that down into a whole lot of interactive slides and videos where the public can go and try and understand what this information means. So by all means, go and have a look, open the story map. We've updated it since last time. We've added in the stuff for the Hiratonga. There's one last piece, which is the numerical model stuff that I'd like to add in. It's the only bit that's probably missing at this stage. But yeah, that information will probably give a better, clearer picture of what's the project entailed and some of the analysis.
Yeah, and we can certainly share the link. Again, sorry to jump in, but you know, look, if there is a view around the table that you want to have a deeper dive into this, we're very happy to work out how to do that. So let us go away and think about that and come back to it.
Yeah, I'll put it on the action list. Zara, do you want to talk to us about this one?
I did. So is this the slide you were wanting to look at? And just to clarify, so I wasn't saying there's no flow across. I'm saying that it makes sense that in the very near surface there's no flow coming across, which is consistent with that groundwater age. But it does seem like there's flow coming through these sort of middle areas. So we're sort of agreeing with both of the ideas that there is some flow coming across in middle depths of the groundwater system in sort of a restrained area.
Yeah, just the thing I wanted to point out to the councillors is you see there the hill or the hill formation north of that red circle, and if you go to the 4 slides there, you see it there. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of dark blue, and we believe that there's actually a lot of recharge in that area into the aquifer, which we have an interest in the process of giving rooms to river. So that will actually assist us in artificial or not so artificial aquifer recharge.
I think you mean in through here.
Yeah, there,
The
yeah.
major recharge area. So
Yeah.
this is Royce Hill.
Yeah.
That's what's all grey, sort of that limestone material. And then you come into between Royce Hill and Fern Hill, and you've got what we know as the major recharge area. And so, you know, obviously the conceptual understanding agrees with the data that we've got there with the blue. Yeah.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Zara, for that presentation. Yeah, I'd love a day on this as well. The thing I enjoyed most was the definition around that awanui fault. I found that really fascinating. And to have such a big change in that, can I use the word lithography? I'm probably getting it wrong. But anyway, just in that bedrock formation, which obviously drives a lot of differences that we see across the Heretaunga Plains. What I'm interested in is what, if any, difference this makes to our understanding of our regional water resources in terms of our ability to utilise them. So have we got more water? Have we got less water? Or does it just flow slightly differently than we previously thought? And particularly, what does this tell us about the deep groundwater resource and the extent to which this may be a new resource that we can tap without affecting other resources, or whether it's so intrinsically interlinked that it's still one great big bathtub from that point of view? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's a very tricky one to answer, and the reason for that is it requires refinement of the transient numerical groundwater model.
Yep.
So at this stage, we'll refine the TWO model, which is a steady state model. It's not the same model that's used for informing the tank plan change. So it requires a lot of work still to upgrade those numerical models, and we can do that. And I'm a bit hesitant to say that we should, because there's a number of conversations that have to go before that. You know, building a numerical model, it's taken like 3 to 5 years to build the Heretaunga one. It's taken 3 years or 2 years to build the Ruatana. It's not just done over a week, and we require funding usually from external consultants to help do that. So you need the numerical model to answer or help answer, is there more water? And it's not a case of, is there more water? We run scenarios, put it back to the likes of you guys, the stakeholders, to go, are you happy with that balance in terms of the impact and effect? And then someone's got to draw a line and say it should be here. And that's why it's so controversial, because in the tank plan change, everybody's got a different opinion or value on where that should be. So we're not at that stage yet. That would be a next stage, but it would be a next stage after following, you know, a bit more discussion. At the moment, our focus is primarily on upgrading the Ruatana, so that's where our one and only groundwater modeller is spending his time refining. We've used the SkyTeam data there in its most basic form to help with calibration, so there's potential improvement there as well, and that was just to do with timing. You know, the data that's come in didn't come in right at the start. Opportunity cost with the SkyTeam, it just didn't work that way. So I'm not sure if that helps answer it. It doesn't give you the answer, but it explains the process of which we'd go about it.
I guess just point out that we focused on this project really on looking at, because I guess updating numerical groundwater models with the SkyTeam data is something that everyone internationally is grappling with at the moment. So part of the project was trying to look at optimal ways of actually using the data with the numerical groundwater model, and at the end of the work to provide something to HBRC that they can then use if they have scenarios that they want to look at, like allocation. So we haven't specifically run any scenarios related to water management. And I guess just the other point in terms of the deep groundwater system, unfortunately we don't have drill holes down there. So that was one thing. We did drill sort of in the centre of the plains, but with problems with drilling, they got stuck at about 120, 130 metres into the big gravels. And so at the moment, we only have that geophysical data down at that 300 to 350 metres. So we really need additional drill holes down at that depth to sort of confirm what we're seeing.
Okay, no, look, thank you. Look, and Simon, thanks. That does explain it.
Cheers.
And in rough terms, there's a lot more work to do before we could translate that into differences in allocations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Did this inform the regional water assessment and also the work that the Lincoln Agritech guys did?
I think it was packaged as part of the regional water security program. So when they applied for PTF funding, it was packaged together to help push that case forward. But it didn't inform is it the water accounting project that Tom Skurman was working on? And then in terms of the Braided Rivers project, we provided the data to Scott. The resolution wasn't fine enough for what they needed, so a lot of their key information they obtained from sonic drilling, so you can pull up cores of material and see it at a very fine scale, like to the centimetres of how the lithology chain, and that played a big role in the dynamics, the interaction between the surface water and groundwater. So he said that, for him, it wasn't of value for their assessment.
Can I ask a supplementary? And in addition to what Yerif and Zan said, we've got, it feels to me like we've got 80% of information or something in terms of water quantities that are available to us, but not 100%, or it's a crude way of describing it, but sorry.
No, I was going to elaborate, but I'll carry on. Yeah.
The implications of that are massive. If in fact we've got a bit more than we think, then that's massive, and vice versa. And so I don't know enough to ask a smart question, really, but it feels to me we need to close that gap because the answer is so important.
I think there's a misconception around the storage in the aquifer and what's available. So, the aquifer can store a hell of a lot more than what we can use. We're just, talking about what they sometimes call it the dynamic storage. So that bit that interacts with the surface and the other areas, it's a small percentage of the actual total storage.
Yeah.
And so there's a misconception there as to what's available. It's only what we're willing to tolerate in terms of the impact.
Yeah.
Anything more? No? Yes, Councillor Foley?
Oh, just a quick question. So obviously a lot of public interest in this. We might do another workshop, but just directing people now, is it to that story map?
To the story map,
It's the best place to send them.
Yeah, and so we've got a dedicated web page, and on there at the top is the link to the story map, but also there's like a number of different resources. So Zara has done a number of talks at different hydro conferences, explaining what we've done and stepped through different bits. So there's a number of talks on that as well, and newsletters and things that other people can look at, read. Oh, one of the other things I was going to mention too, one of the additional benefits that I was going to mention is that, we now have probably one of the best numerical models in the country. The only, or no, not quite the only now, but SkyTeam data set. And for these reasons, there's a lot of interest from the CRIs to work with us. They see these tools and they realise that there's a lot of research that they can work with and get proposals. So we've got a lot of interest coming in from the likes of GNS because we've invested in these programs and things as well. And that's free work. So, they put in applications to MB and get this funding, and we collaborate with them with maybe time, and that's it. So we're getting all this free extra work that comes out of it. And one of them that Zara mentions is the Te Whakaiki O2I program and the Bridge Bar model they're doing. So, there's these roll-on benefits that's happening. Another thing that happened was that we did it before COVID. After COVID, I believe the cost of the survey skyrocketed. So it was brave that we got in early before that as well, because I think now that there's a big cost increase, and Wellington Council had a massive delay in trying to get their program up and running because of that as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're noting it's been good value for the ratepayer. Thank you. I'd like to hear that. Yes.
Just a quick one, thanks, Chair. Look, just in relation to the tank plan change and the Hiratonga groundwater the zone, is there intention to, or is there a process going on, whether through the mediation or otherwise, to change settings in the tank plan change as a result of this, or are we status quo?
Generally no, and the reason is because the timing and how long it takes to modify things. So it would never get done in time for the tank plan change which, we're going through mediation now and ticking off different appeal points. But one of the things, or one of the aspects that we're looking at is around those source protection zones that Zara mentioned. So Kath Moore, who's a numerical model for GNS, they've been working with ESR on how these this finer resolution affects the fast flow paths and how that might change the mapping of those zones. So I'm catching up with her in October just to go through that a bit further, to explore whether that might be able to use it. There's disagreements, I guess, between us and Hastings as to what method should be best used. So catch up with her first, see what might be available and whether we could use it, and then have conversations with HTC. So it really only be in the source protection stuff, not like the strand depletion and the actual limit setting.
Happy to move? Yes, happy to move. Thank you.
Happy to move, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Would you like to speak any more?
No.
Some more? Any more comments? Further comments? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Zara. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Made an action point to talk with staff and councillors about what workshop, a very specific, nail down what specifically we want to go through. So we'll come back to you post that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. We'll stop for lunch and we will come back at 1:15, please. Thanks.
Thank you.
See you then, Michelle.
Drinking it in.
Back to item 8 in the agenda. Don't look in your run sheet. It's item 8 in the agenda, please. Air quality monitoring update from Ian's team. We'll introduce the team.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So Kathleen, who you know well, will introduce the team shortly. Just to run through, you haven't had an air quality discussion for a wee while, I don't think, actually. So you're getting a full spectrum of science today. You'll probably get honorary doctorates at the end of it all. So this just gives
Pay more attention in school.
This will just give you some insights into a little bit of a change in our monitoring that we've observed, and the team will run you through that and the implications of it. So, Cosy, you want to?
Yeah, sure thing. So many of you might be familiar with me for being the kind of the sole equality scientist here at the Regional Council for some time, but I've moved into the team leader role, and so I'm very pleased to introduce Jeremy Kidd, who has been employed as our air quality scientist. So he'll be doing the presentation. We've also got along Belinda Harper, a senior planner from our planning team, our policy team. So she's helped give a bit of a policy perspective on our monitoring. Just to give you some broad context, back in the early 2000s, it was kind of then sort of recognised that New Zealand at times nationally had levels of air quality that could have the potential to compromise good health outcomes. So at that point, airsheds were established and monitoring was stepped up. And at that time, pretty much most of the regional councils adopted the sort of instruments that we've been running for the past kind of 15 to 20 years. So in that time, technology has moved on, and it's actually moved to instruments that are kind of easier to maintain and the data easier to handle. So I'll just highlight that we're in the same boat as a lot of councils that were moving to looking at this newer technology and adopting it, and with that becomes some changes in the way we're monitoring. So many councils are going through the same process that Jeremy is going to describe now.
Thank you, Kathleen. Kia ora koutou. As Kathleen said, I'm Jeremy Kidd. I'm the new air quality scientist at HPRC. I'll be taking you through this air quality monitoring update. Just did a bit of background, add to what Kathleen said. We've mainly been monitoring PM10 in Hawke's Bay, the pollutant of concern, and it means particulate matter with a diameter of 10 micrometres or less. And so there's a handy little infographic up there that I nipped off Lawa that shows you that a particle that's about 10 micrometres in diameter is about a fifth of the width of an average human hair. So it's very, very small. Usually you can't see them unless they're in high concentrations. And we monitor these because of the health impacts that are known. And these include premature mortality, cardiovascular and respiratory disease, and asthma prevalence as well, among other things, particularly in children. And the national standards for air quality, the national environmental standards, were introduced in 2004, and they included a PM10 standard of 50 micrograms per cubic metre as a 24-hour average. And we, as Kathleen said, gazetted our airsheds and began monitoring around 2005 with these continuous monitors. And we found that exceedances of this national standard typically occur on cold, calm nights. And so the monitors that we've been using since we started monitoring are on the left there, the beta attenuation monitors, which we call BAMs for short, and they work by collecting particles on a filter tape, and as more particles collect on the filter tape, they measure the particles through beta radiation. And in 2021, we purchased some new optical sensors. So they work by a different methodology of measuring particles. And they work by measuring light scattering. So as the light scatters around particles, they can tell what the size of the particle. And because they operate with a different methodology, we have to run them both together to determine whether they measure the same values or whether there's a difference, and establish that relationship between the old and the new sensors. So we ran a co-location study, and this is at our St John's monitoring site in Hastings, so it's at St John's College, and we ran the BAMs, the new optical sensor, and we also had 2 reference sensors, which you can see on the top, the white boxes with the inlet head coming out the top of them. And these are a different method again, they're filter based, and so the particulate is collected on a filter and it is weighed before that and then afterwards to determine the weight of matter on the filter. And these are basically a sort of gold standard and a standard against which we can compare the measurements from our sensors to determine the accuracy of the sensors that we're using for continuous measurement. And we collected this data in 2022 and 2023, from April to April. So the results that came out of the study revealed that the BAM, our existing monitor, was reading PM10 about 30% lower than what the reference method was. So in that top graph, if you can't see my mouse, can you? No, if you, on the horizontal axis, you can see we're coming up from about 50, which is the national standard, go up to where the line is, and on the vertical axis, which is the BAM measurements, it's only at about 30. So it's sort of saying that recently, when there's been PM10 levels that would be at a exceedance of the national standard, our monitor was only reading at around 30 micrograms. And the bottom graph is showing the optical sensor performance, and the sensor measurements from the optical sensor were basically equivalent to the reference method. So when it was measuring a concentration of 50, the optical sensor was also saying around 50. So basically, our optical sensor is providing more accurate data, we found, than our old sensor, and is, I guess, not too surprising since that sensor has been in for a long time, and it's natural for them to sort of undergo some natural attrition. So in May of 2024, we switched the live reporting of our PM10 concentrations for the Hastings site to our optical sensor, but we also thought that we've got this optical data from March 2022 since we installed it onwards, and we know that it's of a better quality, so we should be using this for reporting as against the national standard. The one thing is that the optical sensor recorded more exceedances of the national environmental standards during those years, and it actually recorded 9 more exceedances over the 2 years, 7 in 2022 and 2 extra in 2023. So this graph is showing the number of exceedances per year for the Hastings airshed since we began our continuous monitoring. And as you can see, it's come down a significant amount over time, which is a great success story of the policy implementation and the things we've done to reduce particulate matter emissions. And in the last 5 years, it looks like we've had only 1 or none in exceedances, and under the national environmental standards, the airsheds are classified as either polluted or not polluted. And for a polluted airshed to change its classification to not polluted, you need to have 5 consecutive years where the standard hasn't been breached. And if there's more than 1 exceedance per year, then the standard is breached. So for all intents and purposes, it looks like we're getting to the point where we're achieving our goal of no more than 1 exceedance per year. However, when we change the data over, it looks a bit different. So in 2022 and 23, there we have more exceedances. And the implications of this is that, of course, the Hastings airshed remains a polluted airshed under the Resource Management Act, which means, among other things, there are stricter controls on particulate emissions for resource consent applicants, and also there's a further reduction in PM10 emissions required for us to meet the national environmental standard in that airshed. So we have we're required to publicly notify any exceedances of the national environmental standard. So we've prepared a public notification that's going to be sent out, I think, in the paper tomorrow, to accompany a media release that we've put out, just to say that there's been additional exceedances since we've changed our monitoring. Yeah, and basically that's what we wanted to present today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, and welcome, a very belated welcome by the sounds of it. Councillor McIntosh.
Historically, I've seen some stats about the detrimental health impacts and indeed premature deaths that result from this. And I can't remember what they were, but I remember thinking, wow, that's really bad. And we don't realise how bad this stuff is because we don't see it. So that's kind of one side of it. But alongside that, and looking at the exceedances, those 9 exceedances, were they over the last 2 or 3 years?
Yes, that's the only time that we have the data from the new instrument.
Okay, and does that mean 9 days or 9 times?
9 separate days.
9 separate days, yeah. So
yeah.
in terms of the very damaging effects that can potentially result from this, actually is the sort of figure that I'm trying to remember. Could that evolve from 9 exceedances, or is it evolving from Queen Street in Auckland, where it's probably a lot higher? I'm trying to get a handle on what 9 exceedances translates to in terms of detrimental health effects.
So the health and air pollution study in New Zealand is one study that provides an estimation of the health and social costs impacts of air pollution in New Zealand. And so they provide national stats and also regional statistics. So this may possibly slightly affect the statistics for Hawke's Bay, but I mean, I'm not sure of the exact methodology that they use, and it's likely to be sort of longer term averages, like annual averages and things like that, where they calculate those impacts. And so where there might be a slight impact on the long-term average, it may make a little difference to those statistics. I wouldn't expect it to be huge. Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, can I just clarify a bit further? So my question is really is actually does 9 make any difference to health outcomes, or is it when you get 50 that you start getting an impact on health outcomes?
Each in general with the these are based on a daily average. So you're getting probably, there's potential there to have the impacts on people who are kind of health compromised, that may have, asthma and that sort of thing. And then it's probably that, as Jeremy mentioned, say the annual average, that you're looking at more kind of long-term effects on the population, general kind of population. Day to day, healthy people mightn't kind of feel so impacted. Health compromised people might feel health effects on the day. But just generally over time, and you're probably not aware of it, it's just there are compromises to your health system that happens with the kind of over the longer term average. And having these higher days contributes to that average. So, it does feed into it, but there is probably a slight difference, a bit of a difference between having these daily exceedances and having a high annual kind of average. Okay. Because we're kind of lower, and during the summer months, we have lower PM10 conditions because we're not having the fires and we're not having the kind of the wintry still days that mean that the air pollution hangs around.
Okay, and just thank you very much, and it's always great to see that we actually get this information back to us that we can see, because we as governors often, well, especially myself, I'm getting the phone calls and the texts and, what are you doing, and our chair Madam Chair gets them as well. But I'm looking at it, so often around about 11, 12 o'clock, that's where it seems to spike during the months of June and July. So are we able to pinpoint, because, we're having data, are we able to pinpoint and actually able to make changes, what happens in the environment, to reduce the number of exceedances and hopefully reduce them altogether? Does this data give us that, and have we now got the tools to do so?
Yeah, I mean, you were commenting, right? But yeah, by having the kind of that continuous data, as you've identified, you can see when it's, you know, the higher emissions are occurring. So you can, and so we've been able to, you know, pinpoint more, say, in the residential areas, that it's not so much the traffic that's doing that, because your traffic happens during the, you know, the working hours of the day. It's more to do with the, you know, the residential one, people going home and trying to keep warm. It's kind of the residential wood fires. And we have other tools that we can use in terms of, we do an air emissions inventory, which is a kind of a desktop interview exercise where we phone people up and ask them what, you know, what they're using in terms of their heating. And we also look at transport emissions and industrial emissions, and just mix all that together and see our biggest contributors. So we have that, we've been updating that every 5 years. And also we have gone through exercises where we do spend a year collecting particles and filters, and we send that to GNS, and they can tell us whether, you know, how much of that's coming from traffic, how much is coming from biomass burning, how much of it's natural. You know, we can have sea salt and pollens, things that contribute. So, and we feed that back to policy, and so that's where.
And also to TAs as well, because they have, of course, got levers as to what they can consent and cannot consent when it comes to home heating.
Yeah, and the building consent, yeah, and I think, but that feeds off for the policy.
Yeah, that's probably more driven by the National Environmental Standard, has some strict requirements in there that when they issue building consents, a certain burner has to go in that has emissions of a certain quantity and heats a certain area, but they wouldn't respond from this monitoring data. They would respond to a change maybe in our regional plan or in our regional policy statement that would then make them respond.
Would you like to move the paper?
Yeah, I would like to move. Yeah.
Yeah, happy
Sorry,
to see.
I have a question.
A question, sure.
I think it's an important
Didn't see any
one.
questions. Yes, Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, the policy implications of us being remaining a politically issued for future consenting are reasonably significant under the NESAC. And it's obviously a better method, but you're recommending moving to a method that the paper says is not approved for regulatory monitoring in New Zealand. So we'd be sort of dobbing ourselves in with 9 extra exceedances from a scientifically better method, but using a method that's not actually approved under the regulations. Is that an own goal, or is that permissible? I mean, is there a problem there?
As I mentioned, most councils we're not alone in this, and even though, as you've mentioned, as approved yet under our national environmental standards, kind of view is that the weight of the number of councils that are changing, that's, you know, we're by numbers where we can foresee that change being made because we're in talks with the Ministry for the Environment about that, and we've been actually waiting quite some time for an update of our national environmental standards, but with the changes of the government, it's kind of never quite happened. So the Ministry for the Environment is aware that this is happening, and so that's probably one of the changes that is kind of, we feel, is likely to be made when they do make an amendment to the National Environmental Standards. And as I mentioned, a lot of councils are doing this, and it's the instruments are they're easier to maintain, less cost, and the data is easier to work with.
So I'm not saying don't use them, but there's a regulatory implication here from something that's not approved under the very regulations you're dealing with. It does seem to me.
And you're right, technically. I guess there's the reason that we wanted to bring this to you is it's a human health problem, right? And so what we know is that the BAM is not accurately recording information about pollution the new equipment is. So we need to make the public and you aware of that. Sure. So we can say, actually, we're still not out of the woods in terms of our air quality. I think we'd be in relatively safe ground from the Ministry, who are the overseer of the National Environment Standard, it's their standard, to say, actually, we propose to use an instrument we think is accurately recording the data rather than one that's not. I think we'll be on the right side of a moral debate around that.
Do you have some suggestions on that, Councillor Williams, that you
No.
wanted to go? No.
Make my views clear.
Okay. Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Look, that was exactly the point that I was going to raise, but also, so thank my fellow councillor for raising it, because on the surface, it's I do struggle with the idea that we pick and choose what we comply with and what we don't. But my question to further elucidate this is just around understanding the trend that's sitting on the graphs behind you. To what extent do we believe that that our trend for our old equipment is driven by the deterioration of equipment itself? So has there been a problem? Has its reading been stably low, or has it been deteriorating over time? So that's the first part of the question. And secondly, in terms of the limits that are set, the current limits that were set, do we understand how they were set? Was it a reference? So is anything that we understand of that says, well, actually, they used the reference method there. So in us now having tested and referring to the reference method, we are in safe ground rather than actually being in a case of comparing apples with pears. Thank you.
I would say that to the first question, that there have been signs of the deterioration of the instrument possibly since 2021, whereas we have two instruments there that measure PM10 and PM2.5, and since about 2021 there was, during the winter, the PM10 measurements were sometimes on higher pollution days below what the PM2.5 measurements were, which is not theoretically possible since PM2.5 is just a subset of PM10. So there was indications there that the sensor wasn't performing as it should have been. So some of the more recent trend is certainly possibly due to the instrument deterioration. However, I would say that the overall trend, most of the reduction in exceedances since 2006, 2008 is due to the reduction in particulate emissions from the changing over of fireplaces and those policy and the heat smart scheme and that stuff that's been put in place to reduce emissions.
Okay, thank you. And the second part around the reference methods?
Yeah, I couldn't say exactly what the PM10 standard is a health-based standard, and it sort of comes from, is it based from the World Health Organization?
Yeah, it was at the time.
Yeah, so they, I guess, perform meta-analyses of all the air quality studies that's been done around the world to derive these, these limits that are based on reducing the health impacts from particulate pollutions. And I guess the sensors used in all of those studies will have been a range of different sensors. And it seems like the beta attenuation has been, I guess, the more popular method historically, but now in recent times, these other newer technologies coming to the front and, being used more and more. And the optical sensor that we have, to answer the earlier question, is actually, it is approved for regulatory monitoring in Europe. So it does have approvals overseas. It just hasn't been given approval here. And maybe that's down to, the New Zealand government haven't actually, re-looked at those.
Sure.
The National Environmental Standard we're still waiting for
Are you
that to be reviewed.
Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Harding, or do you want more information on
Thank you. Look,
on the reference of for the
I
limit?
think the way I interpret that information, thank you for it, is that we are looking at, in what we actually measure, we're looking at a mixture of two things. We're potentially looking at a difference that's driven by the different standards, the different approaches, the methods, right? We've got a better method now, which is producing higher results, but also we've had a deterioration in our existing instruments. So there's a mix. We'll never be able to unpick it. We're faced with a situation where we know, though, that we've got some higher level of exceedances than we thought, and that we've reported. And so it's our judgment call as to whether we go, yeah, okay, we're going to go with that, with the implication that we do put the Hastings airshed into an ongoing exceedance status. knowing that we're doing it with a machine that is not yet approved, or we just sit on it. And, you know, I think on balance, I'd have to, I'd go with disclosure as opposed to not disclosing. So thank you.
Any other views on that?
Would you like me to move the report?
Yes, we have a mover. Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Yes, councillor Harding. Thank you. Do you want to speak any more?
Yeah, would just like to make a comment that instrumentation is really important. I don't think this instrument measures more PM10 than actually is in the air, so I take for what it is. The key message I get out of this is that we need to continue to inform the public and those who are supplying biofuel, because I think that's the main issue, that they ought to be doing the right thing, as we started, I think, in 2019-20, to really tell them if they supply the right biomass, which is dry and ready to use, then in theory we shouldn't have a problem. And I think that's the key learning from this report for me. Thank you.
Continuing education campaign.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Harding, any more comments?
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything further? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Thank you, carried. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Belinda. We're going to item 10 in your agenda, Public Waterways Ecosystem Restoration Fund Project.
And so you'll all know Warwick. He is
Welcome, Warwick.
very familiar to you all. Welcome, Warwick. So Warwick was actually going to try and hide this under his hat. He kind of circulated an email to say we've done a really good job on this work, and I saw the email and thought, hell no, you guys need to see this. So this really pulls together a summary of some fantastic work by Warwick and the team to spend a bunch of government money with some amazing outcomes. So Warwick, over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Warwick Hesketh taku ingoa, he Catchment Management, taku turanga mahi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you an update on our PWER project, which we called Hapara Takatu, which is a loose translation of shovel ready. It's not going to be a long presentation, so hopefully there'll be plenty of time for questions. I just want to go over the origin of the project, discuss some of the outcomes that occurred along the way, some of the learnings and challenges that we're going to take away from it. So this project traces its origin back to the first COVID-19 lockdown. You might recall that there was this scramble to identify shovel-ready projects that would form part of our regional sector bid. And this was one of 40 projects that was put forward. The erosion control scheme is actually quite well positioned for this. So we had several years worth of fencing work lined up, mapped out, budgeted in erosion control plans. But the feedback that we got was that it lacked scale. So catchment advisors were asked to go out and try and find more of these projects. When I say go out, it was lockdown, so they couldn't go out. They spent a lot of time on the phone, a lot of emails of maps and budgets back and forth to get those projects. And because they would be potentially fully funded, they had to meet a certain criteria. They couldn't just be fencing to meet the minimum standard for stock exclusion, whether that was existing or pending. They had to be able to add value in terms of environmental outcomes, be able to provide employment opportunities, and they had to be able to start sort of more or less straight away. But in saying that, it was 6 months before we got our funding agreement with MFE. That did cause us a few headaches, particularly around project management and budgets, which I'll touch on a little bit later. So all up, there were 82 individual fencing projects as part of this, and they were spread fairly evenly across the region, ranging from a couple of 100 metres to several kilometres. The budget, the total planned budget was $4.2 million, of which MFE would be contributing half. And we had to be pretty careful with budgets because MFE made it quite clear that there was no contingency. So if there were any cost overruns, we'd have to wear that ourselves. So I think we did really well to come in within 2% of that total budget. The balance of the funding was to come from the erosion control scheme, but we managed to actually stretch this out a bit. We took on the project management ourselves as an in-kind contribution. We asked for a contribution from landowners who weren't part of that original selection. We managed to bring in a few biodiversity funded projects, and we got a variation to extend the project over 2 financial years, and that was all to take the pressure off the erosion control scheme. We had this target of 195 kilometres of fencing. We got to 187.5, but that doesn't include 18.5 kilometres of fencing that was done post Cyclone Gabrielle when MFE allowed us an extension on the project. We had this fairly conservative estimate of 100 hectares of land that would be retired. Obviously, we smashed that out of the water. There was some of these projects actually had very wide riparian margins, erodible land, indigenous bush and wetlands that we were able to put into the mix. We'd estimated there'd be 60,000 jobs for nature work hours. We came pretty close to that at just over 52,000 hours. At its peak, the project would have had 35 individuals working on these projects during a month, any given month. I'd hoped that we'd be able to smash the project out in 18 months. It ended up going out to 3.5 years. And that's because of an extension that we had post-Cyclone Gabrielle. MFE actually encouraged us to use the underspend from the project to enable repairs and replacement to some of these project fences. Some other figures there, so 21 staff directly involved. 11 of those would have been catchment advisors, but we were well supported by our admin teams, finance, GIS and biodiversity. 15 milestone reports to complete over that time, and we also had monthly jobs for nature figures that we had to report as well. Over that time, each of those projects would have needed to have at least one inspection and claim. Most of them would have had at least 2. The project had 2 independent audits. There were 3 variations that we negotiated with MFE as well as an extension. Perhaps related to that, we went through 4 different case managers at MFE, but actually no, they were fantastic. A few other figures that the Wairau team wanted me to include. They said 26 packs of raspberry buns for fences, 2,684 phone calls chasing invoices, 15,469,000 excuses as to why a fence wasn't finished on time. But yeah, those guys do tend to exaggerate a little.
Wairau for you.
No sausage rolls in that.
No, just raspberry buns. Some of the successes are firstly just the scale and the pace of the work that was able to be achieved. Now, even though it dragged on longer than we thought, it still achieved a whole lot more in a much shorter time than we would have been able to do through our programs by themselves. Those jobs for nature outcomes, skill development. I recall someone even more cynical than me once saying, oh, it's not like Air New Zealand pilots are going to go out fencing. But that's exactly what happened down in Porongahau. Vic Anstis' brother-in-law flies for Air New Zealand, and when he was stood down, he actually took on a job of a local fencing contractor. Apparently he was quite good at it too. For this presentation, I really wanted to have a photo of Andy in his pilot uniform standing next to a fence that he'd built. But yeah, he wasn't having a bar of it. Apparently, Air New Zealand are quite strict about that sort of thing.
But he got the job landed.
Did.
Dead joke.
A grandfather job, more like it.
Well, yeah, we do know that contractors did take on additional staff and retain them for longer and train them over this period. And I'd like to think that that some of that would have actually benefited all the fencing that's had to occur over the last sort of 18 months. Also, just how we were able to adapt and add value to the project along the way. We were able to bring in some extra funding, and we were able to get some projects over the line that are probably quite a generous interpretation of riparian. So up on the top there, 112 hectares of bush on the Otakarara stream near Sheridan. Below that's the Pigsty Swamp wetland on the Ngārororo, 70 hectares, and that's one that we've been trying to get over the line as long as I've been here anyway. Also able to dovetail into some of our existing programs of work, like the Maraitoka Tree Trust there as well. Some of the challenges, and I won't dwell on these too much, but that initial project scoping, planning and application, well, it was pretty awful, to be fair. There was this initial scramble, then we'd hear nothing from central government for months, and then there'd be this urgent request for more information, and then I'd want that by the end of the day. And that went on for months. So we had projects that were technically, we put forward on the basis of being shovel ready, and then 5 months later we still couldn't kind of give them the go ahead. A real nightmare for our budgets and our work planning, because obviously we had other commitments, other work that we wanted to get on with, and we couldn't just sort of wait to make sure, wait until we were sure we were going to get that funding. I think it does show the value of having a wish list of well-planned rainy day projects for when an opportunity like this arises. Obviously a big and complex project to manage. 80 or so individual fencing projects to track and to report on 4 times a year. The original application did include an allocation for project management, but we decided to take that on ourselves as an in-kind contribution to take the pressure off the ECS. And I think it was great that we did. You know, we had those relationships with the landowners, and we were able to call on expertise from across the organisation. And then, of course, factors that were outside of our control. So over the course of the program, we had a drought, we had a second COVID lockdown, we had 2 major storm events in northern Hawke's Bay, and that was prior to Cyclone Gabrielle. So in closing, just want to thank everyone who was directly involved in this, acknowledge them on the slide there. Deliberately random order there, but if I could single out a couple of people, Nicola McCarthy, who doesn't work here anymore, but she did a lot of work in the early stages of the project planning. Amy Allen, whose accountancy expertise sort of came to the rescue on more than one occasion. And Abby Miller there, who would have had the most projects out of any of us to manage, and probably some of the trickiest as well. In fact, all of the catchment management team who went through a pretty stressful time in the early stages of the project. I probably wasn't the nicest person to be around at the time. And from that point on, for 3.5 years, I was nagging them all for information, for our reporting. So all in all, a big project with some fantastic outcomes, but probably fair to say that we're all pretty happy that we were able to put it to bed in June. And that brings my presentation to an end. Nō reira, kia ora, tātou katoa, ka nau te mihi. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, Warwick. Fantastic. I think the biggest number for me is the 100 hectares that, as you say, was probably quite conservative, but 840 hectares in the end of protected areas, really impressive. Any questions or comments? Warwick?
I just had a quick question or comment. You've benefited a lot through the money from COVID, great, and actually a few other presentations we've had have been similar. I just wonder, do we feel we've got enough intel within the building to ensure we're extracting as much money from outside sources as we can, or, you know, indeed, is that something we could dedicate to do to make sure we do optimise that?
Yeah, Warwick might have a view on this as well, but we don't have a specialist person who just sits around writing funding applications for pots of money. I think we are very well networked as an entity across the available funding options. Nonetheless, it does take time, and I'm sure Warwick can attest to the time and effort required to get the money. But I don't think we miss too many opportunities because we don't look at them and or are unaware of them. We may miss opportunities because they're hard to get at and it takes time to prepare the applications, or we just simply turn down. But I don't think we're missing the boat on options that are sitting easily for us. And at this stage, I don't see there's any value in us having somebody who just sits and does those applications. I think the team are probably, because that person would naturally have to go to someone like Warwick to get the information anyway. So I think we're better to use people like Warwick to do that for us. But Warwick, do you have a view on that?
No, just that the feedback we got was that it was a great project, and it just took a while for it to land on which government department, Jobs for Nature Fund, was going to support it. I think initially it was going to be NB, and then it was decided that it fitted more with the MFE program.
Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Warwick. Sounds like a marathon Goliath type event. I'd like to go to and understand a bit more paragraph 20, project KPIs, total area treated, 841.6 hectare. Can you just tell me what treated means? And there are other comments, 22, 24, where you've said newly retired riparian margin. So are you saying that treated equates to a newly retired a riparian planting?
We're calling treated or under treatment. So that big block, for instance, that just needed to be retired to get stock out of it and let it regenerate naturally. Quite a few of those projects are ongoing work, and they've actually got plans to plant that as well. So it's treated in the fact that it's excluded from stock, but it's actually still under treatment because there's more work to be achieved.
So we could tip up to one of those 80, or several of the 80 projects, and see an excluded area either fully planted or under planting, etc. So we've got some good security around what's there, and it's been audited.
Yes, yeah. So each of those projects, before they can claim their money, their catchment advisor goes out and makes sure that everything's up to standard. It collects their financial information, the accounts, before they can make that payment.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, thank you, Warwick. It's a great example of leveraging government money to do good things. I just want to shine a little light on that leverage. One is that the landowners themselves, from a cash point of view, got 96% funding for this, so total 4%. That doesn't recognise the value of the land that they've put aside, that's taking out of production or, excluding. So I grant that their investment in that is a lot more. But I do want to just shine a light on who pays for ECS. So whilst we've got it was $1.8 million of erosion control scheme funding, I just want to have it clearly explained where that money's coming from, please.
Yes, so the ECS fronted up the cash proportion of that. Actually, no, there was actually some biodiversity funding as well, so still HBRC funded grant, as well as our in-kind contribution as well.
Yep, so just tracking back, and maybe Ian's got the numbers in his head, but how does that track back to ratepayer?
Right. Yeah, and it would have been in the...
Is that 70-30?
It would have been under the the previous rating policy of 70-30, a 70-30 split.
So 70% to the general rate and 30% targeted to the rural sector?
Correct.
Yep. Thank you.
Last question. Councillor Roadley.
And make comment.
Please do.
Do that?
Yes.
So I'd like to
Well, do you
move
have a
that.
seconder? Someone to second? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek.
Just some empathy. Having run the kata on a few government projects, the heavy burden that they put on the reporting, the administrative, the milestone reporting, the financial reporting, it nearly outweighs people's will to live. And thank goodness this is such a fantastic outcome. Congratulations on being so close to what you'd planned on all the expenses, but on the, is that eightfold area treated, fenced, retired for that amount. So a fantastic outcome, and I'm very pleased to see you're still standing. Well done to the team who put this together, including the marvellous Abby, and I'm quite fortunate one of these properties is directly opposite us, and so we've been able to watch the fencing go in, the fencing get washed away, fencing get put back. So well done.
Councillor Roadley. Do you want to make any further comment, Councillor Van Beek? Any other comments? Thank you. Have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Warwick. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Item 11, IRG flood control. There we are, Chris.
Come on down.
It's worth waiting all day.
Yeah.
Welcome, John.
Got John and Jessie.
And Jess. Great.
So John obviously heads up our project delivery, IPMO, and Jess is our finance and controls manager and government reporting superstar, since we've been on the topic of government reporting.
Well, it's the 18.
Yeah. So the first paper we have today is our standard quarterly update on the IRG, which of course was our COVID funding that went into a raft of projects of note. I think we've recently issued tranche 4 of the gravel extraction down at Waipawa, which is I think about halfway through, due to the river coming up partway through that process. Other than that, I'll really just hand it over to John to take you through the highlights, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, and just to second Chris's comments, totally go out in sympathy with Warwick for the reporting requirements on government-funded program work. Thank you for that recognition, Councillor Ridley. Jess is in silent support. So you've got the report in front of you. I'll take that as read and just touch on a couple of key points, I guess. I guess the most important thing is that we do have a revised program of work underway in association with the IRG program of work. As you may recall, last report we reported on what those changes were, and those changes are highlighted throughout the report. Key initiatives underway. We have a lot of engagement with mana whenua underway on both cultural values assessments and cultural impact assessments. The cultural values assessments are all of river for the Tūtaikuri and Ngāruraro, with a view to supporting current and future work, and to give us a bit more of a all-encompassing understanding of cultural values across the Hiratonga Plains flood control scheme, and cultural impact assessments supporting specific project initiatives. So there's a lot of work underway there, and we're well supported by the Māori Partnerships team, and particularly Te Kaha, who's embedded in our team part of the week. The other points to note, I'll just touch on a couple of key projects, mainly the ones that are construction focused. So we have the Clive River erosion protection work, which is on a bend of the Clive River immediately adjacent to Farndon Road. That river is at risk of undercutting that bank and therefore putting the road and third-party infrastructure at risk. That work is now into detailed design with a view to construction commencing in summer and finishing in time for the funding deadline. Gravel extraction, Chris touched on gravel extraction, so we're halfway through tranche 4 with some gravel to come out there once river levels reach satisfactory levels. And we do envisage a tranche 5. We still have funding available. You might recall that our target was 800,000 cubic metres of gravel with a budget of $8 million. We've exceeded that target, and we still, prior to tranche 4 commencing, had a couple of $1 million left. So we're going to keep going to use as much of that money as possible and take out as much gravel as possible. So tranche 5, we're just working with the engineering team and the gravel assurance team as to where that gravel might come from. So, Will, I see you looking at me very keenly there. I know you want to know where it is. I can't tell you right now, but I'm sure you'll have some questions. And the other one I'd just like to highlight is the recommissioning or the revitalisation of the Orionui Stock Bank. This was breached during the cyclone and repaired, and this project is about ensuring that its integrity is intact for future events as a secondary backup, and probably what will be a short term. Our project team there is working very closely with the golf course to move that project forward at pace. In fact, our whole program's at pace. The team are really, really digging in, working very hard on that whole program of work. I'll leave it there and invite questions if that's okay.
Yes, thank you, John. Questions? Councillor Foley.
Always my favourite part of EICC. Some really positive news there, John, thank you, but you finished on a very sad note. Point 53, likely that funding would have been fully consumed by March 25. Do we have an idea, so 800, or it's going to be more than 800, but by the time we finish from when we started this particular extraction project, the kind of net result, so we've taken 800 plus out.
Yep.
How much has been coming back in at the same time?
I don't have that information at hand. That's probably something that the engineering team would be able to work up post next year's surveys.
I guess it leads
pretty high level, and I haven't got the numbers for Central Hawke's Bay, but for instance, the Narararo is 300,000 cubic metres a year net transport through that system. So that's the sort of numbers we're talking about, in the hundreds of thousands in terms of gravel transport. In terms of the big picture, I think before we started there was over 3 million cubes above grade.
Sorry, in Apatuki?
In Apatuki, yeah. And so we don't need to take every piece of gravel out, but what it demonstrates is there's still work to do. And I guess we're continuing within the sector. So the sector was successful in more Crown funding around New Zealand, which we said no to, obviously, with $250 million MiWi package. So that was our focus. But we'll continue to work with Crown to continue whatever funding is available, because as we've seen, it's really important to get that essential work done. So.
And just to add to that, I think the scheme review will help to inform where future gravel extraction is best targeted.
How will that differ from just the grade line and surveys that we do now ourselves?
It examines the grade line and where it's set.
Okay. Yeah. So, for example, there's some perched sections of river, which everyone's aware of, and so there may be some decisions to lower those particular sections. So there's a lot of work to do, but that's an example where there might be some further gravel come out as well.
I think to close that out, we should reach around about 900 to 950,000 cube extracted for that $8 million, which is a pretty good outcome. Pretty proud of the team for that work.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just a question. John, thank you very much for the update. Just wanted, for the sake of clarity, for the Hiratonga Plains scheme, the stuff that's been done so far, Taradale, Nararoro, am I missing anything? Those are the two that have been completed?
Yes, you're very close there. So Taradale was completed pre-cyclone. Ngātarewa commenced pre-cyclone and completed post-cyclone. We had Motio and Oranui that were pretty advanced, but they were placed on hold post-cyclone pending the scheme reviews. So those were the first tranches of projects under that pre-cyclone program of work. And obviously we've reinvented that program following the cyclone.
Okay, no, that's good. Those are the first two I mentioned were the ones that aren't mentioned in the short report. I was just making sure that wasn't missing anything. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it would be worth noting that although the physical works on Motio and Oranui have been put on hold, we had commenced engagement with mana whenua around cultural impact assessments for those reaches of the river, and we are looking to complete those within the funding timeframe, resources permitting, because there's some really, really good history in those areas that I think would be of great value for us all to understand in a greater level of detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on the Maraenui recommissioning. Is there anything there, or is it just an old one that needs a bit of patching up and re-erecting, or is it a blank canvas? What's up there?
Thank you for that technical description. There is a substantive embankment. It has been vegetated for quite a period of time, and so that vegetation is likely to be removed. That may have an impact on the integrity of that embankment, so that's all part of the design process that is underway. We're not looking to strip it away and rebuild it. We're just looking to re-strengthen it, basically. So vegetation will come off. Any real weaknesses that are found will be reworked, but it's really about bringing back up to height and better slopes to an appropriate standard.
So taking the vegetation off, you mean getting rid of the bigger stuff and just grassing it? Is that
Regrassed, yes. Yeah. Trees aren't great for stop banks. One, they, as we know, blow over and destroy the embankment, and the tree roots can be conduit for water under pressure, and that water will migrate through the bank and blow it out.
Didn't someone helpfully put a cut through and so they can drive through?
I'd hate to comment on that, Councillor Curtin.
So yeah, to be clear, it was a decommissioned stop bank that's being recommissioned as a secondary barrier, given its importance in protecting the town of Napier. So it's fairly low cost insurance policy. It partially worked through Gabriel, and we did some work through it throughout Gabriel, but certainly, yeah, good option for extra insurance in the short term.
Short term, absolutely. Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. Is there any flex in the extended funding deadline of 30 June 2025? I noticed 3 of the projects, consenting timeframe is running perilously close to it for Maranui and Mosio, and for East Clive, you're going to get the consent on the deadline if you're lucky. So, what are they potentially 3 that might just fall off at the end of the whole thing, or?
No, look, I think part of the variation was a no regrets pathway. What we didn't want to do is continue building stop banks higher when we had a piece of work effectively reimagining the scheme. So we're taking them through to consent, so they're ready to go. Should the scheme be reimagined to support that particular work, or there would still be a huge amount of background work completed should the solution be quite different. There's really a low chance of having this Kānoa contract extended again. They're very keen to close out this tranche 1 because they're now in the middle of tranche 2.
You actually have to spend it. You can't just say, like, we're ready to go. You actually have to have done the work.
We have to do the work, yeah. So the variation was all about rescoping the project for the value approved, and then doing everything we can to execute that work.
Yeah, so I would say 0 chance. I did stretch their appetite for timeframe extensions to the maximum when we put in the variation request. So the dates are the dates. We are helped by the fact we invoice in advance, and particularly with regard to some of those projects, there'll be a point where, we may have to make a call as to whether we think we can finish it or not and whether we'll take the next stage. But it's all ahead of us, and the team are pretty positive about being able to achieve it. So they're going hard and fast.
Thank you. No other questions? Happy to move? Councillor Harding, thank you. Happy to second. To receive the report, do you want to make some comments? Anyone else? No? Moving.
Oh, say big thanks to the team. There's some really good work gone on here. Well, obviously started well before the cyclone, and a lot of it was beneficial during that, and continues to be so. And so, just appreciate all that work that's gone into, the flood resilience of the region. So thank you to the team.
Agreed. I concur and note, as you said, we are well aware that the whole team are running all day, every day, from dawn to dusk. So we do acknowledge it and we do appreciate it. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Thank you. Item 12, Niwi.
Yes, so I'll just, sorry, Chair.
Yes, please.
So I'll just make a few introductory remarks, and then I think John's got some key points to make and celebrate some successes as well. But certainly the IPMO now is really up and running, recruited 30 odd staff into that team. So they're substantially scaled up. A lot of their systems and processes are now operating, and so the team's now really hitting their straps, so to speak. There's been a huge effort gone into reporting through the Crown infrastructure partners, and it's really pleasing to see that some of our reporting is being used as an example for other regions. It is a big effort, but it's some really good, high quality reporting, because we understand that communicating with the other councils and Crown is actually a really important part of this project, so they can see what's happening. So I'll just leave it at that in terms of the introduction and hand it over to John.
Thanks, Chris. I'll take the lead, and Jess will correct any errors or omissions that I might make. And I have started highlighting a few points to make, and I'll have to make up the rest because I didn't finish the highlighting. But to add to Chris's comments, we absolutely have been flying this plane while we've been building it. We're largely there and we're off the ground. Part of that building has been recruitment. So the first 6 months of this year was a pretty intense period for recruitment. We have a very a team that are largely new starters, and so they're coming up to speed very, very quickly across the projects that they're assigned to, or the program of work. So while Jess has a team for program finance and controls, a lot of the reporting work has been on Jess to pull out of the bag. So she's been putting a lot of work in, as much, if not more, than anyone else to get that across the line at a point where the goalposts just keep shifting. So it's not like you can ever bed in what you've just developed. So certainly as a result of building that plane, we've taken a lot of the organisational policy and had to adapt it for the IPMO and the program of work that we are charged with delivering. Not that those policies were not appropriate for the organisation as it existed prior to this program, but our program, it's doubling the cash flow of the organisation, and particularly with individual projects of such large sums, we just had to strengthen some of that. So we do think that we are adding value back to the organisation in that regard. Since our last update to this committee, following discussions with Crown Infrastructure Partners, it has been agreed that the NIWI Program Assurance Framework will be replaced with from a Program Assurance Group to a Program Steering Committee, and that will also include the Chief Executives of both HBRC and Crown Infrastructure Partners, with senior level representation from both those organisations, and an independent assurance member providing oversight. So that's part of the change and shift in goalposts that I referred to. and we're just trying to tie down timeframes in association with that change. The terms of reference for that are being worked through. You are no doubt all aware that the Crown has appointed Lawrence Yule as the Crown Manager for the Wairau Flood Mitigation Program of work. So the report has a few comments on that. There's probably been some advancements since we wrote the report, and that Lawrence has issued a direction with regard to comms and engagement associated with this project. So comms and engagement has been taken out of the IPMO and is now being developed independently of the IPMO under Lawrence's management. It will still involve members of the IPMO comms and engagement team, but also incorporates comms and engagement people from Wairau District Council and Tātou Tātou. So that will be a comms and engagement strategy that is largely delivered locally by both the council and Tātou Tātou, with Lawrence guiding that work. Our resources will still be involved, but it's been led outside of our program. As we work through our program of work, we are running everything in parallel as opposed to a sequential approach to program delivery. This has risks associated with the potential for rework. Some of those risks are landing now. So as we work through detailed design, we're having to, or not detailed, but preliminary design and working up the scale of work within the defined scopes. Sometimes that identifies challenges that we need to go back and rework through that process. That is impacting on schedule. We have had some pretty good success with two procurement initiatives, one for our Stopbanks earthworks contracts and the other for our bundled pump station design build procurement approach. We had 25 tenders received for the Stopbanks procurement process, and we had 10 for our pump station design build. That's pretty unheard of in the Hawke's Bay in my time here. And it generated quite a bit of work. But as a result, we have two preferred supplier lists, one for Tier 1 projects and another for Tier 2 projects. So that's pretty positive. And we're just working through the pump station process now. We also had 19 tenders received for the enabling works contract for the Waiheke Stopbank construction project. So there is a lot of interest for our work, and we're hoping that drives some real price competition.
We are too.
Okay. I think without going into too much detail, I'll leave that for questions from the floor. Some of our major challenges relate to land access, both time taken to develop, engage, and secure agreements with relation to land access. In some instances that might be purchase, in some instances that might be easement, or it could be a short-term lease for access to project areas or for borrow pits or the like. So that is continuing to challenge the team. We do have specialists involved, and we continue to engage with our landowners where they might be affected. It is possible that we'll have to get into some pretty detailed process around that as we move forward. As we work through the detail on projects, particularly with regard to the Whirinaki project, rough order costs on current design detail are coming in pretty high. So we're having to look back around and refine our design and look for where we can save cost in regard to the design specs without compromising the level of service that we're looking to deliver. And that's probably it from a highlights point of view, and I'll perhaps open it up for questions if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure more will come out.
Oh, yeah, actually.
That's happened since we drafted that.
Yeah, that has happened since we've drafted this report. We've had 4 PDPs approved by ministers. So that's a really good milestone. A lot of work's gone into that, get that across the line.
Well done.
Well done, Jess.
Well done, Jess. Let's start on screen. Kia ora, Michelle. Be the first one. Lead us off.
Hello. I don't know if you want me to read it all. I'm just reading the minutes from the 15th of August. I was present at the stakeholders group, and I'm referring to paragraph 35 of your report, where it says that the stakeholder group held a meeting at that date and 3 solutions had been accepted to take to the tripartite meeting. The 2 solutions.
Michelle, can I just stop you? Which paper are you talking about?
Item 12.
I'm talking about item 12, paragraph 35. He's talking about wider flood protection.
35, thank you.
So we're waiting all day for this one. So yeah, I've got the minutes. I was present. There was no formal motion to confirm that those 2 options should be taken forward to the tripartite, as far as I am aware, but it was taken forward to the tripartite meeting, which I was present at as well, here in Tato building. So again, I think this is the second time I've read a report and it's incorrect, and that information goes out to the public. It's publicly available meeting pack. So that's incorrect. We were pushing for a 3rd option. It's something that we've been asking for since May, not just at the last meeting, and have been flipped off. And there's been no investigation put into that option. And it is something that we as Tato were pushing in the tripartite hui, because it protects Māori land. And that's important to us. That's who we advocate for, our people.
Yeah. Michelle,
And
Michelle,
so,
can I stop you for a moment, please? We can't, the staff can't comment on the stakeholder group at this committee, but can I let them answer your first question?
yeah, I was present, so there was no confirmation, there was no motion that allowed those 2 options to go forward to the tripartite table. So that's incorrect.
Can we just
I don't know, because I was there.
Absolutely. Can I just let the staff answer as to
Tell me why you're right there.
John or Chris, as to why that's in there, or if that needs to be a conversation needs to be had with the stakeholder group or others?
I think we'll take that one offline, but just to note that those 2 options were presented to the tripartite in the meeting just held. Perhaps that's the wrong terminology, but those 2 options were taken forward as the more preferred options.
Yeah, Michelle brought this up last time, just around the languaging of how things are reported, particularly from the stakeholder group. So I can see why she'd be concerned if it says they've been accepted. But Michelle, I'm really acknowledging your point again. But can I ask that conversation can be had after the meeting, because we can't dig into
I just like it in the public arena.
Sure.
Because it's incorrect and it needs to be corrected, amended. The report speaks about Māori land issues, so I'm not releasing anything. I'm just saying that we have been asking for this option to be investigated.
Yes.
And it hasn't even seen the light of day. We've had to insist and push for it. And now a report's been done in 2 weeks when it could have been done in more than 4 months, 5 months.
Thank you.
So the requests. So we represent the voice. We advocate for tangata whenua. We have over 9,000 beneficiaries registered with Tato. So we have that mandate to put that forward.
Yes.
Because of their concern, and so it's reported incorrectly. So I just want that. I want that to be noted.
Absolutely, it will be noted. And Michelle, this is something that needs to come back to the stakeholder group rather than this committee. But absolutely, you've been loud and clear, and it's been noted. Thank you.
Yeah, I also think that the councillors need to be aware of how this is being negotiated on their behalf. Not all councillors are involved in the tripartite hui.
Yes.
And how operations are dealing with it. So the councillors don't even know how much money. I don't even know how much money has been spent on all the weeks that have been leading up to the final options. The mana whenua, also the other point is the mana whenua engagement. I can't remember seeing that on the heap of PowerPoint slides that I saw, but that would have to be signed off by us. If you're going to engage with our people, we need to be part of that, and there is no mana whenua representative in the comms area. So just note that as well.
Yes.
And we really like to know how much money's been spent on it so far.
Just before you finish, let me ask our Regional Council Chair, Hiniwai, to make a few comments.
Kia ora Chair, kia ora Michelle. And I recall from our tripartite meeting, look, it was a good one. We had options presented, two that had come from the stakeholder group. But what was added was an investigation into lifting houses. And we directed the team to go away and report on that and bring that back to us, which they are doing. We also said that we weren't in the position yet around the comms and engagement plan, which there is a team that includes a representative from Tātou on that working group to bring forth in 2.5 weeks back to our tripartite, the comms and engagement plan. So acknowledging everything you're saying, but also recollecting what happened at that tripartite meeting. So we haven't actually come to a conclusion of what the options are yet. We still have to have that meeting to come from the tripartite group. So there's a bit of work there to be done, but just acknowledging Michelle's points.
Yes, thank you. And I will make sure next meeting, John, just to check in with you around the reporting on the stakeholder group, that we've got that across the right people. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Roadley.
Yes. I got completely distracted on Michelle's corridor.
Oh, yes, that's fine. Let's go to Councillor Harding while you're finding it.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
sure. Right, two questions, please.
Yes.
First, when I was reading this part of it last night, I noticed it was for Ohiti, there was a meeting last night, and so I didn't have an opportunity to go to that. As councillors, we've recently discussed our desire to appoint council leads for each of the NIWI programs so that a councillor is connected in to the project and the community. And so it seems that desire hasn't promulgated, it hasn't made it across into the IPMO framework. So I just wanted to raise that and hope that that is acceptable and gets actioned. So that was my first point.
Yeah, I'll put that on the action list, Councillor Harding. I think we haven't communicated that we'd like to support the team with a councillor designed to tied to each project.
So is there a design of councillors per two projects? So that's been done?
Yes. And so Nick has that list.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it just needs to be translated over.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chris. We might.
So look, we're happy to take that. Yes. And it's easy enough to link that into the comms strategy and
invitations.
send those various links out.
Yeah, invitations to those. Yeah.
Yep. So that was my first question, I think, if that was a question. The second one was just around paragraph 21. And just, John, perhaps if you could explain in more detail what emerging risk around the challenges associated with factoring in climate change, what that actually looks like, please.
Thank you for that question. That's quite a technical response that I'll try and break down.
It's been a very technical day.
Oh, yeah, I can't compete with the scientists. So this relates to the relativity between pre-cyclone 1% AEP flood levels, post-cyclone 1% AEP flood levels, and the inclusion of climate change factors in base flow. So we've elected to go for RCP 8.5 out to 50 years. So that, for example, includes up to around 25% additional flow in the base flow, which obviously means that that flood protection out to 50 years requires additional height. So where that might be a challenge is if that potentially creates secondary effects that the project will need to address or manage in some way in order to address consenting requirements. So we're looking hard at that to determine how we manage any potential secondary effects as a result of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Roadley.
Yes, I have remembered.
Excellent.
Apologies for that. Probably Chris, at number 16, paragraph 16, you're just talking about the transition into the program steering committee with the chief executives, HBRC and the CIP.
Yep.
Given the success of sharing the information with our fellow TLAs, is there an opportunity to include them at that level so that you've got a direct pathway to disseminate information into their councils?
Absolutely. So that's precisely been a recommendation of Crown Infrastructure Partners to invite each of the chief executives to the steering group.
Yeah.
In reality, I think, and I can't comment for the chief executives, but they've effectively tendered their apologies to that meeting, and one of them has sent one of their GMs. So we're interpreting that as a message that the chief executives are relatively comfortable with the direction of travel. And some evidence of that is we've this month spent 3 hours presenting to Hastings District Council, another hour and a half presenting to Napier City Council, where we received some positive feedback and I guess an awareness of the work that we'd been doing, which had been a bit of a gap. So yes, chief executives are invited to that steering meeting. And they'll receive all of the detailed packs and information.
And I guess my gut sense would be that when things get a bit gnarly, they'll turn up in those seats.
Yep.
And when things are ticking along nicely, they will get on with their other busy things they need to get done.
Yep, probably correct.
Good, well
Thanks, councillor Roadley. Just to follow up on that question, Chris, it did say in paragraph 16 that this new framework, including the chief executive of CIP and senior level representatives from there and the independent assurance member, was quite a change to what we initially had. So I'm wondering if that is around offering you more capacity within that assurance program, or what's that come from, and are we seeing that in addition to the team, or?
So the key change is the addition of the chief executive from Crown Infrastructure Partners and our chief executive. Previously, there were GMs from Crown Infrastructure involved in that, and independent members as well. So this just provides visibility of the detail to the chief executive of Crown Infrastructure Partners for discussions that he's having with government. So that's quite a positive step to get our message across of progress. It is a good story. A lot of progress has been made, and I guess our initial model reserved our chief executive for any independent decision making outside of the assurance group should something have to be escalated, and we simply, with this new arrangement, don't have that ability in place, but we do have an escalation pathway to this council. So.
Okay.
Positive step. We'll see how it goes.
It works in practice.
Can I have a second
Thank you.
question?
Yes, you may.
Just very quickly, the telemetry project, new website being constructed, is that planned to be a public-facing platform?
Yes, absolutely.
All of our.
So I think to be clear though, that's the project update website that's being discussed there.
Oh, okay.
And then we under our HBIFR actions, we've got separate work to improve our public-facing website.
In all of our live information is streamed now, both by Regional Council on its website and the LAWA website. And we're looking to, as Chris has said, improve that, ideally get it to one location and working optimally to meet everyone's needs.
Councillor Fowler?
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Apologies, John, if you have to repeat yourself. I was just trying to absorb what you're saying there in the paper around the engagement and model comprehensive plan, comms and engagement plan has been developed, and the consequence of that, and it looks like we've employed resources into that. And you're saying since this paper's been written, that's changed. Lawrence Hill has taken that over. So how does that impact that plan and the resources we've put into it? And when the Crown Manager does something like that, takes over, how's that funded? is it any different, or is it still funded by us, I guess? Yeah, if you could just elaborate a bit on what you were trying to tell us there.
Great questions, Councillor Foley. So we had a draft plan for Wairoa that was developed pre-June flood. The intention was always to revisit that and reflect our more recent learnings into that plan. And our ability and our success in communicating and engaging with the Wairoa community is one of the most critical points for success for the Wairoa project. I don't think anyone would argue the difference on that one, particularly when it comes to access to land. Lawrence has recognised this very early and he wants to take that on. So CIP, Ground Infrastructure Partners and the Cyclone Recovery Unit in full support of that. So Lawrence has applied to them to fund the independent comms and engagement advisor that will lead that piece of work. We're unclear as to whether that is successful yet or not. It's pretty early days. One of the comms engagement advisors from WDC is already funded by WDC through their recovery fund. So it would appear that those resources are covered. I imagine the project will pick up the cost of anyone else not already funded by the program. So we'll have our comms and engagement resources involved in that. They're already funded by the program. Tato representative will probably be funded by the project. So it'll, I guess in a nutshell, it will incur additional cost to the project. I think I answered everything there.
Well, you're pretty much saying we stay the same and all these extra resources are taken on but funded by Crown.
The fact that piece and the initial piece of work is to redevelop, revitalise the comms and engagement plan, identifying what engagement pieces, what communication pieces are going to be implemented going forward and who the parties will be that will be the front-facing people for that. That will then get presented back to the tripartite as our chair has indicated, and then the implementation of that will follow. Our comms and engagement group within the IPMO are across the whole program, so there's more than enough for them to do. It's not like we're going to be idle as a result of this. So yeah, we'll support as required by the Crown Manager, and we'll dig into other projects as well and look for any learnings that come out of this process to implement across the program.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Just change to Prongaho. Seems like Paora CSC seems to carry around a map in his back pocket with a amended plan of what could happen out there. Have you guys considered that, or is there any merits to that addition that he's got there?
Well, the project team are looking into that. We've got a bit of engagement to go with landowners, so we can understand the lie of the land from their perspective. So it's all part of the engagement piece. I believe the team are out there tomorrow kicking that off. So they'll wrap that into it. No conclusions to that yet.
Okay, thanks.
I think Councillor Foley is Prongaho tie-in, so.
Right. Okay.
No, Councillor Hokianga.
Sorry, I thought you both were. No.
Well, I can be, but I'm up at
Can you make sure Councillor Hokianga knows it's tomorrow, in case he wants to be there? Thank you. Councillor McIntosh, and then I think last one, Councillor Williams.
John, just looking at paragraph 23, and it rams home to you the scale of what you're doing in the next little while. So 120 million tender for stop banks and pump stations. And I think that'd be the biggest tender the council's ever done in its history, I would say. So are the areas where, not just monetary-wise, but are the areas where you're thinking, given what's coming up with you and Chris, really, where you're thinking, ooh, a bit exposed here, a bit concerned about this in terms of our ability to cope with all that?
Well, I think the precise reason we've developed a dedicated delivery model is to set ourselves up for success for this scale of work. So, and we've involved all the necessary protections like a probity officer and others through that process. Plus really built on the existing procurement policy of this organisation, so it's fit for purpose for the scale. So I think we've got in the right advice. We've also had independent advice from 2 different independent advisors recommended by Crown Infrastructure Partners, who've really been helping us with all this as well. And we've got probably some leading practice on risk in terms of the how we're recording and the frequency at which we're delving into project risk. So,
Right.
Look, nothing is risk-free, but I think we've taken all practical steps to sort of manage the risks that we're aware of.
And if I could just add to that, the 120 million there that's referred to is not a single contract. That's aggregation of the 6 land category related projects, the largest of which might be around the $40 million mark. As Chris has mentioned, we've got experts supporting the program of work, and we've got dedicated resources. It's probably also worth noting that the IPMO, while it's the dedicated delivery arm of the organisation, we do draw on the BAU resources across the organisation. So we're getting massive support from multi-partners, the procurement team, finance team, corporate comms and engagement. So it is an all-of-organisational effort that is really demonstrating, quite how good we are as an organisation at collaborating across our activities. And it's also worth stating that while we're identifying the challenges and we're coming up against challenges across all of our projects, none of it's unexpected. This isn't easy work. All the easy work's been done. We're not here to do easy work. This is really, really hard work, and it's going to take effort. But we've got great people involved across the organisation, and we will be keeping on managing, acting, putting in controls around some of the challenges that we face in order to reach a resolution.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, paragraph 43, an earlier paragraph in the paper says that the issue with Whirinaki is the NZTA lack of funding for raising the road and the culvert. I've heard a different story about that from talking to PanPac. So just tell me exactly what are these challenges with the construction costs and what are we doing with urgency to work through that? I'm understanding that PanPac's taken on the mantle of making an application to Kanoa for some of the shortfall. So just exactly what is going on there? Don't sugarcoat the pill. Tell us what's happening. Thank you.
I'll have a go at it. It's obviously evolved since we wrote the paper as well, and we've been gaining information, Councillor Williams, but essentially the rough order costs have come through for the latest design, and they're much higher than anticipated. A lot of it's actually regarding, and Chris or John might have to step in, around the return periods of the ESC of what is 1 in 500 year level of service, and some of the differences between the original assumptions around 1 in 100 and 1 in 500 year level of service when we first were looking at the costings July last year for the project. So the team are looking at ways in which they can value engineer parts of that contract at the moment, and whether we can make differences in the cost estimates at that stage. So it still sort of needs time to work through in terms of our team managing those challenges rather than...
We haven't reached the final cost yet, but basically the post-cyclone 1 in 500 year level with climate change incorporated and our designated freeboard for Whirinaki means the stop bank's got to be a lot higher. When you've got to go a lot higher, you've got to go a lot wider. And so that all comes at a cost. And the difference between going 2 metres high and 3 metres high is probably $1 million a kilometre. So then we've got to have the land, we've got to have the material, we've got to work through all the ecology. So, and particularly with regard to raising the road, the higher we go, the wider the footprint of that change extends, and that impacts on potentially on private land. So
perhaps, John, rather than too many details, when would you expect to be able to bring back something more concrete around that? that job?
I'd have to go away and talk to the team about that and
Next
what their
quarter, we
process
meet
is.
again in
Oh,
December.
we
Would
definitely by next quarter.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Chair,
if
I
there's
mean,
an update, yeah.
if I'm taking lead on that, I'd like to be sort of, I guess, rather than trying to extract it like pulling teeth in a council meeting, wasting time, we just stay in the loop and just keep in close contact about challenges you're facing and how they're being resolved.
We can organise a briefing for you, council.
That'd be great.
And we'll also see it in the monthly NIWI reporting.
Yeah,
There's more
Chair,
detail
they're
there,
very
but you're,
brief and they don't
Yes.
tell you the story, and I know there's a lot more to the backstory.
agreed.
There's quite a bit in this month's report for you.
Madam Chair, is the team aware that actually we've assigned governors to each project?
No, they weren't. We just mentioned that. I've put it on the action list, so it's gone up to the chief executive who has it, but we hadn't managed to.
Okay.
Just apologise to Chris for that. Okay. Councillor Lambert.
Just a quick one, with the IPMO in place, is there still such a thing as the RRA, and where does that fit in?
Absolutely. So the Regional Recovery Agency exists. It's a separate entity that I think works with government on behalf of all councils in Hawke's Bay. So that continues to do its work, headed up by Ross McLeod. And he is also part of the steering group for our program as well. So he's fully linked into all of the detail.
But who's doing all the work? Is it the the PMO or what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, who is doing all that?
Were you at Corporate and Strategic last week, Councillor Lambert? They presented. Yeah. That was them.
Oh, yeah.
You're confusing them with, you're getting the names confused.
Thank you for asking that question and seeking clarification on the fact that IPMO are doing the substantive program of work.
Yeah.
The delivery.
Thanks, everyone. Do we have a mover for this paper? Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Councillor Ormsby, thank you. Do you want to?
Just very briefly, and it's not specific to this, but well done, making progress, good to see. It's more about the day. We've had not so good news day, but today we had item after item of the real work of council, very positive stuff. Well done to the scientists involved and all involved in pulling that together. It's not only important for us, but when you look at it, important nationally and even internationally. So, we actually do some good things at the Regional Council.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Appreciate that.
Here, Councillor.
Yeah.
Look, I'd just like to thank the team, especially the engineers and our PMO staff. I see the brilliant work that you do when we go out to these communities, especially the tripartite, which, we know wide or flood resilience is our most complex to do, and to be able to take the needs of all the stakeholders within the time, within the resource, working with other advisors. You do a brilliant job in coordinating that. So I just want to thank you, and we've got some great people doing this work. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. No other speakers? We've got to move a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Thank you. Carried. That is the end of our items. I'd just like to quickly run through my few action points, make sure I got those right. We talked about the winter grazing earlier in an email that's actually already come through. Ms Brunton was online, so you've got that. We're asking Ian to bring us back some information, either informally or at the next meeting, around how the slide out information is going to integrate into our programs and out to catchment and community groups. So some information on that. The bird survey, we're going to follow up, might be with Katrina. I'm going to ask her to feed back to us on our statutory responsibilities within the RPS on our coastal environment, and how HBRC could be supporting community-led project into some of these high-density areas for pest control and protection. The 3D aquifer mapping, we wanted some sort of workshop. I'm suggesting maybe it's Councillor Van Beek and Councillor Harding, both on the water team, and actually I think Councillor McIntosh. Maybe it's getting together with Ian to look at what really specific information we'd like to kind of understand through that.
Yep.
So we'll put that as an action point.
Yep.
I'm just going to we're going to let you know who's joining your teams. And Councillor McIntosh, just going to throw this one. Ian picked up that he didn't have a lead for telemetry. You and I are sharing Heratonga. Would you like telemetry or Heratonga, and one of us could move on to being a lead sort of around the telemetry work? You choose.
Sorry, which one?
Would you like the Heratonga flood control schemes as your lead or telemetry? You
Flood
choose.
control.
You take that. All right,
He doesn't know, I
I'm
have a clue about telemetry.
the new telemetry leader. Okay. Thank you for that. And one last pānui. We have talked around, Councillor Ormsby reminded Ian and I that there used to be environmental awards that came through this committee where councillors would nominate people in the community who were doing good work around the environment, community groups, catchments groups, even individuals. And are you interested in that? I can ask Ian to go away and talk to the team about reviving that. Is that everyone feel excited about that? Oh, look at them. Everyone looks really excited.
Have you looked at the watch lady?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, we're literally 14 minutes over time. I think that's pretty good. Actually. Pardon? Yeah. So thanks everyone. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Really appreciate your attention and time today. Let's close with our karakia. Who would like to lead us? Councillor Lambert, would you like? Tātou katoa. Te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhina tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amen. Thank you. Thanks everyone.